After finishing the game, Cene leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh. Finally, he had climbed to the top of the challenger rankings. As he walked down the stairs, he yawned and complained, "Every day I have to go through this boring homework, and on top of that, I have to deal with relationships too. It would be great if reality and games were the same." Crossing the street, he took out his phone to check his class schedule. It's only 8 o'clock, just in time for roll call. Before he could finish his sentence, a truck suddenly sped towards him. Before he could react, Cene fell down. On the other side, Ce joyfully lifted the boy with both hands, shouting loudly, "I have a son. I have a son." He touched the boy's cheek with concern, "But this child isn't making any noise at all, could he be defective?" As he spoke, he pinched the boy's cheek. Suddenly, the boy let out a loud cry. Ce laughed joyfully, "I told you, my son can't have any problems." He tossed the boy up into the air with delight. Cene struggled to open his eyes, thinking to himself, what's happening? I remember just being hit by a car. He squirmed in his tiny body. But you also understood one thing, you had already reincarnated. But why am I in the sky like this? A strange creature flew by, and Cene widened his eyes, thinking, at this moment, I believe I have reincarnated into a different world. He was falling freely and panicked, thinking, but I won't fall and die like this, right? Suddenly, Ce jumped up and caught him, laughing heartily. Lying in Ce's arms, he thought, it seems that in this life, I won't have to be a boring person anymore. 8 years later, he had become a different version of himself. I am now called Cene, but why do I say now? That's because I still retain the memories of my past life, and the current world is a world of cultivating spiritual energy. Since I was born, I have lived with my parents in a desolate and remote rural area. My parents are just ordinary people. My daily tasks involve cultivating and learning fighting techniques. This is no longer a game, it is reality. What could be more exciting than cultivating to become stronger? In this world, cultivation is divided into 10 ranks, in order: 1st rank Spirit Initiate, 2nd rank Spirit Envoy, 3rd rank Spirit Master, 4th rank Spirit General, 5th rank Spirit Marshal, 6th rank Spirit Lord, 7th rank Spirit King, 8th rank Spirit Emperor, 9th rank Spirit Sovereign, 10th rank Spirit Supreme. Cene pondered as he devised a plan, thinking, it took me 8 years to reach the 2nd rank, if this continues, won't I only reach the 10th rank by the age of 80? He raised his eyebrows and thought, I need to find another way to make myself stronger. The next morning, the principal, accompanied by Ce and Reincarnation, said, Cene is 16 years old this year and can enroll in my training academy. Reincarnation looked worriedly at Ce and said, he can go to school, but he has become too strong too quickly. He turned his head back and silently added, although he was taught by you, a 16-year-old should at most reach the 3rd rank Spirit Master. Are you looking down on my academy? We have many outstanding students here. Ce scratched his head apologetically, that's not it. Although we taught him many things, the way he grows stronger is something even we can't comprehend. On the other side, Cene was practicing shooting. He thought, after many attempts, I finally completed this modern weapon combined with spiritual energy. He cocked the gun in his hand and thought to himself, find a blacksmith to make a mold, use fire stone and thunder stone to increase the propulsion, and finally pour spiritual energy to make the bullets. He held the gun proudly, saying, with this gun, I can go wild in this world. Suddenly, a monster charged at him. Cene jumped up, aimed the gun at the creature, fired 3 shots, and then contemplated. Facing a large demon object of the same type, the power is still insufficient. It seems I need to replace the fire stone and thunder stone with higher quality ones. Right now, he pulled a grenade out of his bag and continued to think, let's try a grenade made from fire stone. A loud bang echoed across the sky, and the demon object fell. Meanwhile, while talking with Cene's parents, the principal heard the noise and came out. Before him was the scene of the demon object that Cene had killed. The 3 could only stand there in shock. Entering the room, the principal sipped his tea and said, Cene, I have something I want to discuss with you. Although you won, you are only a 3rd grade spirit master. Challenging a 5th grade demon object is still a very dangerous act. Moreover, even a 5th stage spirit marshal can barely defeat a 5th stage demon object, yet you managed to take it down in the blink of an eye. Cene scratched his head, thinking with amusement, are they praising me? The principal rubbed his forehead in distress. I am currently inviting you to study at my academy, to learn and appreciate properly. Besides the two you are with, you are becoming increasingly different from others. The old man raised his eyebrows and looked at him. However, you must conceal your identity, otherwise, it will affect the other students. Cene tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand, and curiously asked, identity? What identity? The old man replied, of course, the fact that your parents are spirit supremes, and you are the son of a spirit supreme. Upon hearing this, he was startled and shouted, what? They are both spirit supremes. Enrolling shyly said, it's embarrassing to say we are spirit supremes. At the same time, the principal was astonished and gaped. They actually haven't told him. A spirit supreme is the pinnacle that cultivators aspire to reach, and the number of spirit supremes in the world can be counted on one hand. The Royal Cultivation Academy is the #1 cultivation academy on the mainland. It has nurtured several spirit supremes and is a super academy. Cene sighed softly. Feeling frustrated, Cene thought to himself, I heard that my parents studied at this academy. No matter what world it is, they can't escape the fate of having to go to school. Cene's mother gently wiped her tears and choked out, our son has grown up. His father gently embraced her, smiling to reassure, don't be sad, with Cene gone, we can have some fun again. Hearing this, Cene felt annoyed and thought to himself, so throwing me into the academy is just so you two can go off and play together. He sighed helplessly, turned away, and resolutely walked off without looking back, coldly saying, I'm leaving. Behind him, his parents' gentle voices followed, good luck, Xiao, the entrance exam is very easy, aim for first place. He unexpectedly turned back, his face flushed as he shouted, stop embarrassing me like that, no more kissing. Cene hurried his steps, thinking to himself, are these two really spirit supremes? Suddenly, a stranger glanced at him, his voice softly rising as if he had just discovered something. Young Master Xing smirked derisively, his lips curling in mockery as he approached, tauntingly saying, oh dear, you want your parents to take you to the entrance exam? Is this an academy or a kindergarten? The people around immediately began to murmur. Oh dear, the arrogant young master of the Xing family is causing trouble again. One person nearby quickly replied, this guy relies on his father being a deputy general to go around picking fights, anyone who gets entangled with him is surely out of luck. Cene paid him no mind, coldly walking past and saying, the exam hall should be this way. Seeing this, the Xing young master became furious, grimacing and shouting loudly, hey, you! Stop right there. An esteemed academy like this deserves someone as talented as me, a lowly person like you should just get lost. Unbothered by his demeanor, Cene replied indifferently, sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. The Xing young master ground his teeth, speechless with anger. Suddenly, a bright red spark erupted from his palm. The Xing young master clenched his teeth and, in a low voice, said, let me make sure you hear it loud and clear. Seeing the spark flare up, Cene was momentarily startled, his eyes showing suspicion. This. Noticing the other person's stunned expression, the Xing young master grew more confident and cunningly said, are you scared now? This is the fire spell I am most proud of. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Cene frowned slightly as memories from years ago flooded back. This is the type of spiritual technique my mother taught me when I was 3, right? Later on, I noticed that my mother used spiritual techniques without needing formations, and I gradually didn't need formations either. It's quite nostalgic. He then looked at the flickering flame in front of him, thinking helplessly, moreover, seeing him use the spiritual technique with only 3 points of spiritual energy is too stingy. Is this the level of spiritual energy of an ordinary person? Cene raised his hand to cover his eyes and sighed softly. In his heart, he silently blamed, being with those two spirit supremes made me mistakenly think that was the level of an ordinary person. He took a deep breath and then gently blew out a stream of green air, aimed straight at the flame. Xing young master was startled and shouted loudly, what the fuck, what have you done? Why can't I use my spiritual technique? Ignoring his anxious demeanor, Cene slowly walked away, then lazily turned his head back and said, "It's just a simple spiritual technique, temporarily cutting off your hand from the oxygen around you." Hearing this, Xing young master paused slightly, puzzled. Oxygen? What is oxygen? Cene raised his hand, thought for a moment, then replied, "Ah, right. This world hasn't even developed the concept of oxygen cultivation yet. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand." Young Master Xing felt humiliated upon hearing that. His face darkened as he muttered, "This little guy is mocking me." Suddenly, he clenched his fists and roared as he lunged straight at Cene. "You dare look down on me? Anyone who does that must pay a heavy price." Cene let out a soft, weary sigh, then in a flash, turned and raised his hand to block the strike. Frowning slightly, he said coolly, "You should probably go take a rest." Young Master Xing's face twisted in pain. His trembling hand clutched at his neck as he gasped, I can't breathe." Drool began to drip from the corners of his mouth, running down his chin. Leaving him collapsed on the ground, Cene turned coldly and walked away. In his mind, he thought, it was just a basic fire suppression spirit technique. First time using it on a person. Suddenly, a young woman ran over to him. Smiling brightly, she spoke in a gentle voice, "Thank you so much. That guy kept pestering me, and I didn't know what to do. Besides, it wasn't really convenient for me to make a move myself." She gently tilted her head, her voice light as a breeze. "That's right, I am Mu Jilan, nice to meet you." Seeing the girl so friendly, Cene also smiled gently in response, "I am Cene, nice to meet you." In that moment, a thought crossed his mind, could this be the hero saving the beauty trope? She looks like a perfect beauty. It's just that in my past life, I wasn't good at talking to girls. After being reborn here, I've only talked to my mother. Then he shyly chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Jilan turned to him and softly asked, "Hey, are you really strong?" Seeing her lean in like that, Cene awkwardly turned away and quickly replied, "It's just that that guy was too weak." Jilan nodded slightly, as if understanding, "Is that so?" A deep and authoritative voice announced, "The entrance examination will now begin. All candidates, please channel your spiritual energy into the spirit stones." Looking at the scene unfolding, Cene thought to himself, it seems just as the principal said, reaching the third stage at this age is considered extraordinary talent, but in this academy, it's just seen as normal. Mu Jilan closed her eyes, seriously raised her hand, and focused her spiritual energy into the spirit stones. Her hair fluttered gently in the wake of that powerful force. Cene watched in surprise, his eyes wide, secretly exclaiming, "Her amount of spiritual energy is much greater than others, it seems she is not an ordinary person." Along with that, whispers began to rise. "Incredible, I heard she is a princess from a neighboring country, yet she has reached the 4th level." Cene stepped forward and smiled, complimenting her, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Jilan happily replied and gently encouraged him, "You too, keep it up." He put his hand behind his head, thinking to himself, "Now it's my turn, I'll pour all my spiritual energy in." The hand resting on his stone tablet suddenly shone brightly, and streams of red spiritual energy surged around him. Jilan, standing nearby, was also wide-eyed in amazement, speechless. The amount of spiritual energy he poured in increased, and the red light spread everywhere, illuminating the area. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound was heard, and the stone tablet began to crack. The cracking grew louder, and immediately, a small piece of stone shot out at breakneck speed, slicing across his face, leaving a trail of blood. Cene gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed tightly. "This isn't good, if this continues, the spirit stones will shatter. I need to gather the spiritual energy quickly." Then, he took a deep breath and focused his energy. At the same time, the spirit stones began to glow, revealing the words, "Second grade." Ha ha ha. The onlookers gathered around, laughing mockingly as soon as they saw the words on the stone tablet. How can a second grader even participate in the examination? Aren't they just seeking death? Jilan turned abruptly to look at the source of the voice, her brows slightly knitted in confusion. "No way, how could this happen? This is the first time I've seen spirit stones shatter. Meanwhile, Cene in front hurriedly retracted his hand, his face pale, frozen in place before the spirit stones, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. This item is of such poor quality. I've focused my energy this much and it still broke. I won't be held responsible for this, will I? Along with his thoughts, a piece of stone debris fell, causing him to startle and step back a pace. The Royal Academy's practical examination was held behind the mountain. A person slowly stepped forward and cleared his throat to announce, "Attention contestants, the practical examination of Accede sect is about to begin." Hearing this, everyone's face tensed up simultaneously. Only Cene remained calm, as if it had nothing to do with him, yawning wearily. The announcer continued, "The examination rules are as follows. Within 2 hours, defeating demon beasts will earn you points. Defeating first-tier demon beasts earns 1 point, second-tier 2 points, third-tier 4 points, and fourth-tier 8 points. Anyone who reaches 50 points will pass the examination. On the other hand, there are also 5th-tier demon beasts in the mountains, so I advise you all to avoid them as much as possible. I have said what needed to be said, and now I declare the examination to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone moved forward in unison, filled with enthusiasm. Cene closed his eyes lightly, took a deep breath. "This place is filled with the scent of demon beasts, just like the mountain behind my house." Suddenly, he noticed something and turned around sharply to observe. A little guy with messy hair and a muddy face was chasing after demon beasts while shouting loudly, "Don't run away, stop so I can score points for my admission." A loud noise suddenly emerged, becoming clearer by the moment. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy unexpectedly tore through the air, heading straight for the demon beast. The little guy gritted his teeth, unable to hide his astonished expression. Cene sat in the tree, gun in hand, smiling brightly as he said, "Sorry, but watching you struggle against it was just too much for me to bear." Hearing this, the guy on the other side became irritated and growled, I recognize you, you're the only second-tier participant in the assessment. How dare you steal my prey?" Ignoring him, Cene turned away and calmly replied, "What are you talking about? It's normal to have your prey snatched away in this kind of game." The little guy grabbed Cene's shoulder, preventing him from leaving and angrily warned, "What nonsense are you talking about? You've offended me, and that means you've offended the Ing family. The Ing family won't let you off easily." Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "What are you doing?" Luin frowned, his cold gaze directed towards that way, his deep voice resonating with dissatisfaction. "How embarrassing, don't you know that in this Royal Academy, relying on your family to act recklessly is strictly forbidden?" Seeing Luin approach coldly, the little guy immediately trembled, his face turning pale as he stammered. Luin, the firstborn of the prestigious Luin family, has already reached the 4th stage of cultivation and has the ability to win this championship. Cene didn't understand what was going on and naively asked, "What Luin? What Yun?" He turned and ran away, his limbs flailing, while still trying to shout back, Wait for me. If I get the chance, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Cene watched him go, slightly helpless, and sighed, "These guys always use the same line." Then he turned to Luin, smiled brightly, and gently said, "Thank you for your help, I am Cene, nice to meet you." Luin smiled back, his eyes carrying a hint of calmness and ease, "I am Luin. Everyone treats me with caution and distance, you are the first person to speak to me so comfortably. Since we have the fate to meet, why not cooperate together through this examination?" On the surface, he appeared friendly, but inside he was secretly laughing. Traveling with a second-stage cultivator could conveniently earn me some extra points. Unaware of Luin thoughts, Cene cheerfully replied, "Then I will gladly obey your command." In his mind, he thought, just right to see how strong a 4th-stage cultivator is. In the room, a calm voice echoed, "This assessment not only tests practical combat abilities but also evaluates teamwork skills." A person gently clasped their hands together, calculating. This time, the candidates are basically 3rd-tier cultivators, with a few having reached the 4th tier. But even the 4th-tier ones find it very difficult to complete the mission alone within the stipulated time. They can only collaborate as a team and leverage each person's strengths. A hurried voice rang out, "Lang Bo, achieve a high efficiency in eliminating demon beasts to complete the mission within the time limit." Luan Yun continued to speak without pause. In this place, those participating in the assessment are mostly noble disciples, and in their usual living conditions, they rarely encounter demon beasts. To be honest, even if I reach the 4th tier, I'm not very confident. He then turned back with a smile and continued, so we need to devise a combat plan. You will be in charge of defense, and I will handle the attack. Suddenly, a demon beast resembling a wolf appeared, its mouth dripping with saliva. Luan Yun quickly shouted, "See Jean, this is a 4th tier demon beast, a 2-headed hound. You need to run quickly while I think of a way to deal with it." He thought to himself, this is bad, I'm surrounded. I have to quickly take one down and then run to save Si Jean. He seems too scared and is frozen in place. Beside him, Si Jean stood still, without any movement. His eyes were bright, fixed intently on the demon beasts in front of him, his expression clearly one of greed. Impressive, this is the first time I've seen 2-headed demon beasts. How can they be like this? Is it due to a mutation caused by the demon beasts or a genetic anomaly? Is it like dog meat? Is there shrimp paste? It must taste good. Sensing that gaze, the beast trembled slightly and pitifully cried out, "Ngao." On this side, the battle between the 2-headed hound and Luan Yun was intense. Luan Yun seized the opportunity, now's the time. He quickly launched an attack, but the 2-headed hound showed no panic. Its large body was surprisingly agile, easily dodging the strike. Seeing this, Luan Yun hastily unleashed a new move, shouting loudly, "How about this move?" A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the 2-headed hound. Observing the demon beasts being eliminated before him, Luan Yun pondered, indeed, taking down 4th tier demon beasts alone still has its difficulties. Suddenly remembering his companion, he quickly turned back and shouted loudly, "Almost forgot, Si Jean." Before he finished his sentence, Luan Yun stood frozen, looking at Si Jean in confusion. Yet, Si Jean had already defeated all the 4-headed hounds. He trembled and spoke, "Si Jean, are you still human?" A teacher looked into the tracking stone, worriedly exclaiming, "This is bad, the exam has just started and these 2 candidates are already surrounded by 4th grade demon beasts." 4 flickering red dots surrounded the 2 yellow ones, like fierce eyes lurking. Not long after, the 4 demon beasts simultaneously vanished from the map. The teacher crossed his arms and sighed in relief. I can't help but exclaim, as expected of the Luan family's young master, to take down a pack of 4th grade demon beasts in the blink of an eye. With his combat power, it's possible he could even handle 5th grade demon beasts. Hearing this, someone next to him immediately rebutted, "No way. The main reason is that 4th grade practitioners cannot solo 5th grade demon beasts, which is why we arranged for 5th grade demon beasts in this examination. This is intended to test the candidate's ability to avoid danger. How can anyone actively challenge a 5th grade demon beast?" The gentleman nodded slightly, his voice steady as he replied, "That's true. Moreover, this 5th grade demon beast is the king of the mountain. If it dies, all the demon beasts on the mountain will lose their fighting spirit, and at that point, this examination will be considered a failure." The principal watched the stone projection intently, worriedly thinking to himself, "Si Jean, little guy, don't mess up this examination." Back in the examination area, Luan Yun hurriedly chased after Si Jean. He frowned, his voice clearly tinged with worry, "Si Jean, I see you must not be an ordinary 2nd grade, right? But if you keep going like this and say..." Then he quickly ran ahead to block the way, continuing, "According to my intel, the 5th grade demon beast should be ahead of us. Are you really planning to challenge the 5th grade demon beast?" Si Jean brushed off his hands as if to deny it, his eyes darting elsewhere. He awkwardly replied, "How could that be? How could I defeat a 5th grade demon beast? It's just that I sense someone has already gone there, so I thought going over might help." Luan Yun pondered for a moment and then agreed, there might be someone without scouting abilities who got lost there. We really should go there to save him. A teacher who was intently watching the stone that tracked images suddenly jolted. He panicked and shouted, "Huh! How come a contestant is heading towards the 5th grade demon beasts?" In the tree, a small figure was stealthily observing the gigantic demon beast below. Mu Jilan looked at it and silently made up her mind, taking this opportunity, perhaps I can defeat the 5th grade demon beasts. If I defeat the 5th grade demon beasts, I should be able to enroll directly. Then she quickly sprang from the branch. Mu Zhilan turned and launched an attack, her momentum surging as she shouted, "Take this." Right after the strike, she dashed forward, her figure gliding through the strong winds. From the thick smoke, a pair of blazing eyes flashed, flames bursting forth fiercely. The 5th grade demon beast roared powerfully. Zhilan looked at it, unscathed, and thought with frustration, how can it be unharmed? It seems that my 4th grade spiritual energy is not enough to contend with it. The ear-piercing roar seemed to tear through space, echoing straight to Luan Yun and Si Jin. Both immediately turned around, their sharp eyes following the source of the roar. Luan Yun frowned, speaking coldly. It seems that the guy has disturbed the 5th grade demon beasts. If we keep going, we will run into it. The demon beast, with its fierce power, struck hard, sending Mu Zhilan flying far away. She stumbled slightly, a flash of pain appearing in her eyes, but she still bravely sat up. Mu Zhilan thought to herself, no wonder it's a 5th grade demon beast, I can't injure it with normal methods. It seems I can only use that move. The demon beast continued to charge straight at her, its sharp fangs bared. It lunged forward again, crashing into Mu Zhilan. She was sent soaring into the sky, her eyes squinting in pain, her face momentarily contorting from the force of the impact. A wave of helplessness surged within Mu Zhilan as she thought, is this where I have to stop? Si Jin quickly rushed over. He leaped up, swiftly catching Mu Zhilan in his arms. He smiled gently, looking straight into her eyes and asked softly, "Are you alright?" Mu Zhilan blushed, hesitating slightly as she replied, "I." Suddenly, Mu Zhilan felt her body become weightless, then she was unexpectedly set down gently. Si Jin hurriedly ran off. The loud shout echoed everywhere. "It seems there's nothing to worry about, let's hurry and escape." Seeing that unpleasant scene, Luan Yun shouted, "Don't act like a hero and then run away." While running, Si Jin said, "No wonder this aura feels familiar." Saying that, he turned his head back and calmly continued, "Turns out it's a relative of that useless person behind our house." Breathless, Luan Yun tried to respond, "As if you're so familiar with 5th grade demon beasts. Stop boasting and think of a way to deal with it." Si Jin turned to him and casually said, "Don't you know that fighting 5th grade demon beasts is very dangerous? Don't you have any appreciation for that?" Hearing this, Luan Yun angrily shouted, "You call that normal? What ordinary person can take down 3 4th grade beasts in one breath? You must be hiding your true strength during the test. Stop pretending now, our lives are at stake." Si Jin reached into his pocket, searching for something, then quietly said, "All right then." He slowly pulled out a grenade and gently pulled its pin. Without hesitation, Si Jin immediately threw the grenade forward. Mu Zhilan looked at him in panic. Suddenly, Si Jin shouted, "All right, lie down quickly." Mu Zhilan hurriedly called out, "What's good about that? What did you just throw?" As soon as the words left her mouth, a tremendous explosion occurred. Thick smoke billowed up, darkening the entire sky. Mu Zhilan and Luan Yun looked up, their faces turning pale. The 5th grade demon beasts died before they could even gasp. The teacher monitoring the stone-throwing test exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? The 5th grade demon beasts have been eliminated." Seeing this, the principal was furious, grinding his teeth in frustration, thinking, "This little guy Si Jin. Si Yuan Dai, your little guy really knows how to cause trouble for me." On this side, the group fighting the demon beasts suddenly saw them turn and flee. Watching the fleeing figures of the demon beasts, one person asked, "Why are the demon beasts running away?" A teacher exclaimed in astonishment, "In the 300 years since the academy was founded, this is the first time students in the entrance exam have eliminated 5th grade demon beasts. All the demon beasts have lost their will to fight because of this, and the exam has only lasted for 2 incense sticks, it can't continue now. This means most people are not qualified. We are losing most of the new students like this." The principal, tired and sighing in frustration, said, "There's no other way, we can only recruit them all." Daylight filtered into the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy held the new student enrollment ceremony. Zhilan hurriedly rushed forward, asking in a flurry, Cene, who exactly are you? Which sect do you belong to? Who taught you those moves? Luan Yun, caught in the middle, tried to separate them, gently saying, calm down a bit. Cene pursed his lips, his gaze evasive, clearly unwilling to speak. Seeing this, Luan Yun conceded, all right, everyone has their own secrets. When he is willing to talk, it won't be too late to ask again. Jilan softened a bit, her tone lowering with some hesitation, even so. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her, now, please welcome Principal Li Xiao to give a speech. The principal stepped up, coughed lightly, and continued, first of all, everyone. He smiled gently and continued, congratulations on your enrollment, but don't think that once you enroll, you can relax. This is just the beginning. The principal's voice faded a bit, and he slowly continued. The Royal Academy values strength above all else. Those who are incompetent and do not strive will quickly be eliminated by others, becoming stepping stones for them. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, no one dared to speak. Ignoring the silence, the principal slowly continued. You must understand that our academy has trained many spirit supremes. The teachers here are basically all at least at the 8th rank in cultivation. In the previous formation Spirit Demon War, both the students and professors of the academy participated in that battle. The principal's voice shone with determination. If we talk about which force can maintain stability and prosperity for the mainland, it is us. Upon hearing this, Cene smiled brightly, thinking to himself, it seems I must also strive to reach the Spirit Supreme realm as soon as possible. Speaking of the Spirit Demon War, suddenly a person stepped forward from behind, his voice dripping with disdain. Brother, is it not enough for you to be ridiculed? This academy has countless geniuses, but how many can truly reach the 8th rank or above? You, a mere 2nd rank, need not say more. Next to him, joining in, someone continued, that's right, having goals is good, but we need to be a bit realistic to avoid being crushed later on and unable to recover. Luan Yun smiled helplessly, shook his head slightly, and said, this is not a joke for him. Next, I invite the student who has defeated the 5th level demon beasts in this exam to speak. Please welcome Cene. As soon as the words were spoken, the two just now froze, their expressions filled with disbelief. Cene calmly and slowly walked up, what is it? You called me? Luan Yun pointed in the direction of the fading figure and said slowly, he is the one who defeated the 5th level demon beasts. Upon hearing this, the two immediately went blank, their eyes momentarily stunned before they exclaimed, what? Cene's footsteps slowed and then stopped completely. Standing high above, Cene looked down at the crowd below, who were staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at him. He cleared his throat softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He tried to appear calm, his voice cheerful as if nothing was wrong. If we are studying together, then we are all classmates. I hope we can become friends and support each other. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Everyone progresses together. Inside him, there was an overwhelming fear, and he thought, back in school, I was always so anxious when asked to answer, not knowing what to say. What do they want me to say now? The group of students reacted with discontent, loudly retorting, what is this? Isn't this little guy just a useless second-tier person? Do you really dream of becoming our friend? What do you have that is so impressive? Surely, those two 4th-tier geniuses defeated the 5th-tier demon beasts, and you just got lucky by riding on their coattails. Seeing everyone like this, Cene sighed softly, wondering, why are the masses so angry? Then he lowered his head, feeling dejected as he stepped down, thinking, it seems I won't have good connections in this life. Suddenly, a hand clapped firmly on Cene's shoulder. A gentle voice spoke up, Cene, I have something to say to you. I advise you to keep a low profile. People in the academy have a bit of blood chi and might come looking for trouble with you every day. Upon hearing this, he scratched his head and confidently smiled, saying, I'm not afraid, after all, no one can defeat me, so you don't need to worry too much. Seeing his demeanor, the principal helplessly whispered, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Then he slowly continued, in short, you still use those strange techniques sparingly, so as not to arouse suspicion about your identity. Cene awkwardly scratched his face, forcing a smile and said, I I understand. The next day, a teacher stood before everyone, his deep, hoarse voice softly saying, "Now it's time for the basic magic techniques lesson. First, you all use your best attack magic on the steel in front of you." Everyone quickly unleashed their techniques in unison, light and energy exploding, rushing straight towards the target. A slender hand lightly brushed by. Zilan's expression turned serious as she firmly drew her bow and aimed. Then she shouted loudly, "Arrow of 1,000 miles." The arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, wrapped in green flames, burning brightly and powerfully. The arrow flew towards the stone, colliding violently and shattering it into countless fragments, debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, everyone began to discuss among themselves, "Wow, if this hit a person, there would probably be nothing left, truly worthy of being a fourth rank." Zilan watched, lightly brushing her hair indifferently, thinking to herself, "Not bad." Around her, people were chattering, "So impressive, can you teach me?" Jin slowly stepped forward, thinking, "Oh, is it my turn now?" Next to him, a guy spoke up with a condescending tone. "Huh? Isn't this the second-tier guy? You know how to use spirit techniques too?" Jin glanced down briefly, reminding himself, "I should keep a low profile here, let me use the technique I just saw." A thin beam of light appeared in midair. Jin recalled, Mu Zilan's spirit technique must use spiritual energy to compress the air into an arrow, using spirit pressure to stabilize it. When the arrow hits the target, the spirit pressure breaks, causing the compressed air to explode. He closed his eyes, aimed, and thought, controlling the power to about 30% should be good enough. Zilan was taken aback when he saw Jin's technique, his eyes filled with disbelief. The technique shot forward, burrowing deep into the rock but failing to break it. One guy stepped forward, mocking him, "The power is really weak, little guy, your level isn't bad, huh?" Jin didn't respond, only forced a smile to brush it off. In his mind, he breathed a sigh of relief, "That's fine." Suddenly, a person quietly walked toward Jin. Seeing this, he smiled politely and gently said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Indeed, I still have a long way to go compared to you." Ignoring that appearance, Zilan said sharply, Jin, you." She struggled to suppress her anger and continued, "This is the spell I painstakingly created. How did you learn it just by looking at it?" Jin was startled, his whole body stiffened, and he stammered, "This." In his mind, he thought, "Oh no, what now?" Finally, class was over, and Jin sneaked out of the academy, walking stealthily. Once he was safely outside, he stopped, sighed, and thought, "Finally, class is over. That was really dangerous. Next time I can't carelessly use random spells, I need to stay far away from her." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed behind him, sending shivers down his spine, "I found you, Jin." He desperately tried to escape, but Zilan seemed tireless, getting closer with every step. Exhausted and crying, he realized he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Unable to run anymore, Jin turned around, panting, and quietly asked, "How long do you intend to follow me? What is going on?" Zilan wiped her sweat, her sharp voice ringing out, "You still haven't clearly explained how you learned my technique." Jin hurriedly turned away. He frowned slightly and coldly said, "Can we talk about this tomorrow? I currently have something very important to attend to." Zilan, hearing this, quickly asked, "What could be more important than my matters?" Jin then seriously turned back to look at her. He broke into a bright smile and cheerfully continued, "The treasure shop is having its grand opening with a discount, all household items are just 10 coins each." People were jostling in front of the stall, and the sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. The noise echoed throughout the space, come on, who stepped on my foot?" Suddenly, Jin spoke up, "I never expected a princess like you to come to such a poor place." Zilan gently explained, "Though I am a princess, my kingdom is not wealthy and cannot be compared to other nations. Just treat me like an ordinary girl." Suddenly, she was bumped into by someone and stumbled back a step. Zilan lost her balance and fell straight into Jin. Seeing this, he quickly reached out to support her. The unexpected collision caused her to stagger, her soft chest lightly pressing against Jin's. He gently closed his eyes to enjoy, thinking to himself, "This soft feeling." Zilan's face turned red, she lowered her head and mumbled an apology, there were too many people just now. Cene also felt shy and replied softly, it's okay. Finally, it's my turn. Shopkeeper, I want this, and that, and I also want this one too. The shopkeeper nodded slightly, alright. Jilan noticed a stuffed sheep by the roadside stall and took a few steps to pick it up. She looked at it intently, her face full of delight. My kingdom is a kingdom founded by nomads. Cene asked in confusion, in other words, your kingdom is on the prairie, right? Jilan nodded gently, yes. The endless prairie with the wind blowing continuously, deep in the prairie there are herds of white birch grazing, like pearls scattered across the grassland. Cene smiled innocently and replied, it must be really beautiful. Hearing this, Jilan couldn't help but laugh heartily, that's right, it's the most beautiful scenery in the world. The people of the prairie are very simple, the most precious items are shared with guests. At night, the starlight is bright, and the light from the moon shines on the prairie, creating a serene peace. The night wind sneaked through, making the entire grassland sway gently. Especially in summer, when the grassland is lush and green, just taking a deep breath brings the scent of grass and trees, making one feel joyful and relaxed. Cene saw her like this and gently asked, do you miss home? Jilan smiled lightly and replied, yes. Suddenly, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Jilan gently set the sheep down, her voice tinged with reluctance as she spoke to the shopkeeper, let's leave it at that, please prepare a few cultivation items for me. Seeing this, Cene felt puzzled and curiously asked, why don't you buy any daily necessities and only buy cultivation supplies? Jilan slightly lowered her head and slowly replied, before I can accept missions to earn money at the academy, all my money comes from the sweat and blood of the people. I cannot waste it. Then she quickly walked ahead, lightly calling back, let's go. Watching the figure of the young girl, Cene fell into silence. Then he spoke, boss. Cene lowered his head, trying to carry all the items beside him. Jilan worriedly asked, is it very heavy? He stubbornly replied, it's nothing. In his mind, he thought, we are just like those guys strolling with their girlfriends, even though Mu Jilan is not my girlfriend. Then Jilan pointed to a log and said, let's rest over there for a bit. As soon as he set down the pile of stuff, Cene let out a sigh of relief. He asked softly, why do you want to become so strong? After all, you are a princess. Jilan smiled bitterly, her voice slightly lowered, why, you ask? My kingdom is a poor little country, such a small country needs a great nation to protect it in order to survive. Her voice trembled more and more as she spoke, and as a princess, I can only serve as a tool for political marriage with the great nations, but there is still one last hope. As long as I can become Spirit Supreme, I will possess the power of an entire nation. Everyone tells me to give up, saying it's impossible. So when I heard you boldly claim you would become Spirit Supreme at the opening ceremony, I was truly very happy. Suddenly, Cene bent down to rummage through the newly bought items. He pulled out the stuffed sheep from earlier, held it out to Jilan, and gently said, this is for you. Then Cene smiled, gently comforting her. You have tried very hard already, from now on, let's strive together. Jilan said nothing, she looked at the sheep in her hands and smiled gently. Tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes, trembling as if they were about to burst at any moment. Suddenly, she tilted her head against Cene's shoulder, thinking to herself, I can't let him see this. He was slightly taken aback by her action. What? What kind of situation is this? After stabilizing her emotions, Jilan smiled softly and gently said, you are absolutely right, let's work hard together. She stood up abruptly, pointed at Cene, and said lightly, Cene, let's have a duel. At this unexpected challenge, Cene was momentarily stunned, unsure how to react. He couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of plot is this? I thought I was going to experience a girl confessing her feelings. Indeed, reincarnation in another world with a harem is all a scam. Cene hurriedly tried to evade, well, look, it's already getting dark, let's talk about this tomorrow instead. Mu Jilan was unyielding, she voiced her opposition, the evening is just right since there's no one else around to see, and besides, I've already informed the teacher. The teacher will surely arrive soon, she thought to herself, but after this, I won't bother you anymore. A tired voice echoed in the space, so troublesome, I still have to work overtime tonight. The teacher slowly approached, his voice betraying his fatigue, I want to see which two little brats want to duel right after the opening ceremony. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He gently stroked his beard and smiled, is it you two? This will be interesting. The teacher's face was full of anticipation as he thought, I heard that these two students defeated 5th grade demon beasts during the exam. Cene, unwilling to accept this, raised his hand to speak, Teacher, can I refuse the duel? The teacher smiled gently and replied, according to the rules, you can. You won't be punished at all. Many students duel simply because of their arrogance. Refusing is less embarrassing than being defeated, so you just need to talk to the teacher supervising you a bit. Upon hearing this, Cene smiled brightly. Then, before he could finish, the teacher interrupted, but your duel will be quite interesting. We will not agree to your refusal. If you do not want to fight, then let her cut that off from your family. Cene cried and turned to Jilan, trying to persuade her. Jilan, why do you insist on a duel with me? I am just a second-tier individual. Jilan sneered, her tone slightly mocking. Second tier. Then she glanced over and continued, you have always concealed your true strength. Among the new students, you are the strongest. Moreover, the wind howled through the trees, I haven't faced someone in a full battle for a long time. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rushed in, stirring up dust and leaves everywhere. Cene looked up, his gaze focused on the swirling wind, thinking to himself, the feeling of the wind is getting stronger. The teacher watched them, lost in his own thoughts. Jilan is indeed of the wind-type spiritual energy. Each individual with spiritual energy is born with an attribute, the most common being fire. There are also more mysterious types like lightning and ice. However, the wind type is recognized as having the weakest attack power. With her 4th-tier cultivation, Jilan could strike a 5th-tier demon beast without sustaining any injuries. It is precisely because of this reason. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind shot by. However, that was only for the thick-skinned, fleshy demon beasts. The gust gently brushed past, tearing the sleeve of Cene's shirt. If you want to cut through a human body, one gust of wind is sufficient. Cene looked at the wound on his hand, astonished, and asked, since when did this happen? The teacher looked on and smiled, explaining, although the wind-type spiritual energy is weak, it is precisely because of this that it is not easy to detect. Moreover, due to the nature of the wind, the trajectory of the attack changes very erratically. More importantly, because the wind type is not taken seriously by everyone, both wind-type cultivators and those fighting against them have very little research on wind-type abilities. A sharp gust of wind shot past him once more, but this time Cene was prepared and dodged lightly. However, it seems that Jilan has grasped the combat method of the wind type already. She rushed forward, launching continuous attacks. Cene struggled to fend off those blows. So this is what wind-type attacks can do, both thick and fast, it's really hard to see coming. Cene hurriedly retreated, thinking to himself. Basically, there's no time to structure the defensive spirit technique, if hit, it's game over. Jilan coldly expressed her annoyance, what's wrong? Just dodging won't help you win against me. Aren't you going to use those strange tricks of yours? She recalled the last time, carefully probing every move of Cene. Last time, Cene used a strange device to swiftly defeat 5th grade demon beasts. What method will he use this time? Watching those continuous moves, Cene murmured, I promised the principal not to act recklessly, this time, I should stick to normal methods. Then he dashed forward like an arrow. Cene leaped decisively, his eyes sharp as knives, getting closer to Jilan. Seeing this, she smiled. Want to get close for hand-to-hand combat? Full dragon energy. Immediately, a powerful whirlwind appeared. Looking at the formidable whirlwind before him, Cene momentarily froze, unable to hold back a gasp. What? He gritted his teeth slightly, his attitude a bit cautious. This is too exaggerated. The teacher furrowed his brows, observing thoughtfully. Even though Jilan is a 4th grade, full dragon energy is a 6th grade spirit technique, she shouldn't be able to cast it. Let alone a scale this large. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as if he had understood something. So that's it. The teacher glanced at Mu Jilan, who was fighting in front of him, thinking to himself, this isn't the heavenly dragon energy at all, but rather a low-level wind-type spell, creating an effect similar to the heavenly dragon energy. The teacher shot a stone towards the whirlwind, noticing that it didn't shake at all, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, there is no attacking force. In other words, this is a trick to obscure the truth. Suddenly, a powerful blue light shot straight towards Cene. He widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down continuously. A loud explosion rang out, and smoke billowed thickly. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, a figure appeared, holding a sword with an imposing demeanor. Cene, sword in hand, gently sliced through the white smoke around him, splitting it in two. He breathed a sigh of relief. I almost bit the dust there. A powerful blade flashed by. Cene slightly leaned to the side, the sharp sword tracing a curve in the air, cutting through that wind-type spell. The teacher laughed heartily, unable to contain himself, and shouted. A sword! Is he using a sword? The wind-based spiritual technique is wonderful against swordsmanship. It's worth coming to witness this. How interesting. Cene and Jilan charged at each other, their bodies like flashes of lightning, creating a tense battle. Mu Jilan paused, her expression darkening slightly. It seems you only want to confront me using sword techniques. She lifted her head, her voice turning sharp. Are you underestimating me? Despite Mu Jilan's expression, he remained relaxed and smiled gently. Those little tricks of mine, I'm sure you've already thought about how to counter them. I've witnessed your attacking techniques. If we compare flexible strategies, I certainly won't gain the upper hand. So it's better to keep it simple. No matter how strange or unpredictable your attacks may be, I will cut through them with my sword. Cene stood still, his sharp gaze following every movement of Mu Jilan. He suddenly lunged forward, accurately slicing through the powerful stream of spiritual energy heading towards him. Cene acted without hesitation, each sword strike swinging like a whirlwind, perfectly blocking her attacks both in front and behind. The sharp blade continuously swung up, completely halting Mu Jilan's assault. The old master watched attentively, unable to refrain from making an assessment. It's the first time I've seen someone use sword techniques to break through the continuous attacks of the wind system. Moreover, after picking up the sword, this kid's momentum changed. He was no longer as disordered as before. Even before he was aware of it, his body had already acted a step ahead. How on earth has this kid trained in sword techniques? In Cine's childhood memories, on a clear day, his father suddenly brought out a sword and smiled as he said, Xiao, today I will start teaching you sword techniques. Hearing this, Cene was excited and quickly nodded. He thought to himself, indeed, handsome men must use swords. It feels more and more like a crossover into a different world. Cene gently ran his fingers along the blade of the sword, then he smiled and said slowly, Xiao, listen carefully, the sword is an extension of the body, but it's not entirely so. Because of the existence of sword energy, the main techniques of swordsmanship are slashing, stabbing, thrusting, and sweeping. Cene listened attentively to this knowledge, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, and then what? Cene laughed and splashed him with a bucket of cold water. And then what? That's it. That's all there is to it. Just keep trying to practice, and you'll be fine. Hearing his father say that, he held himself back slightly. Is that it? He forced a smile, pressing his father for more. Aren't there any special techniques? Like some killer move or something, Dad? Like the moonlight heavenly flow or the heavenly auspicious dragon strike? At that moment, he thought to himself, what is going on? Is Dad really that old and weak? Cene gently patted his son's head and said, there aren't any of those things. The formless defeats the formed. Now, come practice with me. Cene sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, it seems like with this spiritual technique, I have to figure out how to improve my swordsmanship on my own. Are you ready? I'll attack now, Cene said. Cene got into a fighting stance and nodded slightly. Cene stepped back a foot, gathering momentum to launch his move. Suddenly, he lunged forward. Cene watched his father's technique in shock, unable to react in time. Moments later, he sat down on the ground with a bruised face, panting heavily to catch his breath. He cursed inwardly, I think that old man is trying to take my life. Ruan Dai rushed over, distressed, and hugged her son, her voice ringing out, oh my, Xiao Jin. Ce, can't you control your strength? Hearing his wife scolding him, he waved his hand trying to justify himself, this kid is very stubborn during training, later, if I'm not careful and serious again. Ce Jin recalled softly, starting sword training at 6 years old, 365 days a year, for a total of 10 years of relentless storms. Every day he had to endure blows as fierce as a raging tempest. Returning to the present, Ce Jin felt a surge of gratitude towards his father. He thought to himself, thank you, old man, the winds from this prairie no longer frighten me. Then he smiled lightly at Mu Jilan, reminding her, I'm coming. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Sharp sword strikes were continuously unleashed, he was like a fighting machine, shouting loudly without pause. Slash! Slash! Taking a slight step back, he maintained a defensive stance, knowing that as long as he got close, the situation would immediately change. Can you cast your spell to counter my sword technique in time now? Saying this, Ce Jin charged forward fiercely, raising his sword to gain momentum. Mu Jilan, undeterred, shouted loudly, 4th level spell, Wind God Arrow. From the still winds, a girl gradually took shape. The bow shot straight toward Ce Jin. The teacher watched and thought to himself, the outcome is decided. The ordinary Qing Tai sword in Ce Jin's hand cannot withstand a full-force strike from Mu Jilan. To avoid casualties, I should intervene and stop them. Then he raised his hand, but before he could shout, a sudden sound interrupted him. Ce Jin charged fiercely towards Mu Jilan, shouting loudly, 1st level spiritual technique, Shockwave. The sword was swung powerfully. The teacher quickly retracted his hand, staring in shock at Ce Jin. What? Ce Jin unleashed the 1st level spiritual technique with great force, launching a direct attack towards Mu Jilan. The strong aftershock from the strike caused the teacher's robe to flutter slightly. Ce Jin's sword could not withstand it, making a cracking sound before shattering into pieces. Ignoring the broken sword in his hand, Ce Jin continued to charge straight at Mu Jilan. A piercing clang echoed. Mu Jilan momentarily froze, looking at the sword pointed directly at her, and she stepped back slightly. Seeing this, Ce Jin lowered his sword and gently said, it seems like it's a draw. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Jilan suddenly knocked him with a painful blow, causing him to exclaim, oh my god. Seeing that scene, the old teacher helplessly declared, Mu Jilan wins. Ce Jin glanced at Mu Jilan, his voice tinged with a bit of frustration, are you really that competitive? Mu Jilan shyly defended herself, fighting is really not about being careless, your overconfidence is the issue. Before Ce Jin could reply, she hurried away, awkwardly calling back, alright, the outcome is decided, don't think too much about it. Ce Jin looked after her, confused, and asked, what are you embarrassed about? And why are you telling me not to think too much? She's already gone. The old teacher stepped forward gently and cheerfully explained, according to the customs in Mu Jilan's country, if a girl her age officially loses a duel to a man, she must repay him with her body. Hearing this, Ce Jin sighed helplessly, this custom is quite advantageous, isn't it? No wonder she wants to win so badly. The old teacher teased in response, it's a pity that if you had fought your best just now, being a bit more careful, you might have another wife by now. Hearing this, Ce Jin quickly waved his hands, awkwardly replying, it seems I'm not that lucky. The old teacher did not let up and continued to tease, I see that the young lady seems to have some feelings for you after all. However, as your teacher, I must remind you that studying is the most important thing, you must not fall in love too early. Hearing this, Ce Jin quickly nodded obediently and replied, okay. At that moment, he thought to himself, why do all teachers have the same worldview? The next morning, the sky was clear without a single cloud. As Ce Jin was heading to class, he ran into Mu Jilan. He took the initiative to greet her. Good morning, let's go to the classroom together. Mu Jilan gently replied, sure. The two walked toward the classroom together. Mu Zhilan broke the silence. I originally thought you only relied on those strange tricks to launch surprise attacks. I didn't expect you to be able to master the basic techniques of swordsmanship to become so strong. It seems I still haven't tried hard enough. The people in the academy saw Cene walking with Mu Zhilan and began to gossip. Isn't that Mu Zhilan from the 4th level? The one next to her is the new student representative from the 2nd level. Are they close? One person exclaimed in frustration. Humph, that little man is just pretending to flatter her. The name next to him continued. Later we heard that when the 5th level demon beasts were defeated, the 2 4th level strong ones, Mu Zhilan and Luan Yun, were also there. That 2nd level guy must have taken advantage of the situation. Who knows if he had any backdoor dealings at the school, but the results all count towards him. Shameless. Cene remained calm, whistling as if he hadn't heard those words. Suddenly, Mu Zhilan turned to him and asked softly, "They are making sarcastic remarks about you, but it seems you don't care at all." Cene replied nonchalantly, appearing indifferent, "I'm used to it. Back when I was in school, I was ostracized everywhere I went. Besides, I'm stronger than them now, I don't have time to care about the thoughts of those lowly people." Hearing this, Mu Zhilan couldn't help but laugh. "If I weren't close to you, I would want to beat that arrogant look of yours just now to a pulp." Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. "Please let go of me." Both turned their gaze to the commotion. Gao Shen had a tight grip on Lang Bo's arm, proudly speaking, "Hey Lang Bo, I told you that when you see me, you have to bow and pay respects. Are you still saying that you don't want to live here anymore?" Lang Bo gritted her teeth, her angry gaze fixed on him. "Gao Shen, don't bully people too much. This is a school, and I don't have to listen to you." Witnessing the scene, Cene turned to whisper to Mu Zhilan, "Isn't this girl Lang Bo from our class? What trouble has she caused?" Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, gently explaining, "Gao Shen is the eldest son of the Gao family, the city guard of the royal capital, while Lang Bo is considered a branch of the Gao family. Lang Bo's father is an expert swordsman, which elevated Lang Bo's status significantly in the past. However, Lang Bo's father is now seriously ill, which is why the Gao family has been overshadowing her." Cene subtly pointed and said, "Are you going up too? Do you want to go over there to help?" Luan Yun gently declined, slowly saying, "The relationships among the nobles in the royal capital are very complicated, so it's not convenient for me to intervene. You go ahead, and if anything happens, I will support you." Mu Zhilan glanced at Luan Yun, exclaiming, "Cunning, you people from the city are still cunning." Luan Yun smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment." Cene next to him had started to get fired up and said excitedly, "Let's go beat them up. I hate those who bully others because of their strength." He stepped up to Lang Bo and shouted, "Hey, stop right there. A group of men bullying a girl, aren't you ashamed?" Gao Shen glanced over with a dismissive look and said arrogantly, "You dare to interfere in my business? I thought it was someone important. You're just a second-tier nobody with such a bold tone. Don't think that just because you have Luan Yun and Mu Zhilan backing you, I'll be afraid of you." Immediately after that remark, people around began to talk. That second-tier guy actually dares to confront Gao Shen. Although he hasn't reached the 4th tier, he's still the strongest among the 3rd tiers. What a bumpkin, lacking manners. Thinking that with the young master of the Luan family behind him, he can act however he wants. Even Luan Yun can't just fight Gao Shen at will. I think Cene is about to get into big trouble this time. Gao Shen smirked slightly, "You're not worthy of my attention. If you know what's good for you, just get lost." Ignoring his dismissal, Cene continued, "Get your filthy hands off her. Otherwise, I will break your arm." Gao Shen was intrigued by that confident demeanor, his sharp gaze glancing at Cene as he loudly declared, "Good, you have some spirit. I originally wanted to spare you out of respect for Luan Yun, but now I cannot let you go. Luan Yun, if you say anything more, it will be seen as opposing the Gao family." Luan Yun smiled calmly and replied, "Do not misunderstand, this is a matter between you and Cene. As long as you do not commit murder, I will not interfere with anything else." One subordinate arrogantly turned to Cene, "Did you hear that? He will no longer back you up. Remember, the people from this school are not someone like you, a country bumpkin, who can mess with." Cene remained unfazed and cheerfully responded, I heard him, he said as long as there is no murder, it is fine. The group of subordinates rushed forward, their attitude full of confidence, shouting in unison, then you are prepared to die. Cene smirked disdainfully, 2 third tier and 3 second tier, too weak, I don't need to fight seriously. Saying that, he raised his eyebrows slightly, stomped his foot on the ground, and shouted loudly. Lin thuet not jai, ngung bang. The control method releases spiritual energy, making the ice surface thin and flat. The subordinates couldn't react in time, tumbling to the floor. Cene smiled brightly, shooting out a spark, followed by a first-tier fire spell, and finally a second-tier electric spell. The subordinates could only sit there being electrocuted, unable to endure any longer, and all fainted in the courtyard. After finishing the task, Cene happily said, dealing with a bunch of fools like you, even kindergarten-level spells are more than enough. The onlookers were confused and buzzed about the scene. What just happened? I couldn't see clearly. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down 5 of them. How could he do that? This is impossible, he must have used some trick. If it were you, could you do it? Don't joke around, 2 of those 5 are third tier. One person stared at Cene and then asked, is he really only second tier? But the spells he used earlier were second tier and first tier sect spells. We know how to use those too. I know, but I believe those things are just ordinary techniques used for practice. Who would have thought they could be used in real combat? Cene smiled smugly as he looked at Gao Shen. Seeing this, Gao Shen couldn't contain his anger and shouted, you bastard. Then he turned to Luan Yun and yelled, Luan Yun, do you dare to let your dog bite me? Luan Yun smiled and calmly replied, as I just said, this matter has nothing to do with me, it's between Cene and you. His expression suddenly turned cold, and his voice became more assertive. Since you've already made your move, coming to me to make a fuss after losing and insulting my friend, are you really looking to die? Seeing that cold attitude, Gao Shen shivered slightly and didn't dare to continue the conversation. A light step approached. Cene ignored the furious glare from his opponent, gently walked past Gao Shen, and smiled softly at Lang Bo, are you alright? Lang Bo was momentarily taken aback and replied, I'm fine, thank you. Gao Shen, furious, pointed at Lang Bo with a threatening tone. Lang Bo, don't think that just because someone is protecting you this time, you're safe. Seeing him still chattering like that, Cene irritably gritted his teeth and said, if you keep talking, do you want to continue fighting? Suddenly, a small hand stopped him. Lang Bo stepped forward, gently turned back, and smiled at him, classmate Cene, thank you. We've only met a few times in class, and you're already ready to fight for me, you really are a good person. Then she slightly twirled the sword in her hand, her voice suddenly turning cold. But this matter is still my responsibility, so let me handle it myself. Lang Bo tightly gripped the sword, her expression full of determination. She swung the sword out, her gaze resolute as she shouted loudly, Gao Shen, I want to duel with you. Upon hearing this, Gao Shen's face darkened, and he stood frozen, not responding. After a moment, he ground his teeth, his low voice filled with anger, each word dripping with resentment, as if it were about to explode. He paused for a moment and continued, Lang Bo, your family master of the Ling family once relied on his strong swordsmanship, looking down on the status of others in the sect, repeatedly confronting my Gao family. Humiliating our Gao family. This lowly breed is indeed all inferior species. Gao Shen continued speaking, but behind him, he secretly began to condense his spiritual technique. Suddenly, Luan Yun shouted loudly, his tone urgent, watch out, Lang Bo. Gao Shen launched an attack, charging straight at Lang Bo, shouting, you rebel, I will definitely make you pay with your life. Cene gritted his teeth, silently cursing at his actions, what kind of strong third master is this? He even ambushes a girl. Watching the scene unfold, Luan Yun anxiously exclaimed, oh no, the fire technique of the Gao family is not an ordinary fire system technique, its power is very strong. Mu Jilan beside him remained calm and replied softly, it's fine, I've seen a very powerful swordsman before, so when I saw Lang Bo's stance, I knew. Lang Bo is much stronger than Gao Shen. Lang Bo maintained his composure, slowly drawing his sword. Two beams of sword light flashed in the air, and Lang Bo gently called out, Ling Shen Lu Cross Star. The cold sword light flashed, easily severing Gao Shen's spiritual technique. Gao Shen widened his eyes, exclaiming in shock. What? With a leap, Lang Bo dove straight down towards Gao Shen from the air. He panicked and quickly conjured a magical shield to block the attack. The powerful blade struck the magical shield, causing it to crack slightly. Then Lang Bo turned around and once again aimed directly at the magical shield, shattering it. Lang Bo landed lightly, showing no signs of difficulty from the attack. Suddenly, Lang Bo spun around, swinging her sword towards Gao Shen and shouted, Ling Shen Lu Lak Noyet. The strong sword strike sliced directly towards Gao Shen. Suddenly, a beam of magical energy flew in from nowhere, intercepting the attack, accompanied by a stern voice saying, Stop right there. The stream of magical energy blocked the path between Lang Bo and Gao Shen, forcing both to retreat. It seemed to have its own spiritual energy, attacking directly at Lang Bo. Under the force of that powerful energy, Lang Bo momentarily froze, unable to evade. Seeing Lang Bo in danger, Si Jin rushed forward. He thought to himself, this is the aura of a strong 6th rank. Lang Bo is in danger. Si Jin hurriedly extended his hand. Try to catch her. He didn't have time to think much, quickly shouted, Lang Bo, and rushed to block a blow for her. He tightened his arms, holding Lang Bo and jumped down. Si Jin gritted his teeth and looked up, who is it? A precise strike from strong 7th level, with no intention of stopping. A tall, serious figure walked slowly down the corridor. Si Jin glanced at Gao Qi Jin, thinking to himself, this old man wants to kill Lang Bo. The magic ray was like a light arrow, carrying a terrifying power, slicing through the air straight towards Si Jin and Lang Bo. Si Jin gritted his teeth, thinking, if he doesn't withdraw his hand, it seems this old man really wants to take lethal action. He turned to Lang Bo urgently and said, lend me your sword for a moment, mine is broken. She nodded slightly. Okay, sure. Si Jin swung the sword repeatedly, intending to blow away the air needed to fuel the flames. The flames were slightly diminished by the dispersed air, but soon they mixed together again, forming back into their original shape. Seeing this, Si Jin thought to himself, no, the power of the flames is too great, this level of attack is still not enough. Qi Jin looked at him struggling and spoke disdainfully. Is my flame something as insignificant as you can handle? He gently waved his hand, and the fire erupted even more violently, rushing straight towards Si Jin. Seeing this, Si Jin smiled, secretly pleased with his plan. He bit down hard on the grenade in his hand, preparing to throw it, thinking to himself, I knew that kind of old man, who shamelessly attacks students with all his might, would blow fire over here with just a little provocation. His main goal is to cut off all our escape routes. The flames were almost engulfing me, from this angle, I surely won't be noticed. Then he charged forward, throwing the grenade with all his strength towards Qi Jin, shouting loudly, damn it, you old bastard. An explosive shockwave erupted, and dust billowed in waves. Si Jin immediately held Lang Bo tightly, using the shockwave to rush outside quickly. Mu Jilan and Luan Yun hurried over, anxiously shouting. Si Jin. He gently held Lang Bo in his arms and hurriedly said, I'm fine, but the previous explosion was too strong, Lang Bo has fainted. Luan Yun tightened the sword in his hand, coldly questioning. Gao Qi Jin, what do you mean? He appeared calm and slowly replied, I am the discipline master of the academy, is there any problem with educating students who do not understand the rules? Si Jin leaned closer, and Luan Yun whispered, who is this person? Luan Yun replied in a low voice, this person is the discipline master of the Gao Qi Jin Academy, and he is the uncle of that Gao Shen guy. Hearing this, Si Jin frowned wearily and complained, is this personal revenge disguised as official duty? Are your noble families really that ruthless in their struggles? I think I should just return to the mountain. Then he raised his head, his sharp gaze questioning Gao Qi Jin loudly. Are you really educating students? I see you are clearly trying to harm others. Gao Qi Jin, feeling cornered, shouted angrily, what did you say? Behind him, Murmurs began to rise. This Gao Qijin is the uncle of Gao Shen. It's obvious. Is it really that serious? After all, he is a teacher at the academy. Even if it is personal revenge, do you dare to speak up for justice? I don't dare, I don't want to seek trouble like that. Gao Shen hurriedly ran to Lang Qijin's side and called softly, "Uncle." He nodded slightly and said seriously, "Gao Shen, this is not your business. Go to school first." Seeing Gao Shen about to leave, Si Jin shouted loudly, "Stop." Just now, Gao Shen caused trouble with Lang Bo here and was challenged to a duel by Lang Bo. You are the teacher of the academy, and you are not pursuing Gao Shen for causing trouble. Are you going to let Gao Shen off the hook while being biased during the duel, taking action against Lang Bo? As soon as Si Jin finished speaking, the group of boys began to chatter excitedly. Wow, someone is openly opposing him. I have to look at this second-tier guy differently now. No more second-tier talk. He just fought 1 against 5 and escaped safely from Gao Qijin's attack, that strong 5th tier. Now I somewhat believe he can really deal with 5th tier demon beasts. Gao Qijin was at a loss for words and pulled out the rules to defend himself. Duel applications must be officially submitted to the academy. It can only proceed in the presence of a teacher. You are just sparring, and I am only stopping you. Si Jin retorted with dissatisfaction. It was Gao Shen who struck first. If anyone should be stopped, it should be him. Moreover, he was just planning to assassinate him earlier. Gao Qijin gritted his teeth and continued to argue stubbornly, ridiculous, if I really wanted to assassinate, would you still be alive? If I hadn't held back, could you be safe and sound, or do you think a mere second-tier newcomer like you could stop my attack? Gao Shen, seeing someone backing him up, boasted loudly, if you can't match others, then stop embarrassing yourself here. Next time, I will definitely make you look good. Si Jin's expression darkened slightly, and he gritted his teeth. Next time. Si Jin pulled out several guns from his person and decisively pulled the trigger, the loud bang resonating throughout the area. The onlookers frowned at this, and he hurriedly used a burst of spiritual technique to block the bullets, shouting, "You brat, what do you want to do?" Bullets fiercely shot continuously towards Gao Qijin. Seeing his defense easily pierced, Gao Qijin exclaimed in surprise, "What? Even though the defensive capability of my burst spiritual technique has limitations, I am a strong 6th tier, how could I not withstand the sneak attack of this 2nd tier?" The bullets continued to fly towards him, making it difficult for him to cope. Gao Shen, seeing this, anxiously shouted, "Uncle." Si Jin's face darkened as he rushed straight towards him, coldly saying, "You still have time to care about others. Now let's settle the score." Gao Shen trembled in fear, managing to utter only one phrase, "Si Jin." Immediately after, he was swept away by Si Jin's sharp sword, sending him flying far away. Seeing his nephew being thrown aside, Gao Qijin's face turned red with anger, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted loudly, "Want to die?" Si Jin remained unflinching, coldly replying, "Let's see whose life is tougher then." Gao Qijin, furious, charged towards Si Jin, yelling, "You brat, you want to die, but I'm not afraid of him," challenging, "Let's see who dies first." Then he threw out 3 explosive balls. Each one gradually cracked open, flashing with golden light. Before those explosive balls could reach their target, a hand quickly closed around them. It was the principal, who held all 3 balls in his palm. He sighed helplessly, "This is not good. If these toys explode, I'll have to repair my teaching space." Gao Qijin was still rushing over, his face filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "What?" Despite his swift approach, the principal remained calm, gently grabbing Gao Qijin's wrist, which left him feeling a mix of surprise and fear. The old man glanced at him and reminded, "Mr. Gao, you've caused enough trouble already." Chao Kai Tien struggled to say, "Principal, I." The principal held a grenade in one hand while gripping his wrist with the other. He coldly looked at Chao Kai Tien and effortlessly exerted his authority, causing him to collapse. The ground quickly cracked under the principal's power. Still maintaining a cold expression, he said, "The old master of the Gao family, you are a close friend of mine. Out of respect for that old man, I won't pursue this matter further, but regarding the disciplinary issues in the future, you don't need to concern yourself with them anymore. Gao Qijin knelt on the ground, his face bowed down as he replied, understood, principal. The principal turned around, extending his hands behind him, Si Jin, come with me. The boy obediently responded, all right, principal. Si Jin turned back to Luan Yun's group and said, I'll be gone for a bit, take care of Lang Bo. Mu Zhilan nodded in response. The principal walked past where Gao Shen was kneeling. He indifferently reminded him, you go home, close the door, and reflect on yourself. Whenever you wish to return to study, the academy will notify you. His face darkened, but he still replied, yes, principal. Gao Shen clenched his shoulders tightly, angrily looking at Si Jin. He said through gritted teeth, Si Jin, no matter how angry Gao Shen is, you can come and hit me. Ignoring the two of them, everyone around continued to gossip. It's over, let's go to class. That Si Jin is really lucky. At a critical moment, the principal saved his life. Some others thought, not necessarily, I saw Si Jin fighting Gao Shen without any fear, he must have prepared something. Otherwise, wouldn't that be walking to his death? Who knows, he might really want to die, a madman. Regardless of whether Si Jin is truly formidable or not, someone like him I won't dare to provoke in the future. Otherwise, the outcome will be like Gao Shen's. Lower your voice, Gao Shen and Mr. Gao are still here. One after another, people said. You mock, you remind each other about today. What is there to be afraid of? If they're so capable, they should come find Si Jin to collect the debt first. Gao Qijin approached to help Gao Shen up, anxiously asking, Gao Shen, are you okay? He still had anger on his face as he replied, I'm fine, this time I've implicated uncle. He gently comforted his nephew, you should go home and rest first, we will definitely find a chance to get this debt back. On Si Jin's side, the principal turned to look at him, his face intrigued by the grenades in hand, suggesting, Si Jin, this toy of yours is interesting, let me study it first. Si Jin's face was helpless, he agreed but cautioned the principal, Principal, once you finish your research, please don't spread my secret weapon everywhere. The principal's expression became serious again. He reiterated what had just happened, if I hadn't arrived in time, I believe this of yours could have dealt with Gao Qijin, but you were standing so close, how were you planning to escape? Si Jin looked at the principal, hesitating as he said, I hadn't thought of that, at most, I would just endure a blow. That Gao guy clearly wants to kill me, I have to keep in mind that if the fish dies, the net breaks, then I might have a glimmer of hope for survival. The principal stroked his chin in thought, puzzled, and asked Si Jin, you are still young, your strength is not bad, and both your parents are spirit supremes. A beautiful life is still laid out before you. If you were an ordinary person, not to mention the fear of death, you would still have to be careful with your own safety. Why do you show signs of being a reckless person who doesn't care about life? He felt helpless before the principal's actions and was a bit worried. The principal is suspicious of me, what should I do? Should I straightforwardly say that I am a crossover? It seems there's nothing that can't be said, after all, I didn't come here to show off. Si Jin turned around and said seriously, Principal, actually Before he could finish his sentence, the principal interrupted him. Si Jin, everyone has their own secrets, and it's fine if you don't want to share. What I care about more is, why did you stand up for that girl named Lang Bo? He continued to tease him. I thought you and Mu Zhilan were about to get together. Is your goal really to establish a harem? Si Jin could only think helplessly, what is wrong with the teachers in this world? He said seriously, I just can't get used to seeing bullying happening without anyone intervening. The principal replied, so you intend to intervene? Even if it puts you in danger. The sunlight shone down, and his red hair made Si Jin's masculinity stand out. He narrated, Principal, you probably can't understand. In the past, I was someone who always looked around, afraid of everything, and in the end, I didn't dare to do anything at all. Si Jin recalled his appearance before crossing over. Clearly, there was so much injustice, so many mistakes, but because I was too weak and small, I couldn't change anything. Later, I grew to resent others, and even hated myself, isolating from everyone and escaping reality in a simulated world. Si Jin thought again about himself in this half-real, half-illusory world, compared to a different world or some kind of cultivation, perhaps this change in perception is the real rebirth. He confidently told the principal, I have made my decision, I must do what I believe is right. Absolutely do not compromise with any wrongdoing. If you lack strength, then become strong, become the strongest. Once again, Cene affirmed his determination, I want to become Spirit Supreme. After exchanging a few words with the principal, Cene wearily dragged himself back to his room. As he walked, he sighed and complained, I'm exhausted, why does it feel like as soon as I enrolled, the storms keep crashing down on me? With a dejected appearance, he monologued about the difficulties of starting school, why is the campus life of making friends and romance so out of reach for me? It seems like I've poked at someone very troublesome, and the principal was staring at me too. Recalling the principal's displeased expression during their conversation, Cene felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the principal had warned him, Cene, I remind you once again, your identity is special, so stop causing trouble. More importantly, do not casually damage public property. The more he thought, the more Cene's mood plummeted. He punched the nearby pillar to vent his frustration, shouting continuously, it's infuriating, what public property did I damage? An alumnus of the academy passing by noticed that he was acting strangely and whispered their assessment. Just enrolled, and there's already a crazy guy. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Cene stood there mumbling to himself. I need to carve the word early on the pillar of the teaching building, so I never arrive late for class again. Despite his anger, being able to study here was still a stroke of luck for Cene. As he closed his eyes and sighed, he said, the thing is, there are some perks to being in the academy, I finally have a standard of strength now. Looking at his hands, he thought to himself, my rank must have reached the 4th tier, just like Mu Zhilan and Luan Yun. Remembering what he had gone through before crossing over to this place, Cene felt a sense of pride, with my rich combat experience, honed through over 100 games of various kinds and unique tactics, dealing with 2 6th-tier opponents should be no problem. Thus, a little illusion sparked in his mind, is this level even worthy of being the son of the Spirit Supreme? He thought so, but given his current situation, Cene knew well, but this is still not enough. Lost in thought about this issue, Cene had unconsciously wandered around the academy courtyard without realizing it. As he walked, he continued to mumble. He thought silently about the next step in his plan. Should I continue to improve my own strength or develop a new type of weapon? Speaking of weapons, Cene immediately felt a surge of interest. Countless ideas flashed through his mind. Weapons created from the application of the knowledge and scientific technology one gained from my past life are indeed quite rebellious against nature, they are the optimal choice to enhance combat capability. But ultimately, they are external objects, not my own strength. Suddenly, someone interrupted, good morning. The voice was too weak, so Cene continued to mumble to himself without paying any attention. Indeed, I should work hard to cultivate, while I'm still young, I should build a solid foundation, right? Seeing that he was ignoring them, the person decided to call him directly by name, classmate Cene. The tone had a hint of shyness and embarrassment, suggesting that its owner was a female. Suddenly, Cene's eyes lit up, thinking he had heard the voice of that girl. However, in reality, he puffed out his chest, laughed loudly, and shouted joyfully, only children choose, it's the adults who make the choices here. And so it went on. All the suspicious glances from the classmates around him turned towards him, silently judging. If Cene was not embarrassed, then the ones who were embarrassed were certainly the onlookers, specifically everyone around. The youth from his past life combined with the youth of this life would result in a shameless adult. At this point, the girl from earlier finally dared to approach and said, hello, Cene classmate. Hearing this, he turned around and looked at her with a surprised expression. Noticing that Cene had paid attention to her, she shyly introduced herself, my name is Hua Yi, your classmate. Cene awkwardly scratched his head and politely replied, good morning. He also didn't forget to apologize for ignoring her earlier, saying, I was just thinking about something else and didn't hear you calling me. Hua Yi smiled to brush it off and got to the main point, I heard that yesterday Cene classmate stood up for what was right, beat up Gao Shen, and even caused Mr. Gao from the discipline department to suffer losses. I thought you were a very scary person. Seeing her praise him like that, Jin also shyly smiled back and replied, you're too kind, Hua Yi classmate. What do you need me for? Suddenly, Hua Yi shyly raised her hand to cover her face. Gently glancing over, Jin stole a look at Hua Yi's appearance. It was this strange expression that sparked his thoughts. What's going on? Could it be that she has feelings for me? Suddenly, Hua Yi reached into her sleeve and took out a carefully wrapped letter. I have a letter I would like to deliver to classmate Jin. Seeing this, Jin became even more convinced that his thoughts were correct. He was astonished and thought, could this be a love letter from the legends? Noticing him standing there in a daze, Hua Yi called out, does classmate Jin not want to accept it? Jin trembled as he reached out to take it, stammering, and no, thank you. After completing her task of delivering the letter, Hua Yi hurriedly said goodbye. Then I will take my leave. Jin was still blushing, shyly responding, Watching Hua Yi's figure leave, Jin felt as if he were floating on a cloud. Now that I think about it, our class really does have many beautiful girls. Suddenly, the teacher, who appeared out of nowhere, chimed in. Were you just thinking that your class has many beautiful girls? It was impossible not to admire the teacher, as he could guess all of Jin's thoughts just by looking at his expression. At this moment, Jin jumped in surprise, leaping up and shouting loudly, Mister, don't scare me like that. Even the intention to curse that just slipped out of his tongue was guessed by the mister. That short sentence you pretended to be surprised with, you intended to scold me, right? After teasing Jin for a while, the mister turned serious and instructed, class is about to start, hurry up and go. Don't hide the letter anymore, I've already seen it all. He even didn't forget to expose the meaning of the letter that shattered Jin's dreams. Moreover, it might not even be a love letter. With your troublesome nature, it could very well be a challenge letter. Hearing this, Jin immediately replied dejectedly, that does make sense. After the mister left, Jin opened the letter to examine it, I still have to take a look. A while later, Jin found himself at the Hua Yi ladies' pharmacy. A sound of the door opening echoed. Hua Yi, as promised in the letter, was already waiting there. Upon seeing Jin arrive, she welcomed him, oh, Jin, my classmate, you're here. Please come in. Looking around the pharmacy, Jin asked, Hua Yi, my classmate, do you usually stay here when you're not in class? Hua Yi immediately replied, explaining her spells. Yes, my magic is quite special, it is a healing art, so working at the pharmacy is also a place for me to practice and learn. After bringing Jin inside, Hua Yi turned around and invited, please come in here. At that moment, Lang Bo was already waiting by the hospital bed. Seeing Jin and Hua Yi enter, she said, Jin, I'm sorry for making you come all this way. I should have come to thank you instead. Jin was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Lang Bo. Approaching the hospital bed, Hua Yi reminded Lang Bo, even though you don't have any external injuries, your body has still been shaken, so you shouldn't move around carelessly. Feeling embarrassed about her inconvenient condition, Lang Bo quickly explained, I hope Jin can understand my rudeness. Hua Yi won't let me get out of bed, so please find a chair to sit down. A generous person like Jin would certainly not mind such trivial matters. Moreover, since she was a young lady, his assessment would definitely be lenient. He reassured her, it's fine, just focus on your recovery. Is there something you need to discuss with me? Lang Bo then got straight to the point. Jin, my fellow student, you are a very skilled swordsman, but you still don't have a sword of your own, do you? She suggested. I have thought about it, there should be a sword at my home that would suit you perfectly. The scene shifts to the main house of the Ling family, right in the main hall, where a sword gradually appears, neatly placed on a stand like a treasured artifact. The dark sword Wang Gui, it is the sword that Lang Bo intended to gift to Jin. Jin asked in surprise, the dark sword Wang Gui. Seeing the look on his face, Lang Bo explained, that's right, although it is called a dark sword, it is not the kind of sword that can manipulate its user to slaughter the innocent. Even though she had explained, Jin still had doubts. Then why is it called a dark sword? Knowing that he would not stop questioning, but currently even Lang Bo was feeling quite suspicious about the mysteries surrounding the story of the dark sword. Therefore, she could only express her own doubts. Perhaps it is because no one in this world can truly understand this sword. so no one can wield it. I don't know how to describe this situation, ... But I have the feeling that perhaps classmate Cene can gain recognition from this sword. Suddenly receiving unexpected recognition, Cene was a bit surprised and asked back, why do you think so? Lang Bo then expressed her thoughts. Yesterday, classmate Cene borrowed my sword to cut off the flames of Mr. Gao in order to save me. As she spoke, her hands tightened together. The image of Cene's valiant fighting from that day appeared in Lang Bo's mind. Clearly it was a life and death moment, but classmate Cene not only did not frown at all, but there was also not a hint of emotion in his eyes. It was that moment that stirred a decision in her heart. At that time, I realized one thing. Classmate Cene was not immersed in calmness, nor was he standing outside the line of life and death, but rather he was isolated from this world. Seeing that she had said something inappropriate, Lang Bo quickly waved her hand to explain. Classmate Cene, when I say this about you, please don't be angry, this is just my personal feeling. But with that bewildered expression on Cene's face, it was clear that what Lang Bo had expressed so far had no impact on him. Moreover, Cene was excited that for the first time, a stranger understood him just by seeing a moment. Seeing Lang Bo looking worried, Cene comforted her. It's okay, Lang Bo. From a certain perspective, her feelings are not wrong. So, is the feeling that the dark sword brings her the same? Not wanting to explain further, Lang Bo said, you will understand when you see it. Tomorrow afternoon, I invite you to my house. Upon hearing this, Cene hurriedly took his leave to return to the academy, leaving a quiet space for Lang Bo to rest. At the same time, inside the pharmacy, Lang Bo and Hua Yi were still chatting. At this moment, Hua Yi finally dared to express her concern. The dark sword is a gift from your father, is it really okay to give it to him like that? But Lang Bo did not see it as inappropriate. She confidently replied, I feel that my father has obtained the dark sword, and he gave it to me. Now that I know classmate Cene, all of this is fate's arrangement. Classmate Cene will definitely gain the recognition of that dark sword. From the moment she saw Cene's outstanding figure, Lang Bo felt something unusual about him that she found hard to explain. That's why she placed all her trust in him and gifted him the dark sword. Perhaps he would be the chosen one to unleash the full power of the dark sword aura. Hua Yi, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and laughed knowingly, teasing Lang Bo a bit. So you consider your encounter with Cene as fate's arrangement? Lang Bo immediately panicked and waved his hands in explanation. I didn't mean that, Hua Yi, don't think wrongly. Meanwhile, on the way back, Cene kept thinking about Lang Bo's offer. The dark sword Wang Gui sounds really powerful. If it truly becomes my sword, it could help me unleash my full potential in swordsmanship right now. Then, in his heart, he silently screamed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face uncontrollably. So cool, this is the crossover moment we should have. Time quickly passed to the next day. At the Ling Shenlu Dao school, Lang Bo's family home, Cene arrived as scheduled before the Ling family's dojo. Looking at the vastness of the place, Cene couldn't help but exclaim, this is the place, the dojo is so big. Lang Bo opened the door from inside and stepped out. As soon as she saw him, she waved and greeted, Cene, you've arrived. Cene also raised his hand to greet her back, casually inquiring about her current condition. Are you feeling better? Lang Bo smiled gently and said, thanks to you, I'm fine now. Otherwise, Hua Yi wouldn't have let me go. Hearing her name mentioned with a displeased expression, Hua Yi, who was standing nearby, cleared her throat to defend herself. Don't act like I've imprisoned you or something. Now that Hua Yi had appeared, Cene cheerfully approached and greeted, Hua Yi, you're here too. She immediately took the opportunity to weave a tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress to describe their fateful encounter. No matter how you put it, on the first day we met, something as thrilling as a hero saving a damsel in distress happened. Ignoring Lang Bo's embarrassed expression next to her, Hua Yi kept chatting away. It's only been a day, and you're already inviting me to your home. What if a man and a woman end up in the same room, and sparks fly? Unable to take it anymore, Lang Bo turned and quickly covered Hua Yi's mouth with her hand, stopping her from embellishing the story any further. Hua Yi, please don't use me as a joke like that anymore. Si Jin stood there watching the two tease each other, unable to help but sigh. The feelings between you two are really good. In his heart, he also secretly assessed, Hua Yi's personality is very different from the first impression I had of her. Indeed, it was true. Upon first meeting her, anyone would probably think Hua Yi was a gentle, reserved person who knew how to maintain propriety, but unexpectedly, she had such a lively personality, enjoyed teasing, and was so approachable. After joking around for a while, Lang Bo also led Si Jin into the main house. Following her, Si Jin felt a bit puzzled when he noticed the quiet atmosphere of the Taoist school. The number of students at the Taoist school is less than I imagined. Is today a holiday? Seeing his confusion, Lang Bo had no intention of hiding anything and straightforwardly explained the situation to him. You must have heard that our Ling family is a branch of the Gao family. Originally, we had no status at all, but thanks to my father's exceptional sword skills, we were able to establish Ling Shenlu and build this Taoist school. Looking at the sparse condition of the Taoist school, Lang Bo sadly said, now my father can no longer wield a sword. Only able to recuperate in the backyard, the dojo also declined accordingly. Hua Yi, standing beside her, felt worried upon seeing her like this, but then Lang Bo brushed aside that feeling of sadness and returned to the main topic. Let's not talk about this for now, we have arrived. The evil sword Wang Gui is placed in this room. Opening the door to the room, she stepped in first to lead the way. As soon as Si Jin entered the room, his eyes were immediately drawn to the evil sword neatly placed on the rack. Looking at it, he silently thought, an evil Japanese sword? No, it's the Ming Song hand saber, also known as the Miao saber. Si Jin cautiously approached the evil sword, his gaze showing a hint of fear. What would happen if I just picked it up? Hesitantly, he took the sword in his hand, and the moment Si Jin's hand touched the sword, suddenly a voice rose from deep within. You can only learn knowledge, he can learn it. Hearing half of it, Si Jin was startled, thinking nervously in his mind, what? Did it just speak? The sound echoed straight into his brain, as if that voice could only be heard by him. The voice continued to linger, just like how you can never tell me. What version of the iPhone is out now? Upon hearing this, Si Jin stared blankly and guessed. Are you using a quote from Forrest as an opening line to ask what version the iPhone is at now? I guess it's at least iPhone 30, right? He stood there silently waiting for a response from Tan Takim, but then Takim's mood suddenly became excited, nestled in Si Jin's arms, it quickly exclaimed, damn it, finally I've met someone crossover like me here. It urged Si Jin, hurry up and talk to me, I'm so bored I could die. Hearing every word of Takim's thoughts clearly, Si Jin felt no joy at all. On the contrary, his face looked even worse. The upper part of his face had turned pale at some point, and his mouth twisted as he silently screamed, what the hell is this? Not cool at all. Sensing Takim's influence within, Si Jin stood there quietly for a long time, not moving or making any noise. Seeing that the situation seemed calm, Hua Yi and Lang Bo, who were behind, were equally anxious. At this moment, Hua Yi spoke up, it seems like the atmosphere isn't quite right. Lang Bo's gaze did not leave his side. She anxiously replied, Si Jin, is everything alright? At the same time, on the side of Ta Jian and Si Jin, it kept bombarding him with thousands of questions. Where do you live? What identity did you cross over here with? Do you have a vendetta against your father? Is your soul that of a beautiful girl? How much salary are you planning to give me for a year? Is there a winter vacation? This made him extremely frustrated. Feeling that he could no longer tolerate Ta Jian's incessant chatter, Si Jin resolutely placed Ta Jian back in its original position, silently giving it an answer, forget it, we are not meant to be together. But just as he settled back into his old position, Ta Jian spoke up to stop him, wait, I just want to ask you one thing. Thinking it would be something important, we might have been mistaken. That teasing attitude did not fade, instead, it boldly asked, are you planning to establish a harem? If so, I'm in with you. Upon hearing this, Si Jin no longer expected any decency from Ta Jian. He turned around to look at Lang Bo, expressing his regret, Lang Bo, although you have good intentions. But I guess we can't control this sword anymore. Hearing that, Lang Bo felt quite disappointed. She had thought that with Si Jin's bravery, the evil sword would submit to him. But unexpectedly, he gave up so quickly. Really? That's a pity. She guessed that Lang Bo had no idea about the true nature of the evil sword. At the same time, the sword was not worried at all and even spoke in a challenging tone. You will come back, little brother. I can tell you are a soft-hearted person. The problems of the Ling family are not easy to solve like that. You still need to rely on my strength. Although he no longer held the evil sword, Si Jin was still annoyed because he could clearly hear what it was saying. Why can I still hear this voice? Is this sword Bluetooth? Once connected, can it communicate wirelessly? Hearing Si Jin say that, the evil sword immediately scolded him. Why aren't you listening? Seeing that he was determined to leave, the evil sword switched to pleading by reciting poetry. In the grand scheme of the evil, if you provoke me, you will have to face the consequences. But it seemed the connection was not as smooth as when it was still in the room. Si Jin felt pleased and thought, oh, going far away is the signal to start the nonsense already. Suddenly remembering something, Si Jin asked, where did your father find this sword? Lang Bo turned around to respond, I'm not really sure about the specific situation. She began to recount, this is my father's second sword. However, he rarely uses it, after all, he usually only needs one sword to defeat his opponents. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice filled with disdain interrupted. Oh, still bragging here, huh? If your father is so great, tell him to come out here and show himself. Hearing this, Lang Bo's displeasure was evident, and she bluntly asked the person who had mocked her, who are you? Si Jin also looked over with irritation. A group of rude people had come directly to the dojo to provoke them. The person in the middle, who looked the most pathetic but was the most arrogant, spoke up. I've heard of Ling Shenlu for a long time, I came specifically to challenge him this time. Upon hearing this, Lang Bo told Si Jin, I didn't expect trouble to come so quickly. Si Jin, you should go back first, I'll handle this situation. He stood next to her, surprised by her bold decision, unable to suppress his curiosity as he asked. Are you here to cause trouble? Is this situation so common? At this moment, Lang Bo finally explained, our Ling family has always held a low status, and what we have today is all thanks to our father who fought for every little bit with his strength. Everyone acknowledges our father's strength, so even when experts occasionally come to seek advice, it's not like it is now. Looking at the arrogant group in front of them, Si Jin voiced her prediction, I think these people are here to take revenge for the Gao family. One of them spoke up, since you already know, we won't waste words anymore. The arrogant one in the middle shouted in agreement, do you think the Ling family is still the same Ling family from back then? You've offended the Gao family, and today we will smash your dojo to pieces. Not wanting to waste more breath on them, Lang Bo shouted loudly to boost morale, the heir of Ling Shenlu, Lang Bo, is here to fight. As she shouted, she drew her sword from its sheath. Suddenly, Si Jin reached out to stop her. To Lang Bo's surprise, Si Jin said, these weaklings are probably just here to test our strength. Your body has just recovered, let me help you clean up this mess. Seeing Si Jin openly disdain him, the group couldn't hold back and charged forward. The three of them, wielding swords, rushed straight at Si Jin, not forgetting to utter arrogant remarks. You brat, with your reckless words, I'll make you taste the power of my Japan Radiant Linked Sword. One of them shouted enthusiastically. And don't forget my Ox Lawn Mountain 9 swords, another chimed in, loudly announcing his technique even though no one asked. Here comes my life-stealing arrow blade kick. As they charged forward with fervor, they also took the time to criticize each other. Hey, isn't that move of yours just a sword technique? Observing their cocky demeanor, Si Jin didn't rush into action but stood there, his sharp gaze fixed on them. At this moment, he firmly held the sword he had just borrowed from Lang Bo. A sharp sound broke the tense atmosphere. Within 3 seconds of striking, the entire group was cut down by Si Jin, unable to resist against the unfamiliar sword technique. Si Jin flowing sword technique, sword skill beaten by my father for 30 days. The entire group was sent flying into the air. Si Jin squinted his eyes, feeling the passion from the sword strike, and didn't forget to advise them, you should also experience a bit of the greatness from a father's love. Thus, in the future, one will no longer speak disrespectfully about others' fathers. Seeing them easily defeated by Jin, the two young ladies, Lang Bo and Hua Yi, couldn't hide their excitement. Lang Bo, seemingly in disbelief, exclaimed, "So strong." Hua Yi stood beside her, clapping her hands and adding a compliment, "Incredible." Moments later, the group lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Concerned about their condition, Jin hurried over, fearing he had caused a serious incident. As he poked at them, he anxiously said, "What are these guys doing? Are they too weak? With this level, they want to earn a living through violence." At this point, Lang Bo spoke up, "Jin, it's because you are too strong." She then began to analyze, although these swordsmen are not skilled in spiritual techniques, in terms of combat strength, they should not be weaker than the third tier. In the eyes of an ordinary person, they are already first-class martial artists. Hearing this, Jin sighed softly and thought, it seems that ordinary people in this world are the majority. He simply replied with an to Lang Bo, silently agreeing with her perspective before continuing to immerse himself in thought. If it were in the world before my reincarnation, these guys could indeed be considered martial artists. If it were the old days, I would have been the one knocked out. Suddenly, Jin turned to look at the insolent guy lying on the ground and slapped him hard across the face. "Hey, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly." Seeing that he was finally awake, Jin approached to ask an important question, "Who sent you?" The guy hadn't regained his senses yet when he hurriedly pleaded, "Young hero, spare my life. We were only paid by the Gao family to come here and cause trouble, I don't know who exactly is behind it." Suddenly, a strange male voice interrupted, "They are just useless people sent here to make you feel disgusted, they really don't know anything." Leaning against the wall, he crossed his arms and mockingly said, "This time you've really provoked the Gao family, this Dao school probably won't last much longer." Thinking he was a stranger, it turned out he was an acquaintance of Lang Bo. She angrily shouted at him when she saw him openly disrespecting the Ling family Dao school, "Lu Xiao, you traitor, how dare you show up?" Lu Xiao was not only unperturbed but also shamelessly said, "Don't say that, after all, I am the senior brother of this sect. If the sect is about to perish, of course, I have to come back to watch the show." Lu Xiao's gaze suddenly became sharper. He looked at Lang Bo with an air of superiority, "If you have no home to return to, I can also show compassion and spend money to support you and that useless old man. That old man can be thrown into the wood shed, while you can serve as my maid." As soon as he finished speaking, a clang sounded. The sword in Jin's hand lunged straight at Lu Xiao, but he effortlessly blocked it. Lu Xiao's expression darkened as he looked at Jin and exclaimed, "Is this brat a new disciple of the sect? One wrong word and he wants to kill." After saying this, he clicked his tongue in a feigned regret, "What a pity." Just as he launched his counterattack, the sword in Jin's hand broke in half. Lu Xiao gleefully shouted, "No matter if it's the sword or swordsmanship." While pointing the sword directly at Jin's face, he confidently said, "They are all inferior to me." By inertia, the blade fell straight to the ground, making a deafening clang. He looked at Jin's miserable state under his blade. Lu Xiao smugly provoked, "Another fight?" Contrary to his delusions, Jin not only showed no fear but also smirked and said, "I still have many tricks to deal with you, but..." He spoke ambiguously, making it hard for Lu Xiao to guess. Pushing Lu Xiao's sword away from him, Jin unhappily remarked, "You broke my sword, so you have to pay for it. We need to settle this before we can continue." Looking at the broken sword in his hand, he felt a moment of regret, and he kept complaining, leaving Lu Xiao in a state of disbelief. "What is this? I've only been out for a few days and I've already broken 2 swords. Am I destined to never become a charming swordsman in my lifetime?" He stood there monologuing. "Wait, this sword belongs to Lang Bo, so the number of swords I used to have is -1. Lu Xiao silently observed for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter, "Since when did this decadent sect produce someone as interesting as you?" Quickly putting away his sword, he enthusiastically introduced himself to Jin, "I am Lu Xiao, the grand senior brother of this sect, although I betrayed the sect long ago. Despite his unfriendly attitude, out of politeness, Cene held back and replied, Cene, a student of the Royal Cultivation Academy. Recalling the main issue, Lu Xiao turned to Lang Bo and said, little junior sister, you have provoked the Gao family, and right now, no one is coming to help you. He kindly warned, if you want to maintain the reputation of Ling Shenlu, you must participate in and win the competition next week. Lang Bo couldn't shake off her hostility towards Lu Xiao and irritably asked, you came here to talk about this? As Lu Xiao turned to leave, he implied, I originally came to throw a stone into the well, but it seems you still have a glimmer of hope. Ask your little boyfriend to step in for you. With that, he decisively walked away, leaving behind the unwilling gazes of all three. Once Lu Xiao had left the dojo, Hua Yi covered her mouth and chuckled mockingly, little boyfriend? Young Master Lu speaks so frankly. The two of them jumped in surprise at this, and Lang Bo turned beet red, stammering, what? She embraced her embarrassment and turned to Cene, my fellow student, I apologize for troubling you. About what that Lu Xiao just said, please don't take it to heart. He didn't pay much attention to those matters but was only concerned about one thing, I'm sorry, I've broken my sword again. Taking the broken sword, Lang Bo smiled reassuringly, it's okay. Although the quality of this sword isn't bad, it's not something too precious. It's just that I've gotten used to it, so it's a bit regrettable that it broke now. Remembering something, Cene inquired about Lang Bo, what kind of sword was that Lu Xiao was holding? Why is it so sharp? Although a bit puzzled, Lang Bo still answered his question, what he was holding is my father's first treasured sword, the spirit sword Tianming. Currently, with the decline of Taoism, only the evil sword Wang Gui can compete with this Tianming sword. Cene nodded as he listened and said, so that's it, then let me try it once more to see how it feels. Lang Bo shook her head in refusal. She half closed her eyes, looking apologetic as she said, Cene, I can't involve you any further. Lang Bo did not forget to express her regret. To inspire Cene's ambition to conquer the evil sword Wang Gui, she tried to express all her initial intentions. I originally thought that I just wanted to thank my classmate Cene for his help, which is why I invited you to try to control Wang Gui without any other purpose. But perhaps subconsciously I had long thought that the situation would turn out this way. If classmate Cene can truly control the evil sword, then you will owe me once and will possess the power to contend with the heavenly order, and you will definitely help me again. Then, given the current situation, Lang Bo had to set aside that fanciful thought. Right now, it seems this way of thinking is very selfish, she said, turning to the two and adding, classmate Cene, Hua Yi, you should go back. We will meet again at the academy tomorrow. Until now, both of them had stood there silently listening to Lang Bo's confession. Although they empathized with her current situation, they could not offer any further help. As she was lost in her emotions, a familiar voice called out, young brother. It was the group that had caused trouble earlier, and he was asking Cene for permission to leave. We have no more business here, right? If not, let's head back first. Cene wasn't in a hurry to let them leave, moving closer with a probing demeanor. I almost forgot about you guys. From what you said earlier, is it true that the Gao family will keep looking for people like you to cause trouble? After a while, outside the Ling family dojo, Cene had stripped the troublemakers of their clothes and hung them on a wooden post in front of the dojo to humiliate them, conveniently alerting the Gao family to be cautious. Hua Yi, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim at his cruelty, Cene, your tactic of scaring the monkeys by killing the chicken is truly impressive. Cene brushed off his hands, responding proudly, doing this will ensure that no one dares to cause trouble again. After finishing up, the two slowly walked home. Suddenly, Hua Yi spoke up, Cene, I have a request. Before she could finish, Cene interrupted, I know already. He turned to look at Hua Yi and gently said, even though Lang Bo said that, I won't abandon her, really. Hearing his reassuring words, Hua Yi became excited. She even cupped her face with her hands in gratitude. I didn't expect that classmate Cene has such a kind heart, I'm almost falling for him. Cene felt a bit embarrassed by her compliment and quickly waved his hand to decline. Hua Yi, don't joke like that with me. By the way, I haven't seen Lang Bo's father today. Hua Yi then explained, Lang Bo's father, the owner of Ling Shenlu, Ling Lai, has been closed off from meeting guests for many years now. Not surprised by this information, Cene added a few comments he had heard. I heard that the owner Ling was seriously injured, which has affected his strength. What happened? Hua Yi was astonished that someone like him was completely unaware of this. Cene, you don't know about this? When the war between humans and demons was about to end, the main army of the Magic Clan engaged in a final showdown with the mainland coalition on the front lines. Recalling the dangerous situation at that time, Hua Yi recounted, the demon general sent his subordinate, the third demon general, to lead the Mo Ling army around the wasteland from the west, attacking the reinforcements of the mainland coalition. The owner Ling single-handedly repelled the ambushing army. At the same time, he killed the third demon general in the wilderness, but he himself was severely injured in this battle. Since then, he has been unable to wield a sword anymore. Upon hearing this, Cene expressed some confusion. So, Lang Bo's father, Ling Lai, was injured for the country. Shouldn't he be treated like a hero? How did it end up like this? At this point, Hua Yi felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The matters among the nobles are not as straightforward and noble as you imagine. The Gao family has shirked responsibility for their strategic mistakes, blaming Ling for the losses in aid. In the end, all of Ling's contributions to defeating the enemy were buried. Hearing this, Cene expressed his frustration towards the Gao family. Why does this story sound so infuriating? Indeed, there is darkness beneath the lamp. The virtues of Gao Shen and Gao Qijin are truly inherited from their family. Seeing Cene mock the virtues of the Gao family like that, Hua Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily and took the opportunity to ask about his future plans. So, what does Cene intend to do next? Cene's eyes suddenly became determined. He clenched his fists to express his resolve in front of Hua Yi's anticipation. Is there still a need to say anything about this? Bring down the Gao family and beat his whole family. At the same time, at the Royal Training Academy, for some unknown reason, the old master was scolding the freshman class for standing there in anger, to the point of crushing the pen in his hand. With his irritation, he stood with his hands on his hips and said angrily, "It's one thing for Lang Bo to prepare for his martial arts competition at the academy, but why isn't that little guy Cene here?" It turns out that the teacher was angry about Cene's unexcused absence. Luan Yun, sitting in class, couldn't help but turn to ask, Hua Yi, did Cene run off to Lang Bo's place again? Mu Zhilan also curiously glanced over to listen in. Hua Yi was startled and looked over. She pondered for a long time before finally replying, I don't know where young Master Cene has gone. Hearing Hua Yi's vague answer, both of them turned away in disappointment. Mu Zhilan even let out a light huff to express her dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Luan Yun's face paled as she thought, Cene is indeed extraordinary, he has turned this into a battlefield at will. At the same time, just as Luan Yun had guessed, at the Ling family's academy, Lang Bo and Cene were standing in front of the cursed sword, contemplating their next move. Noticing Cene's determination, Lang Bo asked with some concern, Cene, do you really want to try holding the cursed sword again? Sensing Lang Bo's worry, Cene reassured him, it's fine, I don't know what happens to others when they hold the cursed sword, but it seems I haven't had any bad reactions. As he spoke, he picked up the cursed sword Wang Gui to prove his point. Look, nothing is happening. Seeing that there was no change in Cene when he held the sword, Lang Bo was very surprised. Really? Normally, when an ordinary person picks up the cursed sword, all sorts of strange and inexplicable thoughts will appear in their mind. If they don't put it down immediately, they might feel nauseous or even lose consciousness. At this moment, she finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, this time when Cene touched the cursed sword, he could no longer hear its inner voice. He felt a sense of emptiness and thought, why isn't it talking anymore? It's too quiet. He guessed that the cursed sword could now hear everything Cene was thinking, as if it was trying to remain silent. I don't want to answer, afraid it will make you run away like last time. Remembering something, Cene turned to ask, right, tell me what the martial arts competition is like. Lang Bo then explained in detail about the upcoming competition. Yes, the martial arts competition is the championship fight in front of the emperor among strong martial artists. In fact, it hasn't been held for many years. In the cultivation system of the past, martial arts and spiritual arts were two major factions with equivalent power. But first, Lang Bo needed to explain about spiritual energy so that Cene could understand clearly. Regardless of the type, they are all skills that use spiritual energy differently. Martial artists cultivate their own spiritual energy through arduous muscle training, combined with martial skills to unleash powerful force. Sorcerers, on the other hand, enhance their communication with external spiritual energy. Through their own spiritual energy, they manipulate external spiritual energy to produce various miraculous effects. Hearing this, Cene began to compare. He took on a thoughtful expression and said, "But it seems that everyone is a sorcerer now. Even though the academy teaches basic martial skills, it seems they are only basic skills for support." Lang Bo nodded in agreement with his assessment. That's right, whether it's martial arts or spiritual techniques, they are all individuals with exceptional talents. They expend a significant amount of time and effort to gain powerful abilities. Therefore, aside from a small group of people, the majority are ordinary individuals. In the following part, she emphasizes this detail, but then, a person appeared who completely changed the cultivation system of spiritual techniques. Recalling what happened at that time, Lang Bo recounted everything. This made the cultivation of spiritual techniques at the elementary stage relatively easy. Anyone, through effort, can relatively quickly and steadily reach a certain level. This is how the current situation of everyone being a warrior came to be. But because of this, it also became more commonplace. Continuing Lang Bo's narrative, martial arts, however, have not seen any revolutionary breakthroughs. Thus, aside from those who are naturally talented in martial skills, very few people specialize in practicing martial arts. Whether it's training in martial arts schools or allowing those with strong martial skills to showcase themselves before the emperor, both have failed. Upon hearing this, Cene could somewhat envision how spells operate in the current world. So that's how it is, she recalled Lang Bo's words. He expressed his confusion. That's right, you have changed your cultivation system. Who is it? They seem very powerful. What has he done? Lang Bo crossed her arms in confusion, as he was someone from this era yet completely unaware of what had happened to it. Doubts arose in her heart. Cene, where did you come from in the mountains? How can you not even know the basics? Hearing Lang Bo's question, he didn't know how to respond. Could I really say that I'm a crossover person? But suddenly recalling the figures of his parents, Cene helplessly held his head and said, "This is probably something I should blame my unreliable parents for." Ignoring Cene's limited understanding, Lang Bo closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and spoke with an admiring tone. "He is the spirit supreme of the early magic arts, and also the founder of the Royal Cultivation Academy. He established the classification system of magical arts based on attributes. The current standards for classifying magical arts were also set by him. He has also compiled many theoretical teaching materials and personally implemented his teaching theories in the academy, making him the greatest genius of the last 10,000 years." According to Lang Bo's account, Cene suddenly jolted, and a feeling of doubt arose in his heart. This kind of action thought. Reading Cene's thoughts, the dark sword finally spoke up to acknowledge. "You are absolutely right, he, like you, has crossed over, and not only that. It even cheerfully added that you would never guess what his famous saying that has been passed down through the ages is." Recalling his appearance at that time, the dark sword recounted the classic line, "I am lonelier than a firework." Before Cene could fully hear the statement, he suddenly burst into laughter, slapping his thigh loudly. "It's the unorthodox generation, the tears of the era." Seeing Cene's uncomfortable reaction, the dark sword couldn't help but intervene. "Don't say that, perhaps he has really read the works of Zhang Ai Ling." All this time, Lang Bo had been standing beside them, witnessing everything, and was worried about Cene's current state. She gently stepped forward to ask, "Cene, are you okay? Surely you haven't been influenced by the dark sword." Before she could finish, Cene reassured her. It's fine, it's fine." Yet, despite his words, Lang Bo still felt uneasy in her heart. Hastily reassuring Lang Bo, Cene turned back to ask Ta Jian, "Why did you speak up? I thought you had finally been transcended." Now he was finally willing to reveal the reason, but I had been silent until now. I intended to be angry with you for a while, to ignore you, but I really can't control my tendency to gossip. The reason was truly childish. I had planned not to care about him anymore, but then I ended up speaking up to instruct him. To be precise, in the martial arts competition, one cannot use spiritual techniques. Right now, you can't defeat Lu Xiao. Out of respect for you as a passionate young person, I will enlighten you to meet Ling Lai. Hearing Ta Jian mention Ling Lai, Si Jin immediately turned to ask Lang Bo for her opinion. Lang Bo, I want to meet your father once. Not only did she not refuse, but she also eagerly invited him to come to her father's place. Please follow me. If you want to inherit Ta Jian, you definitely have to meet him. A little later, both of them arrived in front of Ling Lai's room. Lang Bo stepped forward and knocked on the door. Father. Before they could explain their intention for coming, a warm voice came from inside. I already know. Let him go in alone. Allowed to do so, Lang Bo politely gestured for Si Jin to enter, while he himself stood outside waiting. As he reached for the door, Si Jin asked for permission. Senior, I apologize for the trouble. He also held Wang Gui's evil sword in his hand. Just as the door was tightly closed, Ling Lai initiated, What is your name? This startled Si Jin a bit. Not only was he not frightened by the imposing demeanor, but Si Jin also felt a sense of expectation and politely greeted, My name is Si Jin, a classmate of Lang Bo. As his words hung in the air, a swift sound suddenly emerged, as if something was rushing toward Si Jin. At this moment, he fell into a tense state, sweat starting to trickle down his face. Sensing the danger, Si Jin raised his sword to block the attack. The sound of the clash between the evil sword and the object produced a loud clang, but he suddenly realized he could not see any trace of the weapon from earlier. The space in front of him was completely empty. Si Jin thought anxiously, there is no sword coming at me. Looking at the figure sitting in front of him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's just sword intent mixed with a bit of evil energy. Just like real swords and blades, it can scare one to death. At that moment, Ling Lai finally raised his head and spoke, Not bad, an ordinary person might not sense it. You not only have perception but also react. You say you are Si Jin. Hearing Si Jin's introduction, he finally recognized the true identity of the boy. So that's it. You are the son of the Sword Spirit Supreme Ce. My naive daughter has truly found a treasure this time. Ling Lai stared intently at Si Jin, displaying an aggressive demeanor as he bluntly proposed. Si Jin, would you be willing to be my son-in-law? Reining in his earlier aggression, Ling Lai repeated the proposal once more. Si Jin, would you be willing to be my son-in-law? Upon hearing this, Si Jin was taken aback, displaying a somewhat unwilling expression as he judged. Senior, putting other things aside for now, having this evil energy of yours wanting to connect with my daughter is not very good, is it? Ignoring Si Jin's advice, he continued to bask in his pride for his daughter. Not willing. Is it because you think my daughter is not good looking? Little guy, you need to look ahead a bit. Right now, she is still in her developmental phase. He didn't forget to use her mother as an example. The girl's mother is a stunning beauty, and we can certainly have high hopes for Lang Bo's future. Hearing this, Si Jin was truly at a loss for words at his level of self-admiration. He couldn't help but seek justice for Lang Bo, while conveniently avoiding the marriage proposal topic. Senior, this should be left for Lang Bo to decide herself. Ling Lai not only refused to stop but nodded as if he had realized some profound truth. So that's the type of personality she has. My daughter will probably be completely taken in by him. Moreover, who knows, there might still be a few young ladies in the school who have fallen for him. Thinking about Si Jin, he then recalled his own image from years ago, exuding the same confidence. Noticing Ling Lai's strange demeanor, Si Jin grimaced and thought, what's wrong with this old man? As a sword closely connected to its former master, even with just a glance, the cursed sword had already accurately guessed Ling Lai's thoughts. I'm not bragging, don't you know what kind of person I am? Then what about my master? Aren't you prepared for that at all? Returning to the main topic, Ling Lai spoke mysteriously, sharing his thoughts. However, this is very difficult to do. Right now, if you want to defeat Lu Xiao, you can only cultivate my secret sword technique. But my secret sword technique can only be passed down directly, and you are not guaranteed to be my son-in-law. Thinking of their familial relationship, he slapped his thigh, and his eyes lit up as if he had just come up with an idea. Why not let me adopt you as my foster son? It will be convenient for you. Hearing this brilliant suggestion, Cene could only sigh in frustration. He raised his head and said indignantly, "This is too casual. Besides, no matter how you put it, my father is the spirit supreme of swordsmanship. Even if you are the strongest sword master besides him, you are still at the 9th level." Cene didn't forget to boast about his own abilities. "I have trained in swordsmanship for 10 years under his guidance. If I can't even defeat Lu Xiao, how much stronger can I get by learning from you for just a few days?" Seeing his determination, Ling simply said, "Don't you really want to learn? Only by coordinating with the dark sword can you use the Yin Yulang Xian technique." Cene's thoughts suddenly wavered. He tried to swallow his saliva, regaining his composure before the temptation. Cene's wavering expression did not escape Ling Lai's eyes. He continuously presented enticing techniques. "My Ling Shenlu sword technique, the cross star, falling moon, has illuminated, elegant wind, gathering snow, great origin flowing storm." He decided to conclude with his final move. "Using the sword technique of my secret sword hidden moon heart flow is even more powerful." After saying this, Cene bowed his head, kneeling on the ground, paying homage to acknowledge his kinship. Adoptive father. Seeing that he finally submitted, Ling Lai smiled in satisfaction. "I knew your father, that guy who treats the sword like a stick, wouldn't teach you any sword techniques." Cene sighed and said, "There's no way around it. My father says there's no technique that can win against a technique." Hearing this, Ling Lai no longer scoffed at Ce but instead acknowledged that everything he did was correct. Moreover, he explained at length for Cene to understand, "Your father is not wrong. Wait until you have practiced for over 10 years, these sword techniques will be of no use. Your father is a swordsmanship genius, so he doesn't understand the value of sword techniques. Countless swordsmanship experts have spent their entire lives comprehending the sword, summarizing the exquisite yet specific sword techniques to pass down to future generations. The descendants can grasp the truths of swordsmanship more quickly through this understanding and proceed to innovate the sword techniques. This represents a generation that is stronger than the previous one." Cene gradually realized the intent behind the teachings. Remembering the important matter, he raised his head to express his concern. "Next week will be the martial arts competition. In just 1 week, how much can I master that will be useful in the battle against Lu Xiao?" Ling Lai understood his unease and quickly reassured him. "You have great intelligence and a solid foundation. If you don't eat or sleep for a week, you might even be able to join the sect." He immediately protested, "So wouldn't that be completely useless?" Ling Lai pointed at the sword spirit and said, "Isn't there still Wang Gui?" He then turned to ask the sword spirit, "Wang Gui, how much can you help Cene in a week?" Hearing his name, the sword spirit replied, "I don't know, it also depends on Cene's mental strength. I guess it could last for a year." Listening to the conversation between the two, Cene was confused and asked back, "What does it mean?" There was no time wasted in explanation. Ta Jian immediately recited a spell, "Come here, abracadabra." It sounded like a child's joke, and Cene angrily shouted, "What kind of formula is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space suddenly shifted. Just moments ago, he was sitting in Ling Lai's room, and now Cene found himself right in the middle of a road in the modern world. Moreover, his outfit had changed to a white t-shirt, cropped pants above the ankles, and highlighted by a pair of pristine white sneakers. The only thing that hadn't changed about him was his usual tied hairstyle and Ta Jian's appearance. Currently, Cene was still quite bewildered, just sitting there in confusion. "What's happening?" Ta Jian spoke up. "I have manipulated your spirit. You can consider what you see here as a dream realm, your subconscious." He even took the time to explain the current dream realm. "In this place, the sense of time is not like in the physical world. As long as your spirit is strong and flexible enough, experiencing a year in just 1 second is not impossible. Of course, in reality, such extreme situations will not occur. Upon hearing the explanation, Jin shifted to an excited attitude, clapping his hands together joyfully. Dreaming of space. Ta Jian nodded in agreement. It's not too different from this idea. Looking at the current scene with skyscrapers rising like mushrooms, Ta Jian couldn't help but exclaim a few words. It's truly unexpected to return to this nostalgic world. I'm almost forgetting what this place looks like. On Ling Lai's side, he was excitedly exploring the modern world in the dream realm. This place is really amazing. Judging by his enthusiastic demeanor, it was clear this was his first time here. He couldn't hide his surprise as he said, could it be that what Wang Gui said is true? This world really has people crossing over from different worlds. Upon meeting him in the dream realm, Jin called out, Ling Lai Sr. Seeing Jin had arrived, he praised, Wang Gui's ability is quite convenient, isn't it? Here, not only can we have plenty of time, but I can also teach you while in peak state. At this moment, Jin finally had the chance to express his curiosity. Then why can't you teach swordsmanship to Lang Bo? Suddenly bringing up this topic. Ling Lai sighed regretfully. I can no longer wield a sword, and currently, in this dream realm, only those who resonate with Wang Gui can enter. Moreover, the requirements for the Yem Noyat Lang Tom Lu are very high regarding physical quality. Lang Bo, being a girl, will have no way to cultivate. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ling Lai signaled to begin training. Let's get started. The effectiveness of direct combat training is quite high. With Wang Gui protecting the consciousness of the person, even death can be reversed. As he spoke, he drew his sword. In this world, he had regained a strong body, easily executing moves, let alone wielding a sword. After finishing his words, Ling Lai executed a beautiful move aimed at Jin, leaving him frozen in place, unable to react, only able to exclaim in shock. Dead. The sword narrowly missed Jin, leaving a gash across his face. As fresh blood began to flow down, Jin finally realized he had been struck. But when he looked back at the wreckage behind him, Jin shouted, this is getting a bit too serious. Feeling the immense pressure from Ling Lai's move, Jin was so frightened that he almost cried. He summoned something that looked like a system panel and shouted in accusation, Wang Gui, you could create something as amazing as the space dream. With this swordsmanship cultivation, can't you make a system that's easy to understand? As he shouted, he pressed on the illustration screen. It's the kind of thing where you just press, and you can learn skills and even choose special privileges. Without waiting for the dark sword Wang Gui to respond, Ling Lai, standing in front of him, spoke up to extinguish his wild hopes. There's no such stupid toy. If you want to become stronger, just obediently cultivate honestly. As he spoke, he moved closer to where Jin was standing, holding his sword. After Ling Lai had finished crushing Jin's hopes, the dark sword finally spoke. Sorry, when crossing over, there wasn't any technology system like you mentioned, it was unimaginable. You should show a little respect for the system. Meanwhile, Hua Yi looked very worried. Has Jin still not come out? Lang Bo was still kneeling outside, anxious. Not yet, it's been 3 days. They both looked at the tightly closed door. Lang Bo whispered, Jin, I hope nothing has happened to him. Inside, Jin, covered in wounds, leaned against a rock. He seemed completely out of strength, the sword in his hand hanging limply down. Ling Lai sat on the rock, arms crossed arrogantly. Have you rested enough? If so, get back up quickly. Cough. Jin coughed hoarsely, bright red droplets shooting out from his mouth. Cough cough. Jin used all his strength, gripping the sword to push himself up from the ground. Wang Gui, help me heal my wounds. A green light suddenly enveloped Jin. Wherever the light passed, his wounds healed completely. Jin wiped his face with his hand, exhaling, now I finally believe that my father showed mercy when we practiced sword fighting together. He stood up straight, his condition returning to perfect as before, looking straight ahead. Otherwise, even if I had 1,000 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Let's continue. Jin boldly raised his sword in front of him, this time I will definitely win from you. Ling Lai smirked, glancing over, feeling a mix of admiration in his heart. Indeed, one cannot underestimate him. Having been killed countless times, he still retains his fighting spirit. Ce has given birth to a good son. Although I know that everything here is an illusory image in the mind, and being killed will not result in real death, the experience of death is completely real. He looked at Cene, who was still standing there arrogantly, the sword in his hand still raised high in front of him. As a living being, you must feel extreme fear and disgust. You would want to avoid this situation. But at such a young age, can one really control their inner self with reason? Or is it? Thinking this, Ling Lai stood up, rubbing his chin, with a look of delight clearly visible on his face. He doesn't care about his own life or death. It seems I have to change my approach. Ling Lai raised the sword in his hand, his gaze sharp, a smile creeping onto his lips. Yin Moon Ling Heart Flow, the ultimate truth. Yin Yang Spirit Radiance. A powerful wind blew through, bringing with it a stream of green light from the moon, spreading throughout Ling Lai as it followed the sword. Cene opened his eyes wide in astonishment. What? Is this also a sword technique? You have experienced all the techniques of Yin Moon Ling Heart Flow already. Ling Lai's voice echoed under the moonlight. He raised the sword powerfully in front of him. Now, taste the ultimate truth of mine. Cene's expression grew increasingly horrified, a flash of light gleaming in his pupil. The beam of light shot past, followed by a series of other beams striking down on the rock ledge, producing countless loud explosions. Boom! Boom! Cene stepped back, trying to dodge. A beam of light rushed towards him, and he frantically raised the sword in front of him as a shield. Clang! The sound of impact rang out. Cene suddenly lost focus, and everything around him became strange. Cene found himself suspended in a tranquil space, staring blankly. What? Cene's face turned pale. All the techniques of the Hidden Moon Soul Stream are techniques that push oneself to the limit. But this technique is used for the swordsman to transcend the physical body, to find the pure sword intent of their inner self within the spirit sword. At this moment, Ling Lai stood tall under the moonlight. My whole life, I have sought the strongest sword Tao. He charged straight at Cene with the sharp point of his sword, swearing to compete with the stars of the world in the posture of the bright moon. Cene, what is your inner self ultimately seeking? Cannot be stopped. Cene's face turned pale, the sword in his hand trembling. I'm going to die. Die. The words echoed, causing Cene to sink into his inner self. Am I afraid of death? His gaze held a hint of sadness. Once dead, that's it. All this time, I have never felt that my life or death has any significance to this world. I am. Cene looked at his small hands, his mind drifting back to his childhood. A small thing that doesn't need to exist. Cene sank into memories of his past. I realized this when my mother left me. Now, I can't even remember what my father or mother looked like anymore. So, if I die, then that's it. Before Cene appeared the scene of the truck speeding towards him. Next was the image of him lying motionless in a pool of blood, his eyes hazy, and no one would mourn for me. But now, I have been reborn. The last memory in Cene's subconscious was the faces of his loved ones in this life. His gaze became more resolute. My existence, my destiny, my meaning. Cene tightened the grip of the sword in his palm. An invisible force emerged. It is all defined by oneself. A flash of thought sparked as he swung the sword fiercely to block Ling Lai's attack. Cene and Ling Lai charged at each other, their gazes sharp. The sound of clashing swords created a deafening noise. Suddenly, Ling Lai wavered. What? This is... Golden flashes flickered, everything happened too quickly. Cene was now standing behind Ling Lai, both turned away from each other. Ling Lai was still in a daze, turning his head to see Cene falling. His voice trembled. Shoot. A cut appeared on Ling Lai's face, bleeding. He smirked. Well done, I didn't expect you to master it already. A moment later, Cene, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. What is this? He sat up abruptly, and the system's voice echoed. You're awake. You've been unconscious for too long. Ling Lai has already left. Jin quietly raised his head to look around. Wang Gui, is this place all constructed based on the information in my brain? Jin sat up straight, directing his gaze into the void before him. There was a voice responding. That's right, you are not wrong. He asked further, what about the things we have forgotten? Will they appear? Memories are very interesting. Sometimes you think you have forgotten, but in reality, you just don't want to remember. Wang Gui continued, the things that should be remembered will be deeply engraved in your heart, they cannot easily disappear. Jin stood up straight, before leaving here, I want to go to a place. The surrounding space was blank, with Wang Gui's voice echoing, where is this? Jin looked at the door in front of him, speaking in a deep voice, it's the house my mother remarried in this world. Earlier during the fight, I suddenly remembered my mother, but I couldn't recall her appearance. Saying that, he turned the doorknob, so I want to go and see. The door opened, accompanied by a creaking sound and gentle light. Jin looked inside, it was a warm room. He stood still. What is this, Mom? A clear voice called out, followed by the sound of tiny footsteps. Mom, come here quickly. The child joyfully pulled at the mother's hand. The woman behind also smiled. Come here, stop running around, be careful not to slip. Jin's gaze stopped on a woman playing joyfully with a child. Suddenly, that person glanced up, But seeing only a door in front of him, he fell into deep thought. The child beside him was still reaching out, wanting to be held. Outside, Jin leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Wang Gui, I only intended to find the photo, why did I end up seeing the real person, moreover during the day, as if I had stepped into another time? Wang Gui was also helpless, who knows, maybe your strong thoughts caused you to cross over completely. Jin bit his lip tightly, I didn't expect you to love your mother so much, are you moved to the point of almost crying? Hearing Wang Gui's words, Jin decisively turned away. Not a chance, did you intentionally create these things to tease me? Nevertheless, Jin's heart was indeed shaken. He whispered, Wang Gui, thank you. When Jin opened the door and stepped out, he was surprised to see many people standing outside, looking at him. Jin grinned, squinting his eyes. A few days later, in the Imperial contest hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Mu Jilan looked around with wide eyes, there are so many spectators. Luan Yun explained, after all, the Imperial competition hasn't been held for nearly 10 years. This time it's being organized again, and participants see it as a gathering for the strong. As martial arts gradually become a side issue in society like it is now, for those practicing martial arts, the Imperial competition is an opportunity to showcase themselves. There are quite a few people from the academy participating as well. Mu Jilan sighed, with so many people competing in this way, the battles are sure to be intense. We can't know yet who will last until the end. Luan Yun agreed, luck is also a very significant factor. Because of the large number of participants, once it starts, they will choose a small group round-robin format. As long as you can rank in the top of your small group, you can participate in the official elimination rounds. Hua Yi had been silent until now, suddenly pointing forward, it's Jin's turn to go on stage now. Haze, Jin let out a big yawn, feeling resentful. The intensity of training lately has been too high, even after a few days of sleep, he hasn't fully recovered, just like when he stayed up late studying before exams. Jin's opponent was standing right in front of him, arrogant. What is this? Isn't this the character from the first year of Fengyun? Luan Yun said anxiously from the stands. The first round opponent of Jin is a senior from our school. Mu Jilan next to her was also confused. Do you know him? How is he? Is he strong? A bit troublesome. Luan Yun furrowed her brows tightly. This person was quite famous when he first entered school, a reserve member of the capital's defense team, and he is about to reach level 5 in strength now. It seems Jin isn't very lucky, even if he can win, he will lose quite a bit of stamina. On the arena, the opponent looked at Jin with a disdainful gaze. You look very calm. Well, it's true that your strength is not bad compared to your peers. You caused quite a stir when you first entered school and have the right to be arrogant. Saying this, he charged toward Cene, but reality was very cruel. Let a senior like me suppress your spirit. Then he raised his sword high and slashed at him, shouting, obediently become a stepping stone for me to step on the champion position. Sigh. Cene sighed, pinching the blade of the sword with 2 fingers, looking bored, too slow. Senior, there's no need to show mercy. The senior looked horrified, this guy. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down, panic rising in his heart. My sword was blocked by just 2 fingers. No way, it must be a mistake. The senior nervously looked at the blade in Cene's hand, let go of it. Cene gently released his grip, flicking the sword away, nonchalantly saying, all right, fine. It must be because I was too careless earlier. That's right, since the opponent is a junior brother, I must have held back. The senior stepped back, trying to reassure himself, not realizing that the opponent was actually very strong. I need to take this seriously. After mentally adjusting himself, the senior charged forward with all his strength. Ha! Cene calmly watched the sword swing towards him, coldly raising 2 fingers to stop it. The senior is now completely desperate. Don't do this anymore, just draw your sword, I want to duel with you. Cene smirked, isn't this enough for me to be despicable? The senior dropped his sword, bracing himself on the ground, helplessly saying, I've lost. Above the stage, a strange atmosphere enveloped. Mu Jilan crossed her arms in front of her chest. Cene, is that really how his personality is? Luan Yun clicked his tongue, I fear the senior brother will become psychologically haunted. Hua Yi chuckled, adding, last time, Cene even stripped a fighter and caused a scene, then tied him to a post in a crowded area. In another development, Gao Shen was also concerned about the competition. This time, the Ling family is also participating in the Imperial examination, we absolutely cannot let them win. Lu Xiao raised his teacup, looking completely at ease. If the Ling family performs well, even if they don't win first place, it won't hinder them from being respected. Lu Xiao scoffed, just a small, insignificant family. As long as they don't win the championship, I have ways to make them unable to raise their heads again. Young master. A servant rushed over, bowing respectfully. Cene has just won against his opponent in the match. Lu Xiao glanced over, winning is winning. This kid Cene does have some skills. I didn't expect him to win so early in the competition, this small matter doesn't need to be reported to me. Gao Shen pondered and raised his head, wait, tell me more. How many strikes did Cene make? What do you mean by that? Lu Xiao turned to Gao Shen. Cene's opponent is an expert among the longtime students of the academy and also a reserve member of our guard team. I know that him winning is already a significant consideration. Why do you make it sound like he completely overpowered his opponent? Gao Shen's gaze was icy as he repeated, how many strikes? The servant stammered, he hasn't made a single strike. Lu Xiao was startled, excitedly grabbing the servant by the collar, what did you say? Explain clearly what you mean by not having made a single strike. The servant, filled with fear and trembling, replied, Cene only used 2 fingers to block all of his opponent's attacks, then the opponent conceded. Lu Xiao, furious, slapped the servant hard, useless person. His expression darkened, they are all useless people, it seems this guy is not qualified to stay in the guard team any longer, he has embarrassed me too much. Useless person, shameful. Lu Xiao kept cursing, while Gao Shen completely ignored him, silently calculating, with Gao Shen's qualities and abilities, without the halo, it's just a high pole hanging over the head. Indeed, he truly deserves the title of useless person. Then he glanced out of the door, but, hasn't a single strike been made yet? He really is an interesting brat, it's worth it to cut him down. Back in the competition arena, Cene waved his hand as Mu Jilan beckoned, their group was still sitting in the stands waiting for him. Cene cheerfully raised his hand in greeting, is everyone here? Luan Yun nodded, you really opened my eyes. Just what level of strength do you currently possess to be able to suppress a 4th grade peak senior brother like that? Cene chuckled, martial arts don't have a precise way to test, and since I can't use spiritual energy, the opponent's strength can't be fully displayed either. Mu Jilan pressed further, but how did you manage to do that? In my eyes, your opponent is very strong. Cene scratched his head, he's not weak, but compared to Ling Lai Sr.'s sword, he's just like a 3-year-old kid swinging a wooden stick around. Luan Yun looked resigned, tears welling up in his eyes, and punched his chest. I truly admire you. Could it be that you are the son of heaven? Why do all the good things fall upon you like this? Is my life not a long straight road without any waves? Everyone was silent, looking at him. Lang Bo turned around and spoke, the match today is about to end. Si Jin, you should go back and rest. Lu Xiao is a subordinate candidate, he will only compete when the official match takes place. She pulled the hand of Hua Yi, who was smiling foolishly beside her. Later, Hua Yi and I will go back to the academy first. Luan Yun also said goodbye, I have something to take care of at home, so I will leave first. Si Jin looked at Mu Jilan, let's go too. The sky was bathed in gentle sunset light, and Si Jin walked alongside Mu Jilan, saying softly, although it seems like only a few days have passed, I feel like it's been a long time since I've walked like this. Mu Jilan replied seriously, you know that, huh? Trouble keeps coming your way without end. But the one who just started school and challenged you is me, so I have no right to criticize you. Si Jin felt shy, I've caused you worry already. Mu Jilan scoffed coldly. Then, she looked straight at him, her eyes sparkling, Si Jin, don't lose, okay? Don't worry, I'll definitely win the championship, Si Jin affirmed. The two continued to stride under the sunset. In the vast hall, the general bowed his head before the one sitting on the throne, respectfully saying, Your Majesty. That person was Gao Yuan, the general guarding the royal capital, the current head of the Gao family. He said, You wish to personally attend the royal martial arts competition, I find it inappropriate. Lien Ling calmly rested her chin on her hand, her face smiling yet not smiling, and replied to Gao Yuan, What is inappropriate? If I don't see it with my own eyes, the royal martial arts competition loses its meaning, doesn't it? Gao Yuan appeared worried as he explained, but, thinking of your Majesty's safety. Lien Ling's expression turned serious, and she said in a deep voice, Gao Yuan, your family is responsible for ensuring my safety, not to lock me in the palace, or... The emperor paused for a moment, her voice colder, do you have other intentions? Hearing that, Gao Yuan's forehead began to sweat coldly. He panicked, fell to his knees, and hurriedly defended himself, I dare not. The safety measure of the Imperial martial competition must not have any oversights. Hearing that, Lien Ling didn't want to make things difficult for him any further, simply responding coldly, then you may leave. Gao Yuan respectfully replied, yes, and then he left the grand hall. Watching Gao Yuan's figure gradually disappear, the emperor turned around, embraced the cushion, and laughed heartily, haha. Lien Ling thought to herself, I heard that Si Yi's son wants to replace Ling Shenlu in battle, such an interesting event must be witnessed in person. I wonder if he is handsome. Meanwhile, Gao Shen, upon hearing that the emperor would personally attend, slammed the table in shock and shouted, what did you say? The emperor is coming to the imperial martial competition himself. Lu Xiao laughed and said to him, Gao Shen, you've been quite unlucky lately, nothing is going smoothly for you. With Si Jin's level, I believe Ling Shenlu will definitely want to stand out this time. Gao Shen frowned, his face clearly showing displeasure, and retorted to Lu Xiao, don't laugh at others' misfortunes. Without the protection of the Gao family, do you think you can be safe? He turned irritably, intending to leave. Before going, Gao Shen left Lu Xiao with a remark, if you encounter Si Jin during the Imperial martial arts competition, I want you to completely cripple him. Lu Xiao silently watched Gao Shen leave. He turned to face the sky outside and sighed, what a beautiful day. Lu Xiao's expression gradually changed to a dark, dangerous one, it makes my heart race but I cannot remain calm. In the quiet late night, in an empty alley, there was a man. He carried a long lance carefully wrapped in cloth on his back. Suddenly, he noticed a tall figure standing in the darkness ahead. He stopped and asked, what do you want? Lu Xiao stepped out from the shadows, smiling, but his smile sent chills down others' spines. I'm here to eliminate you. The man was not overly frightened and continued to question Lu Xiao, who sent you? Do you want to stop me from participating in the official competition at the Imperial martial arts venue? Then he took the lance from his back and slowly removed the cloth covering it. He gripped the lance firmly in his hand, ready to strike. Then let my mystical iron spear teach you a lesson. Saying that, he rushed towards Lu Xiao, secretly despising him in his mind. An inch longer, an inch stronger, a sword user facing a spear user is already at a disadvantage. Moreover, you chose to duel with me in an alley, with absolutely no space around, so you won't be able to break through my attack. However, this man was not overly arrogant or dismissive of his opponent. He looked at Lu Xiao and began to contemplate, even so, I cannot become complacent. The 3 attack routes, right, center, left, are all blocked. He aimed the lance at Lu Xiao and roared, Divine Spear, Beast Control Linked Strike. After a short while, Lu Xiao held a piece of paper in his hand, murmuring, 13 people left. He looked up at the bright moon in the clear night sky. Around Lu Xiao, bright red liquid splattered everywhere, even staining his clothes. Lu Xiao reminded himself, I must seize a little time, while the moonlight is still here. As dawn broke, Luan Yun rushed to Si Jin's room. He knocked on the door hurriedly, Si Jin, get up quickly, something big has happened. Si Jin opened the door, looking puzzled at him. What's going on? It's just morning. Luan Yun's forehead was sweating profusely. Calm down and listen to me, all 15 participants in the Imperial Martial Arts competition, except for you and Lu Xiao, he continued, all 14 others were eliminated last night. Upon hearing Luan Yun's words, Si Jin was taken aback. The next day, at Ling Shenlu Academy, Mu Jilan was talking. She stopped immediately when she saw Si Jin arrive. Mu Jilan looked at Si Jin with concern and said, Si Jin, you're here. He asked, what exactly happened? Ling Lai replied, it might be Lu Xiao's doing. He looked at Si Jin, it seems he takes you very seriously. He politely greeted Ling Lai Sr. Luan Yun anxiously asked him, are you saying that this whole thing was caused by Lu Xiao? Ling Lai explained calmly, Lu Xiao, this person must have exceptional talent but lacks patience. He probably wants to confront you officially soon, so he eliminated all the other contestants. He did not stop speaking despite the darkening expressions on Luan Yun and Si Jin's faces, continuing his explanation. So the Imperial Martial Competition will be a direct duel between the two of you? Si Jin asked curiously, but with him causing such a commotion, isn't he afraid it will lead to the Imperial Martial Competition being cancelled? Ling Lai replied, at that time, he will naturally think of a way to find you and duel alone. He acts recklessly, but his thinking is still very meticulous. He frowned, in one night, he eliminated 14 experts, it seems he is finally about to master the demon sword as he intended. Mu Jilan, hearing this, was increasingly confused. She awkwardly raised her hand to ask, what kind of person is Lu Xiao? What kind of swordsmanship does he practice? Ling Lai slowly explained, Lu Xiao is a swordsmanship fanatic. After he betrayed Ling Shenlu, he traveled to various countries in the mainland, challenging experts and learning fighting methods. As he spoke, he thought of Lu Xiao covered in blood. By now, his swordsmanship might have already formed its own school. Ling Lai reminded, when you fight Lu Xiao, you cannot treat him as an ordinary swordsman. Si Jin asked, so what is the demon sword you just mentioned? Suddenly, Gao Yuan appeared from behind Ling Lai and said, the demon sword is the swordsmanship inheritance of the third demon general. You see how much trouble you have caused us. Hearing his voice, Ling Lai turned around in surprise. Gao Yuan. Si Jin noticed that as this person arrived, Luan Yun immediately bowed his head in greeting. He lowered his voice to ask, this person also has the surname Gao, could it be? Luan Yun quietly explained to him, this is Lord Gao Yuan, the current head of the Gao family, and also the commander-in-chief guarding the royal capital. Gao Yuan turned to Si Jin and said, Si Jin, my son was once under your care at the academy. He calmly replied, Lu Xiao has long betrayed Ling Shenlu and is now employed by the Gao family. He asked him, if you want to handle this matter, it seems unrelated to us. Gao Yuan frowned but remained calm. There is no evidence proving that this was done by Lu Xiao. As the one guarding the royal capital, you should indeed immediately conclude the imperial martial examination and investigate the suspicions regarding you and Lu Xiao. However, the emperor hopes very much that the imperial martial examination can yield results, which is why I came to remind you to obediently wait for the competition to start tomorrow and not to do anything unnecessary. Ling Lai sighed upon hearing this. He reminded Si Jin, as for Lu Xiao, don't overthink it. If you can defeat him, you can personally ask him. If you can't win, remember to admit defeat early. This is a time of peace, and a talent like you shouldn't face unnecessary danger because of our past grievances. Upon hearing this, Si Jin agreed, I will do my best. Gao Yuan turned to leave, not forgetting to say, I will send troops to ensure the safety of this place. Si Jin, you stay here and wait for orders, the others can go back first. Mu Zhilan couldn't help but worry as she advised Si Jin, then we will leave first. Si Jin, you must be careful. He smiled to reassure her, it's fine, this place should be very safe. As night fell, the moon remained round and bright. Si Jin was lying down to rest when his sword suddenly spoke in his mind, Si Jin, someone is coming. Si Jin slowly sat up and replied softly, I know. He looked out the window and saw a figure lurking outside. Then someone carefully climbed in, but perhaps because the window was a bit high, it was somewhat difficult for that person to land easily on the ground. Unable to see the figure fumbling around, Si Jin spoke first, who are you? The voice startled the person, who exclaimed, whoa. Then the other person carelessly slipped and fell to the ground. That was He Lien Ling Ling. The high and mighty emperor was now on the ground, rubbing his sore bottom. His Majesty angrily shouted, weren't you supposed to be sleeping? Did you suddenly speak up to scare me to death? Si Jin, suddenly being scolded, found himself at a loss for words. Sneaking in through the window in the middle of the night, and you blame me? He Lien Ling Ling approached, standing close to Si Jin, observing him before asking, are you Si Jin? He was a bit startled, leaning back slightly to avoid the girl. I am Si Jin, but who are you? The emperor smirked, slowly pulling down her hat to introduce herself, I am He Lien Ling Ling. Si Jin awkwardly replied, ahem, I don't know you, what do you want with me? Also, how did you get past the guards outside to come in here? He Lien Ling Ling proudly boasted, hee, those foolish guards. With my quick agility. If you want the gods to be unaware and the demons not to know, it's as simple as weaving a basket. He replied helplessly, if you can't even see the skills and climbing through the window takes effort, where's the agility in that? Saying this, the emperor displayed a disappointed expression as he spoke to Si Jin. All those who participated in the Imperial martial arts competition have been eliminated. Now, a stranger like me suddenly comes to find you, and why are you so calm? Isn't that a bit strange? Si Jin calmly smiled and replied, that must be Lu Xiao, right? It's not you. He Lien Ling Ling's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she smirked. How do you know it was Lu Xiao? What if it really was me? Si Jin confidently answered, no matter who it is, I'm certain of the outcome of the battle. He Lien Ling Ling fell silent, frowned for a moment, but then the emperor smiled and sat down beside him, saying, just a mere level 3 or 4 strength, yet it has such power, you truly are the son of Ce. Si Jin was surprised to hear his father's name and turned to ask, you know my father? Who exactly are you? He Lien Ling Ling just smiled smugly, well, I've already told you my name, don't you know who I am? No wonder it is the authentic original that Ce taught. Upon hearing this, Si Jin could only feel speechless in rebuttal. Suddenly, He Lien Ling Ling stepped forward, a sinister smile on her face. The emperor leaned closer, cupping Si Jin's face, and softly said, Si Jin. The emperor looked deep into his eyes, and there was a slight change in the emperor's gaze. After meeting you, I confirm that you are Si Jin, yet you are also not Si Jin. Saying this, He Lien Ling Ling pressed her forehead against Si Jin's. What exactly are you doing here? The question from the other person left Si Jin astonished. He frowned, his expression darkening. What she means is that she knows she comes from another world. Surprised by the question, Si Jin stepped back, avoiding He Lien Ling Ling, hesitating to say, I. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted, what are you all doing? This can be lost too. Can you take responsibility for what happens? Sweep each room once. The shout startled He Lien Ling Ling, oh no, I have to run. As soon as she finished speaking, the emperor hurriedly ran to the window, trying to jump out, but still struggled, leaving Jin feeling helpless. Here we go again. Ling turned and shouted, "Come help me." The somewhat comical scene reminded Jin of that person's smug words, quick reflexes. Jin hurried over to assist. Ling scowled and yelled, "Don't take this opportunity to be inappropriate." Her words left Jin at a loss for words. "What do you want then?" Thanks to Jin's help, Ling quickly landed on the ground. Before leaving, the emperor turned back to remind him, "You must keep the reason I came to find you a secret." Saying that, Ling turned and ran off, not forgetting to encourage him. "You have to do your best tomorrow." Jin watched the figure of that person hiding in the bushes, puzzled. In the end, "I still don't know what she came here for. Which noble lady is she?" The next day, at the vast arena, many people gathered to watch, and Jin's group had also arrived. Lang Bo turned to remind Jin once again, "Just like what father said yesterday, don't force yourself." He smiled, "I understand, but I will do my best." Saying that, Jin turned to look at the other side of the arena. He silently said to himself, "Lu Xiao." On the other side, Lu Xiao quietly observed his surroundings. Finally, today has come. Gao Shen stood beside him, growing increasingly angry as he saw Jin. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Welcome, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed in reverence. Jin thought to himself, "I haven't even met the ruler of this country yet." He looked up, sneaking a glance to see what the person looked like. "I wonder what kind of person he is." He lifted his head and looked up. He was astonished to see the girl who had intruded into his room the night before. "It's her. The girl from last night." Perhaps noticing Jin's gaze, Ling glanced over at him. Jin was frozen in surprise. The Empress smiled mischievously, signaling him to keep it a secret. Jin broke into a sweat and turned to Lang Bo, asking, "Is that our royal lineage?" Hearing this, she felt helpless. "Are you serious?" Lang Bo sighed, "I really admire you. The ruler of our country is from the Lien clan, so don't be rude later." Jin awkwardly blamed himself. "I realize my knowledge is quite limited. Fortunately, nothing went wrong last night, otherwise, my little life would be in jeopardy," he thought to himself. "After this incident, I must take Luan Yun to supplement his worldly knowledge." Gao Yuan stepped forward a bit and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please step forward." Jin and Lu Xiao walked onto the stage together, facing each other. Ling leaned on his hands and asked, "I heard that both participants in this martial arts competition are disciples of Ling Lai." The emperor coldly spoke to Gao Yuan, "It seems that the strength of Ling Shenlu should not be underestimated. The Ling family is part of my Gao family, I should feel honored, right?" Gao Yuan was a bit frightened and bowed in response. "Ling Shenlu has sent two strong young individuals, this is an honor for our nation." Ling's expression turned serious. "Regardless of the outcome of this match, do not take any action against Ling Shenlu. Let past grievances go, understood, Gao Yuan?" He was somewhat panicked. "I understand, Your Majesty." Below the stage, Lu Xiao smiled and said to Jin, "I didn't expect you to return, it really is magical powers playing tricks." He coldly asked, "I don't understand. You can have the heavenly light, how did it come to this?" Lu Xiao still maintained his smile, but his hand began to draw his sword. "If you can defeat me, I will tell you. If you lose, then even if you die under my sword, you won't know." The voice of the treasured sword appeared in his mind, reminding him, Jin. He did not respond verbally, but silently replied, "I know." A mind without distractions. Jin also drew his sword. The two of them drew their weapons into an attacking stance and charged decisively at each other. Experts faced off, determining superiority and deciding life and death. Lu Xiao was the first to charge forward. His sword pressed hard against Jin. His face showed a hint of surprise. "You're stronger than before, huh? Did the old man Ling Lai teach you swordsmanship? Then you should call me senior brother." Though not in the dominant position, Jin was not the least bit frightened. He confidently replied, "Senior brother, be careful, there's an old saying that the younger generation can be formidable." Lu Xiao laughed, swinging his sword, "Then I eagerly await it." He unleashed a strike straight at Si Jin. Ling Shenlu lack noyet. Si Jin had a bit of difficulty dodging Lu Xiao's technique. However, he wouldn't give up and countered Ling Shenlu's sword technique, North Star. Lu Xiao gently parried with his sword. He said, "It's been a long time since I've used Ling Shenlu for a duel." The two swords brushed past each other, producing a clang. Lu Xiao followed the movement and said to himself, "I need to increase my speed." The two continuously exchanged attacks. Everyone in the audience was left in awe. Mu Jilan exclaimed, "So powerful." She was astonished, both of them are very formidable. Luan Yun, standing beside her, added, "Spiritual techniques in duels are different. There are no large movements, no flames, no whirlwinds, but the sense of oppression is immense." Everyone was just spectators, yet they could feel the enormous pressure of the battle, making them extremely tense. Lang Bo watched and exclaimed, "This is the essence of martial skill." Lu Xiao seemed to have the upper hand, continuously unleashing attacks, while Si Jin could only defend himself with his sword. Watching the two, one attacking and the other defending, they continued to charge at each other. Life and death, victory and defeat were all determined by the sword. Si Jin and Lu Xiao separated momentarily. Si Jin stumbled back. He breathed heavily, silently assessing the man. "Impressive, more formidable than anyone I've ever fought. The feeling of pressure is like battling a sixth-tier expert." Si Jin stared at him. "He even has an aura similar to Senior Ling Lai and my father." He felt a chilling presence emanating from him. Lu Xiao smiled at Si Jin. "You're not bad, it's been a long time since I've felt this happy." Sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Really? I'm about to be scared to death by you." He caressed the sword in his hand and said to Si Jin, "I've changed my mind. If you admit defeat, I won't kill you, letting you live will be more interesting later on." Si Jin replied nervously, "But if I admit defeat now, I won't have the determination to win against you in the future." Lu Xiao smiled, "That makes a lot of sense." Saying that, he flicked the sword, making a ding sound. Lu Xiao pointed the sword at Si Jin and unleashed his move, Scream, Spirit Sword of the Celestial Brightness. Seeing this, Si Jin immediately took a defensive stance. A reminder echoed in his mind, "Be careful. The Tianming sword Dao is sharp and thin like a cicada's wing, capable not only of cutting iron like mud but also has other special effects." Lu Xiao stomped hard on the ground, leaping forward to unleash a move, Ling Shenlu Cross. Si Jin quickly used his sword to block the attack. However, perhaps everything was not over yet. "Be careful, the attack isn't finished." Suddenly, a large wound appeared on his body. Si Jin was horrified. "What?" Lu Xiao didn't stop his assault. He continued to charge in, aiming to strike again. Si Jin could only try to defend against Lu Xiao's attack speed. Yet, a tear appeared on Si Jin's arm. Suddenly, he realized, "I understand now, it's the vacuum effect." Lu Xiao twirled his sword and unleashed another powerful strike. Si Jin kept calculating. Tianming creates a high-frequency shock. When swung quickly, a delicate vacuum layer is formed along the sword's trajectory, creating a hidden dual-edged sword. Lu Xiao charged again, and Si Jin had to defend once more. This isn't ordinary sword chi, this sword chi appears even before the blade itself. He attacked without pause. You could only try to block it, but the void sword's attack style is delayed after a normal slash. Then, with a whoosh, the sword appeared right next to Si Jin's neck. He panicked and quickly raised his sword. He began to think, "But if I can block the void sword, I won't have time to respond to a new attack." Unlike spellcasters, martial artists focus on training their physical body and spiritual energy. If you cannot cut through the opponent's rigid body, then you must sharpen your strength to be greater than that. If you cannot break through the opponent's tight defense, then strive to train for faster speed, persistently pursuing greater strength and speed. This is the path of a martial artist. Chu De Jian of Spirit Supreme sat upright, fast as light, but it's just fast as light. My swordsmanship has reached the limits of my body. I can't go any faster, my swordsmanship cannot progress any further. Alas, how pitiful. Chu De Shu of Spirit Supreme suddenly appeared behind that person and said, "Can't you speak nicely?" Chu De Shu laughed and said, "Nonsense. If you can't go faster, why not try slowing down a bit? Do you know what the vacuum state is?" However, he continued, never mind, explaining it to you is a hassle. In short, I want to make a sword, but I need your help during the testing phase. I want to gather some data. Chu Dejian curiously turned back and asked, are you trying to create something interesting? What kind of sword? He replied, I don't know what the final effect will be, but I've already thought of a name for the sword. It's the middle of summer night, with cicadas chirping all over the forest, so let's call it the spirit sword Tian Ming. Lu Xiao swung his sword decisively, intending to strike straight at Si Jin's neck. Gao Yuan observed from above, pondering, this sword can't be avoided now. He Lian Ling continued watching, a slight smirk on her lips, this guy better not die in such a meaningless way. The three people, Mu Jilan, Luan Yun, and Lang Bo, anxiously called out, Si Jin. Si Jin suddenly came to his senses. Yem Noyet Lang Tom Lu. He quickly slid down, dodging Lu Xiao's lethal strike. He smiled sinisterly. To avoid the previous strike, the stance was disrupted. Lu Xiao raised his sword high again, preparing to slash down at Si Jin. Let's see how you handle my next move. Si Jin quickly turned, the blade of his sword scraping against the ground, then he immediately swung the sword straight at Lu Xiao's face, leaving a small cut on his cheek, sword of the bright moon. Lu Xiao suddenly realized, he has cut through my sword formation, I need to create some distance. He pushed off the ground and retreated far away. Si Jin turned, pointing his sword directly at Lu Xiao. Moonlight dance, he began to calculate, the slow attack of the Zen sword could only unleash its full potential by executing a precise trajectory, so he had to close in and strike to break his opponent's sword stance. The tip of Si Jin's sword rushed forward with terrifying speed, shadow moon, heart flowing, moon flower, flowing clouds. This time, Lu Xiao was no longer on the defensive, continuously swinging his sword to block the blows, so that old man has passed down the shadow moon heart flow to you. He frowned, raising his sword high again, falling moon, Zen sword formation. A single strike from Lu Xiao was enough to shatter the arena floor, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Si Jin tightly gripped the sword in his hand, silently asking himself, Wang Gui, we have to take a risk now, are you okay? Don't worry, I can hold it off, he replied seriously, looking towards Lu Xiao. In moon, Ling heart, flowing moon. A flash of golden light appeared as Si Jin rushed towards Lu Xiao at lightning speed. His sudden appearance in front of Lu Xiao caught him off guard. What? Since when? Mu Jilan stood in the stands, astonished. So fast. Luan Yun was equally surprised. Incredible speed. But why is Lu Xiao not reacting at all? Is it so fast that he doesn't even notice? He Lian Ling smiled lightly as she looked down and said, Flowing moon is the secret sword technique of Ling Lai. From our third-person perspective, we can see it clearly. The emperor looked at Si Jin, assessing him. But in Lu Xiao's eyes, it is different. He is pressing down from the front of his body, using his body and sword to block the movements of the footwork. He Lian Ling continued. Yet the upper body is not completely still, it creates an illusion with very slow movements. A martial artist accustomed to relying on the slight changes in the waist and the opponent's hands can predict the next move of the opponent. The emperor slowly and calmly said, from Lu Xiao's eyes, it must have been predicted that Si Jin would not make any move at all. After shifting this distorted illusion, the footsteps have been obscured. The vision, after accumulating enough energy, creates a strong thrusting force. Below the arena, Lu Xiao was still observing Si Jin's actions. It seemed like nothing was happening, but when he realized, the boy was already in front of him. He Lian Ling smiled with satisfaction, clapping and saying the remaining words, by the time you notice, the opponent is already in front of you. It's like the new moon disappearing, the eyes cannot see it, but it actually exists in the air, a phenomenon that deceives the vision. Si Jin had a solid physical foundation built by Ce. After mastering Ling Lai's techniques, he had become a top-notch swordsmanship expert. Down below, Si Jin charged forward, attacking Lu Xiao with a speed he couldn't react to in time. Si Jin decisively pierced his sword through Lu Xiao's body. Luan Yun watched the scene in shock. He won. He exclaimed joyfully, he won. Mu Jilan was equally delighted. Si Jin defeated Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao coughed up blood, struggling to speak. Cough, the old man's sword technique is indeed impressive. This is a move that can only be conceived after countless life-and-death battles. It seems I am still lacking too much. Cene seriously warned him, don't move around, the sword is only an inch away from your heart. Lu Xiao laughed, putting on a pained expression, if I could, I would prefer to just stop here. Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to turn red. Lu Xiao continued, but when I regained my senses, my spirit sword had long been devoured by the demon sword. Ling suddenly realized something was amiss. The emperor immediately ordered Gao Yuan, demon energy, this is bad, Gao Yuan. He immediately understood, shouting, the entire defense team of the royal capital prepare for battle, stop Lu Xiao. Cene's face gradually paled, horrified. What is this? In Lu Xiao's eyes, a black hue gradually emerged, with terrifying red pupils. He coldly shouted, go. An unusual black aura surrounded the sword. Lu Xiao executed his move, demon sword, demon howl. A stream of black energy gathered and charged towards the crowd below, creating a loud noise. Boom! Cene suddenly turned pale, what is this? Wang Gui replied, so that's it. It turns out that the spirit sword Zhen Ming was originally tainted. This is the third general eliminated by Ling Lai, the sword intent of the demon. Lu Xiao stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by strange auras. The soldiers, under Gao Yuan's orders, rushed at him. However, there was no need for Lu Xiao to swing his sword, the black aura, seemingly sentient, immediately lunged to kill those attempting to attack him. At this sight, Luan Yun turned pale. He turned around and shouted, hurry, and urged the others, everyone run. Those at the 4th level, follow to protect the civilians leaving here. Mu Zhilan turned around, ready to attack with her bow, but Luan Yun stopped her, don't provoke him actively, we are no match for him. Mu Zhilan was even more worried, but Cene is still inside. Luan Yun could only try to calmly reassure her, for now, we can only trust Cene and the other experts responsible for keeping this place safe. Lang Bo was anxious, what on earth is going on? Ling stood close to the edge, observing the chaos below. It turns out that initially, when Ling Lai fought against the 3rd demon general, the 2nd demon general used his own death to curse the heavenly bright spirit sword. He intended to use the sword as a medium to assimilate Ling Lai. The emperor wondered, is this the reason Ling Lai cannot continue wielding the sword? Ling stood grimly beside the emperor. Gao Yuan bowed his head earnestly, Your Majesty, please move to a safe place. We will take responsibility for dealing with the demonized Lu Xiao. The attendants around adjusted the crown for Ling. The emperor coldly said, today's situation is all due to your Gao family hiding the truth for personal gain. This debt will be settled with you later. With that, the emperor left Gao Yuan, who stood with his head bowed, behind and departed. He angrily turned to scold Lu Xiao, you brazen scoundrel, I thought you were merely disregarding the rules and fighting freely. I never expected you to act so inhumanly and not even submit to being bound. Upon hearing the insults directed at him, Lu Xiao immediately turned to Gao Yuan, you despicable little man. Then he laughed sinisterly, casting a terrifying gaze at Gao Yuan, this is the price you pay for initially being unjust to the old man. He became even angrier, shouting loudly, tired of living. Immediately, the atmosphere around Gao Yuan changed. Just like Lu Xiao earlier, streams of orange-red energy appeared around him, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Cene looked up in horror, this is the aura of a 9th-tier powerhouse, similar to the flame spear, much stronger than a 7th-tier expert. The streams of energy around Lu Xiao suddenly shifted. They transformed into strands that lifted the corpses of the soldiers lying on the ground, pulling them into the sky and turning them into a horde of skeletal soldiers. Even Lu Xiao underwent a transformation. The blood-stained outfit on him gradually morphed into an intimidating black battle suit. Lu Xiao silently observed the changes in his body. He frowned, his face filled with evil energy, and commanded, eliminate everyone who has seen this. As soon as he finished speaking, the undead soldiers, engulfed in death aura, charged at the remaining survivors. The skeletal soldiers advanced with a savage grin. The surviving soldiers, however, were not deterred, they still charged forward with their spears. Unfortunately, a single ruthless strike from the undead was enough to take them down. They pierced straight through with their sharp blades and ruthlessly withdrew. The massacre continued unabated. Gao Yuan stood high above, unable to watch any longer. Angrily, he shouted, "What audacity," and decided to leap down. His powerful jump created a significant shockwave. Gao Shen, terrified, collapsed to the ground. In front of him was a corpse wielding a sword high, poised to finish him off. He panicked, stammering, "Father, save me." Hearing his son's voice, Gao Yuan immediately turned in concern. He rushed to shield Gao Shen, unleashing a fiery strike that incinerated the corpse before them. Gao Yuan turned back, hastily urging Gao Shen, "You go first." Upon hearing this, he turned pale and quickly ran away. Lu Xiao observed the scene, coldly remarking, "To protect that useless son, the only 9th level noble here doesn't eliminate me first." Truly, a decayed noble, compared to their own bloodline, the lives of others are worthless, aren't they? Don't lay a hand on my friend. Suddenly, a voice directed at Lu Xiao caught his attention. Lu Xiao turned around, surprised to see Si Jin still there. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you running away?" Si Jin remained silent, staring at Lu Xiao without answering. Finally, he let out a sigh. "Indeed, you are a person who values relationships," Lu Xiao said to him. "Don't worry, I haven't taken action against them. After all, they are your little junior sister and her friend. They must have reached a safe place by now." Si Jin asked him in confusion, "Why are you doing this? Are you a good person or a demon leader?" Xiao replied, "Being a good person was my former wish." Then he looked down at the bright red sword in his hand, his expression darkening. "But being a demon leader is my destiny. Deep down, I always have the urge to kill. Ultimately, it is this demon sword that has corroded my soul." As he spoke, Lu Xiao recalled the scene when he held the sword, which was longer than himself, standing among a multitude of corpses. Lu Xiao continued, "Is it still the war from years ago that has carved the instinct to kill into my soul?" Lu Xiao fell silent. "I can no longer distinguish who I am now." Si Jin lowered his voice to ask his question, "You clearly know that the heavenly order has been tainted, yet you still steal it away. Is it to save Ling Lai Sr.?" Lu Xiao could only laugh bitterly. "The old man is too kind-hearted, this tainted demon sword suits me even better. Isn't it always about feeling the urge to slaughter? Then just indulge yourself." The more Lu Xiao spoke, the more confused Si Jin became. "Ending slaughter with slaughter, is that correct?" He asked Lu Xiao in return, "Is it wrong to end slaughter with slaughter?" Saying this, Lu Xiao pointed the sword at Si Jin. "While I can still be considered a human, let me make you the last vengeful spirit to be ended by my sword." Si Jin immediately became serious, getting into a stance ready to attack or defend at any moment. He declared to Lu Xiao, "I will stop you, using the sword techniques of Senior Ling Lai." Lu Xiao smirked, a hint of contempt in his expression. "Then let me enlighten you." A supreme strike from the past ended the third demon general in the wasteland. Lu Xiao gathered his strength, and the ground around him began to crack. Si Jin focused intently amidst the swirling dust. With lightning speed, Lu Xiao charged toward Si Jin. He swung his sword, Demon Sword, the 10 deaths of the Cursed Valley. He was not the least bit frightened, calmly countering. "In Moon Ling Heart Flow, the ultimate meaning at last." Si Jin silently remembered in his heart, "When I faced the intense oppression of the ultimate meaning of Senior Ling Lai, Moon Star, in a situation where death was undoubtedly imminent, I finally found my own ultimate meaning." He swung his sword to block Lu Xiao's strike. But the blow seemed to have a will of its own, bouncing off his sword and looping around to hit him squarely in the chest, causing Si Jin to lean back slightly from the loss of balance. He sprang back, self-assessing, "That was not the right way to draw my sword." Then countless cuts appeared on his body, yet they could not make him falter. "I must continue to live, using the knowledge I've learned throughout my life." In the moment on the edge of life and death, despite receiving countless wounds, Si Jin still tried his best to stand firm, seeking a precise strike that would create a path to survival in a desperate situation. Lu Xiao relentlessly launched attacks at him, while Cene continuously sought opportunities. He resolved, if 1 strike won't do, then 10 strikes, if 10 strikes won't do, then 100 strikes. And then heaven did not disappoint those who strive. You have found it. Got it, Lu Xiao's weakness. You aimed at his side, decisively launching a precise strike at Lu Xiao's vulnerable point. Yem Noyet Lang Tom Lu, not Thuan Bok Kim. Surprised by Cene's strike, Lu Xiao looked at you in astonishment. How is this possible? Although I know it's hard to find a perfect sword that cannot be breached. He gazed at Cene's back, still in shock. But in an instant, you found the weakness in all my swords. Lu Xiao's vision began to blur, and his body collapsed. The younger generation is indeed formidable, surpassing their teacher and even defeating him. Lu Xiao's body fell completely. Cene turned to observe him, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Great, finally no more tricks up my sleeve, otherwise I would really be out of moves. He looked around, the undead soldiers were weakening, and some were already gone. He thought, the strength of the clones is diminishing, they might completely disappear soon. Cene, I never expected you to defeat the demonized Lu Xiao. Gao Yuan suddenly stepped in front of him. Cene bowed politely, Gao General. His gaze was filled with evil energy, staring directly at him. It was so obvious that even Cene noticed it himself. He silently broke into a cold sweat. Evil energy. This old man wouldn't be trying to take advantage of the situation, would he? Everyone in the arena is under his control now. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, you have made a significant contribution to this matter. Although I, Gao Yuan, am not exactly a good person, I still have some basic principles. Then Gao Yuan looked at the body lying there and continued, this time the Gao family has been terribly harmed by evil forces, perhaps this is also a form of retribution. On the body lying there, as the strange energy gradually dissipated, it revealed the corpse of someone who was not Lu Xiao. Gao Yuan was taken aback, what? Cene was equally astonished. He frowned, not Lu Xiao. Gao Yuan approached to observe. He recognized the person lying there, it's one of my subordinates. It seems that from the very beginning, he took advantage of the chaos caused by the split to escape. Gao Yuan still had his back turned to Cene as he said to him, Cene, there's nothing more for you to do here, you can leave now. Cene didn't say much in response. He politely bowed and said, then I take my leave, Junior. Then he immediately turned and left. As he walked outside, he encountered a group of soldiers standing there, with Gao Shen among them. When he saw him, he immediately flew into a rage. Cene! Gao Shen shouted loudly. Cene, don't think you've won, our matter is not over yet. Cene was at a loss for words upon hearing that. He sighed, then turned back and frowned at him, saying, you really can't see it anymore, can you? Don't you realize how serious things are right now? He expressed his displeasure directly to Gao Shen. General Gao has truly spoiled you too much, which has led you to be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The Gao family is in trouble now, and what you should be doing is helping your father properly, not causing more trouble. Gao Shen was rendered speechless by his words and could only feel angry. You dare to speak to me like that? Gao Shen turned sharply and ordered the soldiers behind him, you all go and teach him a lesson for me. However, no one dared to step forward. He trembled, you all, and could only sit down on the ground in frustration. At the Ling Shenlu Dao school, Ling Lai quietly took a puff from his pipe. He exhaled a long puff of smoke and then spoke. Don't hide anymore, I haven't degenerated to the point of not being able to detect you. From behind a pillar in the house, Lu Xiao peeked out. He smiled and replied, I wasn't sure how to show myself, I was a bit shy. Ling Lai smiled and asked Lu Xiao, have you lost? Then he said, who told you not to study properly with me, always wanting to run off and find your own way? Lu Xiao scratched his head. I originally wanted to try training by myself to see if I could surpass you. The result is that the person you taught, Cene, defeated me after just a few days, he really is impressive. Ling Lai silently said, why do you have to be so stubborn about your corrosion? Lu Xiao resolutely replied, Master, the path I choose, even if the way ahead is completely dark, I will not waver. For my purpose, even if I become an enemy of everyone, it doesn't matter. Lu Xiao turned to leave. I will head north to seek refuge with the magic clan. Next time we meet, I will be your enemy. Ling Lai looked into the distance. Sighing inwardly, foolish disciple. After enduring rigorous training and fierce battles, the threat of Ling Shenlu was finally resolved. After the Imperial martial arts competition, the entire city was under strict lockdown, closely searching for Lu Xiao's whereabouts, but there was no news at all. He was likely already out of the city. Since Ling Shenlu had won the Imperial martial arts competition, the Queen issued a decree, officially designating Ling Shenlu as the national swordsmanship master. Jin felt that his handsome performance had touched the hearts of countless young people. From then on, many came to seek Ling Shenlu as their master, hoping to join the sect and learn without end. As a result, the martial arts movement surged once again, and perhaps Lang Bo was also very pleased. As for the Gao family, they were the defenders of the royal capital. They themselves bore some responsibility for the chaos and could not deny it. Moreover, Lu Xiao had previously always acted as a guest under the protection of the Gao family. Thus, from that point on, the Gao family remained inactive, and Gao Shen also had to undergo an investigation. Under the assurance of the Gao family, it was considered as not entering the Lu. Jin is still under house arrest in the Gao family mansion. It can be considered that he has surpassed the standard outcome of a minor faction. Crossover novels really don't deceive people. Jin felt that he deserved it, but he still felt frustrated that so many things had happened and he couldn't do anything about it. Jin was still lying flat on the bed. As time passed and his mind relaxed, the accumulated fatigue in his body began to take its toll. Now, Jin was in extreme pain all over, making it impossible for him to get out of bed. Jin lamented, having gone to the academy for just one session, I've already missed so many classes. Isn't it the case in schools from other worlds that if you don't have enough classes, you get held back? Suddenly, the window in his room rattled a few times. A hand reached out to grab the window sill, followed by the head of Lian Ling popping up. The emperor smiled mischievously at him. Jin was astonished, again. This is the third floor. Lian Ling dusted herself off, happily posed, and shouted, Lian Ling, agile and swift, has appeared, ding ding. Jin broke out in a cold sweat, feeling helpless. Why are you here? Is being a queen just a job for causing chaos? Disrespectful. Lian Ling said, then jumped onto Jin's bed, startling him. The emperor looked down from above, chuckling with delight. Jin, watch your words. It was fine before, but now that you know I am the queen, you should quickly pay your respects. Jin could only force a smile. I am unwell, I hope your majesty will forgive me. Lian Ling squatted down, staring at him and laughing. Jin helplessly thought to himself, my thighs and underwear are about to be exposed. Then he curiously asked, Your Majesty, why did you come to see me? The emperor cheerfully replied, there's no one else here, you can just call me Ling. You have made great contributions, and I originally wanted to come and reward you, but you ended up being too sick to get out of bed, how useless. So I came myself. Jin smiled at Lian Ling, sneaking here again, aren't you? He gently advised, perhaps the palace will be in an uproar if they find out you are missing. You should consider the difficulties of your subordinate. The emperor frowned in annoyance, at such a young age, why do you speak like an old man? Acting like this won't make girls like you. Jin burst out laughing, then reward me a little, turn me into something that girls like, give me a title or something. Lian Ling frowned, poking his forehead, you really want to take a giant leap, huh? A lion wants a big piece. You want to become a noble, then spend all day mingling with nobles, getting attached to some famous ladies and forgetting the way back, right? The emperor crossed his arms and said sternly, with your stingy appearance, even if I grant you a title, it would only be a straw, don't expect to attract any girls. Jin felt hurt, you don't have to say it so ruthlessly, am I really beyond saving? Lian Ling laughed, resting one hand on her chin and drawing on his chest with the other, don't worry, if no one really needs you, I'll take you into the palace, how about that? Jin frowned slightly upon hearing this, this isn't what I imagined the harem to be like. Suddenly, There was a knock on Si Jin's door, followed by Lang Bo's voice, Si Jin, are you awake? Can I come in? Lien Ling was startled. Ah, why is someone coming? The emperor hurriedly said, Si Jin, find a place for me to hide. Si Jin helplessly replied, where can you hide? Just go back the way you came. Lien Ling angrily shouted at him, the third floor is too high, do you want me to jump down and die? Creak, the sound of the door slowly opening, Lien Ling was sweating profusely. Lang Bo entered the room, classmate Si Jin. In Si Jin's room, he was the only one lying motionless on the bed. He turned his head to greet her, Lang Bo, you're here. She moved closer to the bed, I'm sorry, brother, because of our Taoist matters, we've done so much, and now I'm finally here to visit you. Si Jin smiled and replied, I heard that many people have come to pay their respects lately, you must be very busy, right? Lang Bo smiled gently, at first it was indeed very busy, but now it has settled into a routine. Father is no longer locked in his room and has started to teach the disciples about cultivation. Saying that, as if remembering something, Lang Bo took something out of her pocket and said, oh, right, classmate Si Jin, I got the medicine from Hua Yi. She continued, Hua Yi said this could be effective in alleviating your current muscle pain. Then Lang Bo held up the accompanying paper, let me see how to use it. In the paper, Hua Yi wrote that it must be carefully rubbed all over the body, and also urged her to seize the opportunity. Lang Bo could only remain silent. She was blushing deeply, clutching the paper tightly in her hands. Si Jin noticed Lang Bo's face suddenly turn bright red and asked, what's wrong? Lang Bo shyly sat down, stammering, Si Jin, please take off your clothes. At that moment, Lien Ling, who was hiding under the bed, had to silently stifle a cough at those words, inwardly exclaiming, clearly, I came first. Si Jin, witnessing this scene, was flustered, why do you want to take off your clothes? But a moment later, the pain made him groan continuously, ah, it hurts. Lang Bo was equally flustered, I need to apply the medicine for you. Meanwhile, under the bed, Lien Ling let out a faint snort, feeling indifferent. Si Jin forced a smile, no need. However, Lang Bo was already blushing. Be proactive, please let me help, this is my responsibility. Hearing that, he reluctantly replied, all right then. A moment later, Si Jin slowly took off his shirt. Seeing his well-defined physique, Lang Bo blushed even more, then I'll start now. Her fingers gently applied the medicine to the surface of Si Jin's back. She thought to herself, wow, Si Jin's body is really toned, is this the result of many rounds of cultivation? Lang Bo gently massaged his shoulders, Si Jin, how's the pressure? He replied with a forced smile, just right, it feels like my skin can breathe now. This medicine feels warm on my skin. Hua Yi's medicine is very good, it can relieve your physical pain, she said. Meanwhile, Lien Ling, hiding under the bed, felt very bored. This atmosphere is so strange, why do I have to hide under the bed? Si Jin took the initiative to hold Lang Bo's hand, Lang Bo, it's alright, I feel much better now. Lang Bo's cheeks turned red, and she stammered, there's still the thigh. He raised his hand to grab the bottle of medicine, I'll do the thigh myself, but Lang Bo refused. If you do it yourself, you definitely won't use the right massage force. Playing around, suddenly a scream echoed, and she fell onto Si Jin. Opening his eyes, he painfully asked, Lang Bo, are you okay? She hesitantly replied, sorry, I didn't mean to fall on you. Si Jin felt a bit awkward, I'm fine. Lang Bo continued, right now, the only thing I can do for you is this type of massage, so please don't refuse. You wouldn't reject a girl's request, would you? He faced the situation with fear, this is not good, I have to stay calm, I have to stay calm. Si Jin swallowed hard, I need to quickly find something to calm myself down. In a flash, he thought of the capacity of a certain accounting model where n equals 25. Its calculation result would be y is equal to 34.5 plus 24x minus 18p plus 9.52z. Lang Bo asked Si Jin with concern, what do you think of me? Si Jin suddenly jolted, what do you mean? You're great. Your swordsmanship is excellent, and you also take care of the Dao school, helping your father. Lang Bo looked a bit dejected. But this is all unavoidable. To maintain the Taoist school, I strive to practice swordsmanship, but I have no talent for it. When faced with real difficulties, my strength is insufficient. If it weren't for Cene coming to help this time, our school might have closed down already. Do you think I'm useless? Cene gently comforted her. Lang Bo, don't be so pessimistic. Wanting to be strong is eternal, but if you lose faith just because you're not strong enough right now, then we have no way out, do we? Hearing this made her a little shaken. Cene. Moreover, he continued with a smile, your swordsmanship is very strong, didn't you defeat Gao Shen with it? Lang Bo softened her tone, so can I be a little more confident? Cene agreed, don't just talk about confidence, even being a bit arrogant is fine. We are still young, and youth is a gift from heaven. If we encounter stronger opponents, we must keep pushing ourselves until we surpass them. Lang Bo's eyes widened with sparkle. Cene. She chuckled softly, you sound a bit wise for your age. Cene laughed along, what I said is all true. She rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, thank you. Can I call you by your name directly? Cene responded by gently patting her head, you can. Don't I have to call you Lang Bo directly? The corners of Lang Bo's mouth slightly opened, and then she gradually leaned closer to him, Cene, I. Suddenly, a voice was heard as someone opened the door. Upon seeing the person enter, Cene was horrified, Mu Jilan, why are you here? Mu Jilan's face turned beet red, you aren't wearing clothes and didn't bother to close the door, but it's also my fault for suddenly barging in. I brought the lecture notes back for you. Sitting down next to him, she asked, is your body feeling any better? Cene politely replied, Meanwhile, under the bed, Lang Bo and He Lien Ling were in a frenzy. Hello there. Lang Bo intended to do something, but He Lien Ling quickly covered her mouth, no need to be so formal at times like this. Cene's face turned pale, trying to force a confident smile, am I losing my privacy? Cene sat in silence, his eyes tightly shut, his body covered in countless wounds. Cene narrated, I am Cene, the son of Spirit Supreme, but in reality, I do not belong to this world. Due to an accident, my soul has crossed over to another world filled with spiritual energy that can be cultivated. His breathing gradually became difficult, sweat beading on Cene's face. As usual, from here I will begin my journey of cultivation. A path of slaying gods and Buddhas, becoming extraordinarily powerful, opening a path that defies heaven, and turning the harem into a paradise. But now the issue I am facing is somewhat serious. Cene sat cross-legged on the chair, bowing his head in silence. Mu Jilan beside him was confused by his behavior, unaware that under the chair were Lang Bo and Hua Yi. He worried, my current situation is like taking off my underwear, everything I equip explodes, and I directly enter the boss battle. Cene raised his hand to his forehead, his breathing labored. What should I do? How do I handle this situation? Or should I pretend to casually invite everyone to play mahjong? Just enough for a table. Mu Jilan realized that his condition was not good. Cene was lost in his thoughts. But this world doesn't have mahjong, how annoying. Maybe I should create a set of mahjong later. It would definitely be a hit in this world. Then I could open a mahjong parlor, unlock it, enter the bustling area, integrate into the masses, and organize a mahjong competition. He continued to ponder. Then send someone to the magic clan, bringing mahjong to become a cultural exchange between the two clans. In the future, the human clan and the magic clan will rely on mahjong to determine victories and defeats. There will be no more wars, no more deaths. Seeing Cene's increasingly unstable condition, Mu Jilan grew worried. Are you okay? Why do you look so pale? Are you getting a fever again? Suddenly, he shouted out with difficulty, love and peace. This startled her, causing her to retract her hand. The textbook also fell to the floor because of that. Mu Jilan thought to herself, you scared me to death, and now the textbook is on the floor too. She bent down, making Cene panic. He was worried, his heart racing, sweat dripping down. It's over, no, I was finished a long time ago. Mu Zhilan bent down, not just Si Jin. Both Lang Bo and Hua Yi were terrified, speechless when they were seen by her. Mu Zhilan stood up, waiting for Lang Bo and Hua Yi to step out. The three of them looked at each other, struggling to speak. She tapped on the textbook, coldly asking, Si Jin, what is going on here? Lang Bo, flustered, explained, Mu Zhilan, I got the medicine from Hua Yi, wanting to help Si Jin relieve her muscle pain. She emphasized, Mu Zhilan, fellow student, Si Jin. Mu Zhilan sighed, this form of address is quite different. Lang Bo felt shy in response to her words. Hua Yi stood beside, finding the situation increasingly amusing. It's the pressure coming from the Empress herself. Si Jin angrily scolded Hua Yi, still laughing while someone is in trouble, who caused this. She hid behind Lang Bo teasingly, are you blaming me? Mu Zhilan then noticed the two of them. Zhilan wondered and asked, who is this? Si Jin quickly replied, this is Her Majesty the Queen. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhilan was slightly surprised, Your Majesty. She gently performed a bow. He Lien Ling Ling waved her hand, Mu Zhilan, you are a princess of a country, moreover this is not an official occasion. No need for formalities. Zhilan turned around abruptly, her face darkened as if interrogating, why is Your Majesty in my brother's room? Si Jin was startled, hesitantly replied, how should I know? He Lien Ling Ling cleared his throat a few times to get their attention, then slowly spoke, I secretly came to find Si Jin because of his special identity, so I have some arrangements for him to make, and I hope you both can help me keep it a secret. Mu Zhilan was slightly surprised, special identity, huh? He Lien Ling Ling smiled slyly, Si Jin's identity is actually not a secret that cannot be mentioned, you can ask him yourself. Then, He Lien Ling Ling turned to Lang Bo, next I need to meet your father. This time I am secretly leaving the palace without taking any guards, so I would appreciate it if you could escort me there. She nodded slightly, yes, Your Majesty. After that, Lang Bo handed Zhilan a vial of medicine, Mu Zhilan, could you please apply this medicine for Si Jin? And then both of them left in her presence. Si Jin was a bit bewildered at this moment, Mu Zhilan, regarding my identity. She smiled, lie face down first. It's rare for classmate Hua Yi to prepare medicine for you, so I'll help you massage the muscles around your waist. As she gently massaged his back, she softly said, seeing you still have the strength to pull and drag shows that you're fine, so I can relax. Si Jin squinted, his face lighting up with joy, are you jealous? Mu Zhilan replied softly, not at all. My tone here is directed at a classmate in the same class. Si Jin remained carefree, his mood light, that's good. My father and mother, both of them are spirit supreme. In the training yard, the students were focused on practicing their swordsmanship, each one serious in their training. He Lien Ling Ling looked at her disciples with pride, we've recruited quite a few new disciples, haven't we? Ling Lai smiled confidently, thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance. The Majesty couldn't hide a calculating look in his eyes, the Gao family has overstepped their bounds in recent years, they need to taste some trouble to understand their own status. He understood what He Lien Ling Ling was saying, but Ling Lai also knew that it's best not to be too clever around someone like His Majesty. Ling Lai replied, I am just a martial artist. These things we do not understand. He Lien Ling Ling turned her head to look at him, smiling gently, forget it, you've always been like this. The Emperor left, not forgetting to remind Ling Lai, you should continue to nurture those powerful swordsmen for the country. He couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty came here, perhaps not to concern yourself with the business of my rundown temple, right? He Lien Ling Ling ignored Ling Lai's words. The Emperor asked Lu Xiao, is it heading north? He understood the implication in that statement, so Ling Lai said nothing, only silently followed. Suddenly, He Lien Ling Ling turned around, her face darkened, her cold gaze fixed on him, asking, do you want to cover for him? Knowing that the Emperor had seen through his thoughts, Ling Lai quickly admitted his fault, I am an unfilial disciple, and also a disciple. The Emperor paid no attention and turned to leave. He Lien Ling Ling sat down on a nearby chair. The Emperor looked up at him and said, the purpose of this expedition of Ce and Rwandai is partly to find elixirs that can heal your wounds. Ling Lai gently replied, whether I can recover or not, I have actually stopped caring much about it. Ling sat with her legs crossed, her gaze wandering. But I am concerned. I have a strong feeling that something unfortunate will happen soon. When that time comes, I will need your help. Upon hearing this, Ling Lai became tense. He hurriedly asked, is the magic clan making moves? The emperor calmly replied, not exactly. It's not just the magic clan, there is a more terrifying dark power threatening the entire mainland. At the Gao family's ancestral hall, Gao Shen was furious, his face contorted as he shouted, get out of here. The butler gently comforted him, young master, every action of the Gao family is being watched right now, we cannot act recklessly. Please endure for a little while longer. Gao Shen glared, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word, the audacity of the Royal Training Academy is astonishing, they dare to expel me. How can you expect me to endure such humiliation? Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the threshold, and a confident voice rose. How can a mere academy have the right to dictate to the little young master of the Gao family? Gao Shen was drawn in by the voice. The woman smiled brightly and assured him, General Gao asked me to come and be your family tutor. Don't worry, under my guidance, your strength will soon surpass that of the students in the academy. Gao Shen was not very convinced by her words and angrily asked, who are you? The woman gently replied, I am Bai Luo. She smiled confidently and introduced herself, but those who know me call me Fei Chui the Empress. Gao Shen looked at the person before him, his face showing surprise. 9th rank Spirit Sovereign. At the academy, Si Jin was cheerful. He stretched and warmed up his arm. Hua Yi's medicine really works, you've recovered in no time. Suddenly, a hand from behind touched him, saying, is it because my skill in applying the medicine is good? Si Jin turned around to find the person behind him, Mu Zhilan mischievously hiding behind him. Si Jin. He felt shy, Mu Zhilan, good morning. Luan Yun came over from somewhere, tapped Si Jin on the head with a textbook, after resting for so long, you seem quite relaxed, huh? Don't you feel that your classmates are not as strong as you? Isn't the teacher bothering you? She stood beside him, laughing joyfully. He turned to laugh heartily, when it's time to rest, one should still take a little break. The outstanding students in the academy don't always have the privileges that the teacher assigns, do they? The teacher appeared behind Si Jin. He smiled and said, seeing you in such high spirits is truly great. Today we have a practical magic lesson, which was supposed to be me practicing with the students, but since you're lazy, you can do it instead. This statement made him anxious. The three of them turned to look at the teacher. Si Jin reminded, that's not good, but he ignored it and slipped away. Mu Zhilan and Luan Yun placed their hands on his shoulders, grinning mischievously, then please guide us later. Si Jin glanced at the two of them, worried, why are you two here? When class started, the teacher pointed at Si Jin to introduce him, so let's proceed like this. We warmly welcome our recently famous classmate Si Jin back to the group. He turned and walked away. So any classmates who want to practice in a real fight can challenge Si Jin. I'm going to take a nap now. After hearing this, he panicked and threatened, hey, if you do this, I'll report you to the principal. The teacher turned back to look at him and snapped his fingers, right, you can't use a sword or any other tools, the other students can do as they please. The students became excited upon hearing this, please guide us, classmate Si Jin. Si Jin felt helpless, you all, don't want to go up at the same time, do you? In front of the students, Si Jin hesitated, this. Mu Zhilan cheerfully turned to ask Luan Yun, aren't you going up? He replied, no, I have my pride too. Later, I want to fight Si Jin classmate one-on-one. Lang Bo was quite surprised, everyone seems to really like it, huh? Hua Yi smiled and explained, after all, it's the mentality of youth. Challenging peers, in real combat, may not be enough to develop one's strengths. Luan Yun watched and sighed, I still haven't seen Si Jin use the footwork technique yet. Let's see how it goes. The classmates going up this time are all third-tier experts. Si Jin began to gather his strength, clasping his hands together seriously, classmates, please guide me. Si Jin's classmates started to channel their spiritual energy. Luan Yun assessed, simultaneously building both defensive and offensive formations. Everyone's thinking is quite similar, all very cautious. Hua Yi agreed, the flow of spiritual energy is very fast. It seems everyone is ready to make a move now, Mu Zhilan continued. After all, everyone is aware of Si Jin's strength, and there's no need for further probing. Lang Bo commented, but Si Jin's strong awareness in real combat will soon be ignited by their initial attacks. Si Jin stomped down hard on the ground, channeling strength into his toes, and charged towards a classmate in front of him. The classmate was equally determined not to back down. The male student attacked, third-level spirit technique, fireball technique. Before the attack could reach Si Jin, he intercepted it. The male classmate struggled. What? Under everyone's gaze, Si Jin countered his attack. The fireball flew towards another student, who panicked and ran away in fear. What? Si Jin and the male classmate stopped to look at the direction of the explosion. Sorry, Si Jin smiled confidently and declared, you lost. He stepped on the guy's foot and channeled spiritual energy towards him. A female classmate appeared quickly from behind to assist. Lightning-based spirit techniques appeared in an instant. You won't have time to defend yourself now, she summoned the lightning technique, third-level spirit technique, lightning summon. Si Jin quickly utilized another type of spiritual energy, first-level spirit technique, water flow technique. As he unleashed his move, countless jets of water flowed backward, releasing in abundance. Lightning strike. She was completely unable to counter Si Jin's attack, helplessly watching him. The female classmate was stunned by Si Jin's move. What? What did he just do? The lightning exploded upon contact with the water, and he controlled the water flow using first-level spirit technique. This time, he switched to the spiritual energy, ice freeze. Following that, two classmates charged forward at the same time. They used fire's spiritual energy to rush towards Si Jin, third-level spirit technique. He shot two ice shards high into the air, gracefully dodging. The ice block spun in the air, reflecting the sunlight brilliantly. The rays of light shone into the eyes of the two male classmates, making it difficult for them to follow the situation. One of them squinted to look, but Si Jin was no longer standing there. They panicked, where is he? Where did he go? The female classmate shouted from a distance, warning, he's behind you. He lightly tapped the shoulders of the two of them, and Si Jin appeared from behind, cheerfully saying, you two are eliminated as well. As the words rang out, the two of them sighed heavily in disappointment. In the astonished gaze of everyone, Si Jin smiled awkwardly. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Seeing this, Luan Yun spoke up, it seems that Si Jin hasn't even made a move yet. Hua Yi replied with a smile, although this is said to be a tactical victory. Luan Yun chuckled sheepishly, but I think this might not have been the teacher's original intention. At this moment, Si Jin finally noticed the people around him and asked, what's wrong with everyone? Hearing this, everyone brushed off their clothes and clasped their hands, saying, thank you, classmate Si Jin, for your guidance. We completely lack the strength to fight back. Si Jin responded, there's no need to be so polite. Suddenly, another classmate spoke up, but it feels strange, I feel extremely empty inside. Hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, that's right. Si Jin, puzzled, put his hand on his chin in thought and said, do you feel like I didn't use any advanced techniques? Luan Yun then said, Si Jin, didn't you place great importance on practical combat when you were training in techniques before? Si Jin glanced over and replied, yes. When I was young, after reaching a certain level, Nijai often goes out behind the mountain to hunt demon objects for dinner. Hua Yi then raised his hand and asked, so, how old were you when you started? Si Jin replied dreamily, maybe just a little over 8 years old. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to turn to stone instantly. The noise erupted immediately after. What? 8 years old and already hunting demon objects alone? Are his parents too cruel? He said he hunts demon objects to bring back food. Moreover, who would live in a mountain full of demon objects? Maybe his family is really struggling. Indeed, poor children become independent early. Si Jin thought to himself, it seems I've gained some sympathy, what does this mean? Another classmate chimed in with a guess, perhaps this is the difference. Due to the customs of our country, I also have quite a bit of combat experience, which leads to our different ways of thinking about how to use spiritual techniques. Jin clasped his hands, understanding the issue, and continued, so everyone is taking steps to enhance their spiritual energy and techniques. One main goal is to learn spiritual techniques, and they don't even fully understand the essence of spiritual energy, right? The other classmates chuckled and replied, that's right, we never expected that our electric summon would be destroyed by a first-level water flow technique. Isn't water flow technique not a basic skill learned in childhood because it allows one to perceive the movement of spiritual energy in the natural world? Jin explained, conducting electricity requires a medium, and the air is actually a very poor conductor. So, as long as there is another medium that is better, the electricity will be conducted away. Hearing this, everyone felt confused. Jin scratched his head and continued to explain, this is troublesome, I don't even know how to explain it anymore. Let's set this aside for now. First, let's talk about the issues in combat thinking. Jin continued, as I understand it, the higher the level of the spiritual technique, the greater the potential effect it can produce, but at the same time, the preparation time for release is also longer. Be careful, the formations are more complex and larger in scale. This is because spiritual techniques affect different attributes in the natural world, generating and condensing spiritual energy. So, to put it simply, releasing a third-level fireball technique requires more fire-type spiritual energy than releasing a first-level fire cushion technique. Naturally, the spiritual energy in the natural world is distributed evenly. Therefore, to release a third-level fireball technique, one needs to use their own spiritual energy to gather fire-type spiritual energy. In the broader natural world, this process will certainly be slower. This collection efficiency is also influenced by one's own level of spiritual energy. The higher the rank, the higher one's level of spiritual energy, which means the greater the power that can be used to intervene in the spiritual energy of the natural world. This is precisely why a high-level spiritual practitioner can use low-level spells so effortlessly, often completing them in the blink of an eye. Another classmate nearly understood this and spoke up, so, when you released the spell earlier, it was very easy for you to accomplish, and we didn't see you use the magic circle at all. Jin replied, that's right. In fact, my realm is not much higher than everyone else's. In such a situation, if I stood still to prepare a 4th or 5th tier spell like everyone else, I might be able to withstand the attacks of 2 or even 3 of you. But against the attacks of the other 2, I fear I wouldn't be able to hold them off. So I didn't do that. If it were demon beasts, they would probably have lunged at you and bitten your throats out right away. Hearing about the demon beasts, everyone became horrified. Jin added with a smile, moreover, you all saw it just now. Low-level magic techniques are not unusable in real combat. At the most opportune moment, choosing the most suitable magic technique is the essence of a magician's combat prowess. As he used the magic technique, he continued to explain, magic techniques have their own attributes. When people advance to a higher level, before using more complete and powerful magic techniques, I still advise everyone to delve deeper into the characteristics of their magic techniques first. The magical energy will be much stronger when blown by the right wind. Jin used the magic technique while combining it with the breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, extinguishing the magic technique. Jin explained, but if the wind blows away the air, the flames will go out. Different magic techniques can promote or hinder each other. Taking this opportunity to learn a bit more will greatly benefit your future. After being instructed by Jin, everyone began to practice, exploring deeper into their flames and their magic techniques. Seeing this, Master Gon approached Jin and said, I see you are more suited to being a teacher than I am. He put his arm around Jin's shoulder and laughed, why don't you stop being a student? I'll talk to the principal and have you teach in class. Jin grimaced at this, Master Gon, can you be a bit more serious? Suddenly, Master Gon turned around and said, the other classmates all have things to do now, this is a good opportunity. Jin immediately asked, what is it? At this moment, Luanyun stepped forward and said, Jin, let's have a little duel. Jin frowned and replied, are you sure? Luanyun pulled down his coat and smiled, saying, let me make it clear, I am not like those rich disciples. I have always received practical combat training, but don't think you can easily defeat me. Jin glanced at Master Gon and pointed at Luan Yun, saying lazily, Luan Yun is really strong. Can I use a sword? Master Gon yawned and said, no. Your swordsmanship is not bad, so give me something fresh. Luan Yun began to channel his spiritual energy. He said, you probably know that my specialty is ice magic, right? On the other side, a female classmate thought to herself, Luan Yun's specialty is ice magic, but I still don't know what Si Jin's specialty is. The two stood facing each other, ready for the upcoming battle. Luan Yun started to unleash sharp ice shards, shouting loudly, take this. Si Jin executed the spell. In his mind, he thought, using ice to condense into a drill shape, while simultaneously increasing the attack power, can also reduce air resistance and control the trajectory of the shot. An ice shard whizzed by, and Si Jin regretfully said, it's a pity that if it deviates just a little, it can be blocked due to its inherent shape. Luan Yun contemplated, it's not about using fire spells to counter ice spells, but rather using similar ice spells to defend against them. Moreover, fully exploiting the frictional properties of ice. Unexpectedly, the advantages of ice spells have turned into disadvantages. Truly impressive. Si Jin was still casting his spell. Luan Yun was thinking while performing his magic, fighting against Si Jin requires strategy, I must learn from him. Si Jin felt alarmed, it seems like he is about to do something. He quickly dashed towards Luan Yun. As he moved forward, he thought, I can't always be on the defensive, I need to close the distance. With that thought, Si Jin immediately advanced towards Luan Yun. The current distance between them was within 1 meter. Seeing this, Luan Yun smiled and said, I have learned a move from you. Si Jin suddenly replied, what? As soon as he finished speaking, Luan Yun used his spiritual technique to conjure a ball of ice and shot it towards Si Jin. Si Jin immediately retreated. Luan Yun, pleased with himself, said, just like you said, simple, quick, and effective, give this move a name. Si Jin wiped the sweat from his brow and said, this is usually called an ice bullet. Hearing this, Luan Yun continued to launch another bullet, saying, a straightforward name, then its first-tier spiritual technique, ice bullet. Si Jin immediately dodged the attack, do you think this is a feeling I found from my fire gun? But to be able to use it in actual combat so quickly, Luan Yun's learning ability is on a different level from other students. He continued to ponder, can't get close, Luan Yun is fine, Mu Jilan is fine too. After specializing in a particular attribute of spiritual techniques, the understanding and application abilities regarding the nature of the technique are indeed much stronger. Si Jin cast his spiritual technique, gritting his teeth and thinking, if I can't break through head-on, then I'll sneak attack him from behind. As he thought this, he executed his move, aiming directly at Luan Yun. Mu Jilan was surprised, it's my battle strategy. However, this tactic was immediately blocked by Luan Yun. He said, when you are not here, Mu Jilan and I are not idly slacking off, we have always been practicing. Trying to learn Mu Jilan's techniques to deal with me is not going to work. On this side, Hua Yi was worried, Luan Yun is indeed formidable. Teacher Gon also nodded in agreement, analyzing, the swordsmanship and spiritual techniques of Si Jin are very powerful, so he is accustomed to using various techniques to counter, which allows him to win very quickly. Now that his techniques have been restricted, his advantage has diminished significantly. Simply speaking about the understanding of spiritual techniques, Si Jin is familiar with all spiritual techniques, while Luan Yun specializes in ice-type spiritual techniques, so the difference is not that great. Teacher Gon rested his chin in thought and said, but in a purely combat situation, Luan Yun has created an entirely new spiritual technique. A first-tier spiritual technique that is simple yet effective like this will need to be categorized and compiled into teaching materials later. This kind of direct attack technique can completely supplement the shortcomings of ice-type spiritual techniques, differing from the unpredictable transformations and lethal intent of Mu Jilan's wind-type techniques. The greatest strength of ice-type is the ability to control the battlefield. The battle was still ongoing fiercely. Si Jin is currently almost overwhelmed. His legs are frozen. He looks down at his legs and thinks, they've been frozen. In front of him, ice shards are rushing toward him. He thinks to himself, there's no time to build a strong enough defensive technique. Cene casts a spell, thinking, not only is it getting colder around me, but that's how it is. No wonder I feel Luan Yun's attacks getting faster. With Luan Yun's relentless attacks, the surrounding temperature continues to drop. The low temperature accelerates the speed and power of ice-type spells. Cene uses all his strength to unleash a gust of wind, thinking, but the density of the air is also increasing, which enhances the power of the wind-type spells. Seeing this, Luan Yun immediately casts a counter technique. Third grade spell, Ice Wall. Luan Yun smiles faintly, you're ready to make your move. The ice wall continuously withstands powerful attacks, and soon it is shattered in large chunks. Jilan feels a chill run down his spine. How can the power of the second grade air spell be so great? This has already reached the level of a third grade spell. The doctor kindly explains, on the contrary, he has used the ice-type spell environment created by Luan Yun to transform it. Let's see how he plans to act next. Luan Yun silently calculated, Cene is about to unleash a powerful move. I'll face it head-on to see just how strong you really are. He launched a powerful attack. Lang Bo was stunned, this level of spiritual technique. Hua Yi immediately recognized it, it's a 5th-tier spiritual technique. Cene quickly responded, first, use the fire element technique. A strong wind rose, sweeping up the broken ice on the ground. He continued, 2nd-tier spiritual technique, fire flow technique. This combination caused the flames to blaze fiercely, rapidly melting the ice. She was surprised, a combined attack of wind and fire, trying to counteract the low temperature of the ice element. Jilan thought differently, no. The fire flame is created by the broken ice swirling in the wind, its power is significantly weakened. In the current vortex, water has completely replaced fire. Cene immediately threw in another element, 2nd-tier spiritual technique, Thunderstrike. The attack slammed into the ice wall, shattering a large piece. She was extremely astonished, Luan Yun's defensive ice wall is about to be breached. The teacher remained calm as if nothing was happening. It's too late now. Luan Yun's spirit technique is almost complete. He continued to execute his plan. Luan Yun raised his hand high, I win, Cene. A massive ice weapon took shape, Giant's Hammer. Everyone rushed over to watch. Hey, look over there. This is a 5th grade spirit technique, and moreover, it's the highest level attack technique in the 5th grade. Everyone was astonished. I can't believe Luan Yun can use an attack of this level. How long has it been since school started? When he enrolled, he was still at the 4th grade, when did he become a 5th grader? He asked with a laugh. It seems you have no intention of admitting defeat, huh? Cene replied firmly, my attack is also about to be completed, and indeed, I am faster than you. You should be the one to admit defeat. Jilan, anxious, said, they are fighting head-on, teacher gone. He was always ready, no one will die, I will assess the situation and rescue them. Luan Yun decisively struck, the giant hammer coming down directly. It seemed he had been anticipating this moment for a long time, and immediately launched his counterattack, 4th grade spirit technique, explosive fireball technique. Two opposing attributes collide, continuously wearing each other down. The great hammer has cracked and shattered significantly, but the fireball has also been dispersed. In the end, the great hammer struck the ground, though its power was not high. Then, it exploded due to the pressure from the fireball. Everyone was blown away, and the screams were chaotic. Oh my goodness! Jilan tried to see through the thick dust from the battle. She anxiously called out, Cene, Luan Yun. The teacher sighed, do you know what it means to know when to stop? He grabbed both of them by the collar. You two are key students who need protection, if something happens, do you want to make me lose my meal? They could only look at each other and force a smile. Luan Yun cheerfully extended his hand, it was I who was saved by the teacher first, so perhaps you attacked faster, which means you win. Cene replied, you are also very strong. Jilan hurried over, hey, are you guys okay? They laughed and chatted happily. The teacher breathed a sigh of relief, young people are truly impressive, it seems the outstanding students I chose this year are indeed good. The setting was behind the Royal Training Academy. The Royal Training Academy is located on the outskirts of the capital city. Behind it flows the Spirit Vegetable River, which runs uninterrupted. The Spirit Vegetable Vein, where Si Jin's home is located at the other end of the mountain range, has abundant spiritual energy, which has naturally nurtured many demon beasts. In fact, according to legend, the center of the mountain range, where there are few traces of human presence, still harbors high-tier divine beasts, even those of the 10th rank. The Spirit Vegetable Vein is the first peak adjacent to the Royal Training Academy. Because the outskirts of the mountain range have relatively thin spiritual energy, combined with its proximity to the human realm, the rank of demon objects here is quite low. Under the influence of the Academy, only one 5th rank demon object has become the Mountain King in this area, ruling over countless low-tier demon beasts. This is also the place for practical combat tests for new students entering the Royal Training Academy. For many years, this balance has not been disrupted. Of course, this precious balance was shattered by a thunderbolt from Si Jin. The Mountain King behind the mountain, the Wild Boar King, has resided there for over 300 years, longer than most of the teachers at the academy, living a quiet and honest life. Never caused any harm to the students. Everyone was shocked by the sacrifice of the wild beast. After the sacrifice of the Wild Beast King, the professors couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness in their hearts. One professor couldn't hold back his emotions and covered his mouth with his hand. That very night, the academy organized a barbecue to alleviate the negative feelings of the faculty. That night, the academy held a roast pig party behind the mountain, considered a team-building activity, of course organized secretly from the students. The professors praised the dedication of the Wild Beast King, who, despite being accidentally killed by Si Jin, could no longer continue to shine and radiate heat, truly deserving of respect. The principal held his head in distress, deep in thought. Only the principal was genuinely troubled. If there was no Mountain King behind the mountain, the lower-level demon beasts would fear the aura of the strong emanating from the school and would not dare to approach, thus the tradition of practical combat for the new students could not be carried out. He sighed in frustration. Everyone is having fun roasting meat, but then what will we do? This tradition that has been maintained for 100 years cannot end on my watch. I need some dignity too. It's also not possible to send someone into the mountains to carry back a high-level demon beast. If the demon beasts don't come themselves, they will just run away immediately if caught. The principal helplessly sighed. What should we do? The scenery behind the mountain isn't bad, maybe we should develop it into a tourist area. A male student excitedly ran into the principal's office. Principal, it seems that a 5th-level demon object has run to the back of the mountain. Hearing this news, the principal felt as if he had been pulled out of a quagmire, and he eagerly asked, "Really? Take me to see it." They went together to the back of the mountain. The principal and the male student were both stunned by the sight before them, and the principal was speechless. This is... In the classroom, the professor passionately lectured, the treasures in the Linghuan mainland have partially evolved abilities, allowing them to absorb and utilize spiritual energy through their physical capabilities. This type of organism is much stronger than ordinary wild animals and occupies a peak position in the natural ecosystem. The demon beasts commonly seen now have become familiar with humans and the magic clan, and some have even become combat forces through training. However, the Ma Spirit Vegetable channels still have many areas that humans have yet to explore, and there are definitely many new species that have not been discovered yet. While the professor was lecturing, Si Jin was intently writing. Mu Zhilan noticed and curiously asked, "Si Jin, why are you drawing instead of paying attention to the lecture?" He turned to her and cheerfully explained, "I'm bored, just researching a small invention." She looked at the drawing filled with ink lines, startled. "You call this a small invention?" Si Jin enthusiastically said, "But it seems useless to me. I feel like I can keep leveling up, I can fight without any equipment and it won't be a problem. This is just something I doodled out of boredom." He rambled on. "If I actually made it, who knows, I might be able to sell it for a high price to the national army, and then I would be rich." Mu Zhilan helplessly replied, "You say things I don't understand." She leaned in close to Si Jin and whispered, "By the way, Si Jin, are you free after class?" He quickly replied, "Of course." Inside, he couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that Mu Zhilan wants to ask me out? The legendary date is finally happening. The professor coughed lightly to remind them. Si Jin, Mu Jilan, no private conversations during class. Especially, keep in mind that there should be a distance between boys and girls. All eyes turned toward Si Jin and Mu Jilan. He shyly scratched his head and smiled to brush it off. She was too shy to say a word. Outside the classroom, there were only the two of them talking to each other. Si Jin wondered, Mu Jilan, why did you ask me to come out here? Mu Jilan blushed and didn't dare to look him in the eye. She hesitated. Si Jin, ever since I met you, there's been a question lingering in my heart. You're so smart, I want to talk to you and see if you can give me a little hint. Si Jin bashfully replied, although I'm not sure if I can help, you can tell me anything you don't understand at any time. Though his words seemed ordinary, Si Jin felt strangely excited inside. Mu Jilan, face your feelings, just say it. It must be love, and I will agree to everything. Mu Jilan stammered, so. Gathering all her courage, she clenched her hands tightly and said, Si Jin, please think of a way to help me become stronger. Si Jin was taken aback by Mu Jilan's request. He was speechless. Is that all? Worried that Si Jin didn't understand her meaning, she quickly explained. Huin also knows that my specialty is wind-based spiritual techniques, and the damage is the lowest. However, my innate nature is wind-based, so I have always delved deeply into this element. Si Jin was disillusioned, silently crying inside. Why does Mu Jilan think like a straight guy? Seeing Si Jin's expression was not good, Mu Jilan asked, Si Jin, why do you look so disappointed? He explained, it's nothing. So, are you feeling down because there is very little research on wind-based combat tactics, and you don't know how to continue improving your combat power? Mu Jilan clenched her fists, showing her determination. Yes, although I know I should gradually improve my spiritual energy level to gain greater strength, after watching you and Luanyan fight, I realize that the tactics I am currently using still have weaknesses. Mu Jilan's cheeks flushed, and she looked up at Si Jin with expectation. I have been thinking about this for several days, but I still haven't solved the problem. I can only come to seek your advice. Si Jin, do you think I am a shameless girl with no pride? He sighed helplessly. What are you talking about? Si Jin comforted her. We agreed to become stronger together. The future must become spirit supreme, and helping each other is a normal thing. She hesitated to call his name, Si Jin. Si Jin thought of her spiritual energy and explained, in fact, your unique wind system spell, Wind God Arrow, has an extremely high output, which compensates for this shortcoming. Si Jin passionately explained, this is probably also the result of your efforts and understanding. I feel that this direction is not a problem. However, the biggest drawback of this spell is that if someone closes the distance in battle, it will lose its effectiveness. Therefore, what you need to supplement the most right now is mobility. Si Jin continued to explain to Mu Jilan, if your previous training direction was focused on developing long-range combat, and now you want to go back to enhance close combat abilities from the beginning, it would be better to strengthen the long-range combat method step by step instead. He imagined her strong, muscular physique and felt apprehensive. If Mu Jilan learns close combat skills right now, with her crazy training style, she will soon turn herself into a baby Vitra, which is really scary. Looking at Si Jin's expression, Mu Jilan furrowed her brow and asked, Si Jin, are you thinking about something strange? He quickly raised his hand to deny it. Through Si Jin's hints, she began to think. Increasing mobility, huh? What method should we use? Countless ideas flashed through his mind, such as having Mu Jilan ride the wind, using a skateboard, or fire-powered shoes. Si Jin pondered, should we use the characteristics of wind-type magic to learn flight magic? It could work, but this type of magic seems quite simple at first glance, yet the principles of its application are very complex, consuming a lot of mental strength and spiritual energy. Let's quickly check my treasure trove. Is there any feasible plan? Mu Jilan suggested, well, if we just need to increase mobility, riding a horse might work too, right? She explained, the inspiration for my wind god arrow also comes from the combat methods of our nomadic people. If we really ride a horse, we can always ensure the situation is advantageous for ourselves, maintaining a combat distance. Whether it's extending the distance or pressing the advantage, it's all very flexible. Indeed, this was what Cene had always been looking for, and he agreed. That's right. Cene was also very interested in this idea. This is it. Today in class, when we talked about demon beasts, we mentioned the transformation of demon beasts. We just need to find a high mobility demon beast that she can ride like a horse. Tomorrow, since there are no classes, let's go check out the spirit vegetable vein behind the mountain. At the spirit vegetable vein, misty clouds enveloped the mountain. Cene helplessly sighed, this is youth, being playful is the nature of teenagers. I didn't expect that what I said casually last night would lead to this. Not just Mu Jilan, but also Luan Yun, Lang Bo, and Hua Yi were present. Cene asked loudly, everyone has gathered here, are we going hiking? She was happy, the more, the merrier. If it gets too lively, the demon beasts will get scared and run away, he replied. Lang Bo added, Cene, you started hunting demon objects at 8 years old. After I heard about this, I became very interested and felt I should also enhance my combat skills. He coldly reminded, having a fighting spirit is a good thing, but we are here to catch demon beasts, so don't go slashing everything. Luan Yun added. We are simply bored to death. He hurriedly waved his hand, go back for me. Hua Yi quickly soothed Cene, I've prepared a lot of delicious food to take along, and there's even wine. Let's find a beautiful spot to eat and drink later. However, she also managed to sway his emotions. Thank you. But let's skip the wine. Luan Yun sweet-talked Cene, but your fighting spirit is still strong, and you even brought the cursed sword Wang Gui with you. He looked at the sword in his hand, sighed, and felt uncomfortable thinking. Last night he made noise, and I couldn't do anything. Alright, let's go play. With 3 beautiful girls, there are only 2 guys, 1 beautiful girl belongs to me. Arrange one for me, they are all beauties, and I can't choose. Suddenly, he noticed something. Cene looked towards the source of the strange sound and asked, Luan Yun, can you sense it? He nodded in agreement, it's the aura of demon beasts, and there are quite a few of them. Mu Jilan anxiously pointed ahead, during the entrance exam, after Cene defeated the 5th-tier demon beast, the demon beast king, all the demon beasts in the academy left as well. Why are you coming back now? Hua Yi turned to her and said. I heard the master say that it seems high-level demon beasts have returned to inhabit here, so the low-level demon beasts have also come back. Lang Bo wondered, what level are they this time? My sensing ability isn't strong. Cene felt a bit anxious, as he was still unclear himself. I can't sense anything either, maybe they are a type that can conceal their aura. Cene cautiously reminded, we should be careful, if they are demon beasts above the 5th rank, it could be troublesome. In the bushes, a creature was silently watching the group talk, its big eyes quietly following the 5 of them. The scene shifts to Yao Lu. Lu Qing, the master of the pipe, was sitting and boiling a pot of medicine. The principal approached Lu Qing and asked, how is his injury? Lu Qing calmly replied, he's much better now, it's nothing serious. It's just. She looked at the man on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages. On his arm, there was a dense amount of demon energy. The poison from the miasma on him is a bit troublesome, it can only be cleaned out slowly. The young man on the bed was in a daze, his eyes tightly shut, fearfully saying, Principal, I'm sorry, I was careless for a moment. The principal's face showed some concern. He said, the demon beasts coming from behind the mountain this time are very troublesome. I think we should seal off the area behind the mountain first to prevent any students from getting in. Suddenly, the principal's heart burned with anxiety, he felt that something bad was about to happen. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? My intuition tells me that Cene is about to cause trouble for me again. The principal's face darkened, a sharp pain in his heart made him grimace, his hand clenched tightly on his clothes. Oh my goodness. In the mountains, Cene and Mu Jilan's group were laughing and joking. The bushes beneath Hua Yi's feet suddenly rustled, the sound of branches and leaves stirring. In a flash, a black beast leaped out from the bushes. It startled Hua Yi, and the food in her hand had vanished without her noticing. The fierce beast looked somewhat like a cat, and it swiftly ran away. Hua Yi was stunned, looking at her empty hands with heartache. She shouted loudly, "My lunchbox." Hearing Hua Yi's scream, everyone turned their heads to look. Mu Zhilan was startled. "It's demon beasts." It grabbed the lunchbox and quickly ran away under the watchful eyes of everyone. It turned out to be just an ordinary cat. It carried the lunchbox on its back, coldly staring at Si Jin's group. With its pure white fur, highlighted by a blue tail and mane, it made everyone exclaim, "It's a cat, so cute." Not wanting to be enchanted, Hua Yi quickly instructed everyone, "No, we can't be fooled by its appearance." Si Jin completely agreed, "That's right, after all, it's a demon beast, everyone stay alert." She was teary-eyed, with tears on her lashes threatening to spill. Hua Yi felt wronged. "It stole my lunchbox. It wants us to starve to death. How can there be such cruel demon beasts?" In response to her words, Si Jin helplessly shouted, "Is it because of this?" Without hesitation, the cat with the lunchbox prepared to run away. Lang Bo shouted, "It's running, quickly stop it." Luan Yun pulled out some small ice bullets from his bag, ice bullets. He quickly threw them towards the cat. The bullets slowly landed. They took their positions near the cat, but it gently avoided them. Si Jin was surprised by its abilities. So fast. Luan Yun's ice bullet, in terms of launch speed or attack speed, is not inferior to my firearm. This demon beast is surprisingly agile. The cat swiftly ran to the base of a tree, light as a feather. With just a few gentle steps, it climbed the tree, leaving Si Jin's group bewildered. It looked at everyone with a gaze full of disdain. Luan Yun felt a bit annoyed. "I feel like it looks down on me." In contrast, Lang Bo marveled at how high the demon beast's spiritual awareness was. His heart melted at the cat's pride. "So cute," Si Jin quickly interrupted, "just a little bit, alright?" The cat gracefully leaped from one branch to another. Hua Yi urged, "It's running into the forest, hurry and chase it." Si Jin and Luan Yun quickly pursued it. Si Jin worried, "It's small and agile, clearly able to escape easily. Right now, it doesn't seem like we're chasing it to attack." Noticing his distraction, Luan Yun said, "Si Jin, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, you might soon encounter a significant problem." Si Jin was confused. "Do you know what kind it is? What abilities does it have?" "The real trouble isn't its abilities, but its ecology. Wherever it is found, there will certainly be other high-level demon beasts present." Hua Yi quickly gathered everyone, "Wait a moment, the trees here are all withered, which looks rather unusual." Looking at the tree in front of her, a heavy miasma surrounded it. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes revealing obvious concern. "There's a strong miasma here, inhaling too much could be toxic. Everyone should take the antidote first." Mu Zhilan took the pill in confusion. "It seems we have been lured into the territory of other demon beasts." Suddenly, a snake appeared from nowhere, attacking directly at Mu Zhilan. A hand grabbed her shoulder. It was Si Jin. He pulled Mu Zhilan into his embrace and shot at the snake. The bullet hit the snake's head. She lay comfortably in Si Jin's arms, and he worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Noticing something unusual, Luan Yun quickly reminded everyone, "Be careful, the dry leaves here are all mimicking poisonous snakes." The dry leaves gradually turned into snakes, their bodies dark and their eyes cruel. Si Jin's group stood in a circle, backs against each other. They were in the middle of the forest, surrounded by countless venomous snakes. Everyone took a fighting stance. Mu Zhilan thought to herself, "Dry-throated venomous snakes." The snakes attacked, and they retaliated without mercy. Si Jin used fire weapons to protect everyone. He noticed her actions and thought, "Your serious demeanor just now is significant, but for us, these second-tier little demon beasts are not a problem, even if there are many more." Si Jin remained in a defensive position, not yet drawing his sword. He pondered, "Dry-throated venomous snakes will emit toxic gas, polluting the forest. Then they mimic dry leaves, camouflaging themselves for ambushes, preferring to attack in groups. There must be a snake king commanding them." Si Jin was startled to realize, "Do you think a snake king could corrode such a large area of land? What kind of large demon beasts would that be?" A large amount of toxic gas was silently monitoring Si Jin's group, waiting for the right moment to strike. The gas grew denser, enveloping a large area of the forest. The soft snakes moved. Navigating through the branches, Si Jin's group focused on the source of the noise. They discovered a gigantic snake. Mu Zhilan grimaced in fear. What kind of monster is this? Si Jin turned around and hurriedly said, Luan Yun, ice wall. At his signal, Luan Yun quickly formed an ice wall. The ice wall created a small cave for everyone to take shelter in. The snake explored around the ice wall. Inside, everyone was anxious. Lang Bo fearfully asked, Si Jin, what do we do now? Should we run? Si Jin quickly reassured everyone, just wait, this Snake King is enormous, and its speed will definitely be very fast. Acting recklessly will surely get us caught. He monitored the situation outside while assessing, fortunately, it hasn't seen us. Moreover, by using the ice wall, we have lowered our temperature. Its thermal sensing system cannot detect us temporarily. Luan Yun continued to express his fears, if it doesn't leave, sooner or later we will have to fight it. Si Jin pointed at the snake, Lang Bo, do you see the scales on the Snake King in front of us? Be gentle, don't attract its attention, use sword chi to test its defensive capabilities against its scales. Lang Bo understood clearly. Alright. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt, ready. Ling Shenlu. Lang Bo was extremely agile. As she drew her sword, she quickly retracted it. The slash glided past the body of the venomous snake. Compared to it, Lang Bo's strike caused no injury whatsoever. Si Jin felt tense upon seeing this. It's too tough. With such defense, even using thunder techniques would be difficult to kill it. The risk of fighting is still too great. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his thoughts. Think about it, Si Jin, it's just a small demon beast snake. In the game, it's just a trivial experience point, a CG animation is just taken away, just aim for its weak points. Si Jin focused. Eyes, head, internal body. He carefully arranged the current combat power of their group, still having one character who could restrain agile movements. The sword quietly reminded him, Si Jin, you have been outsmarted by that cat. It led you here. He wondered, why would it do that? It explained, because it is an irreconcilable enemy. The cat wants to borrow your hands to deal with this Serpent King, that is its true purpose. It also means that you can try to seek its help. Si Jin peeked out from behind the ice wall and looked around. He discovered the cat hiding behind a wooden ink tree. He cheerfully called, meow meow, come here, over here, over here. The cat immediately followed Si Jin's call and approached the ice wall. The whole group was delighted by its appearance. Hua Yi was still angry about having his lunchbox taken like a thief. Si Jin directly asked, you want to deal with this Serpent King, so you have to help us. The cat quickly shook its head in refusal. Si Jin sighed, so aloof. It ignored Si Jin and walked over to Mu Zhilan, which surprised him quite a bit. It seems like it's close to Mu Zhilan, huh? Si Jin suggested, Mu Zhilan, use a bit of the spiritual energy around it. She nodded, alright. Mu Zhilan quickly channeled her spiritual energy. Her wind spiritual energy gradually surrounded the cat's body. Suddenly, it transformed from a small cat into a giant one. This surprised everyone immensely. She cheerfully said, it has absorbed the spiritual energy. Si Jin happily replied, so that's it, heaven is helping us. Everyone, listen up. They all gathered close to Si Jin to discuss the plan. Finally, he asked, does everyone understand the strategy we have calculated? There are still dangers, but it's worth a try. Everyone's gaze was resolute, we trust you, brother. Si Jin patted the cat's head, encouragingly saying, Big cat, you go distract the attention of the Snake King over here, victory or defeat is in your hands, thanks to you. It quickly dashed out from behind the ice wall. The cat boldly ran in front of the Snake King. Seeing this, the snake roared threateningly and quickly rushed towards the cat. Continuing, Si Jin instructed, Lang Bo, the first move is yours, the target is the eyes. She drew her sword, holding it in a ready stance, got it. In the face of the Snake King's attack, the cat quickly ran away. Lang Bo prepared to strike, but Si Jin stopped her. Wait, no need to rush. Hua Yi, enhance the defense, strengthen the power. She quickly acted, understood. He thought carefully, the spiritual technique of Hua Yi is very special. Warriors manipulate the spiritual energy of their bodies to enhance themselves. Mages guide external spiritual energy to trigger miracles. Hua Yi's technique lies between that of warriors and mages, capable of manipulating the spiritual energy of others, achieving both enhancement and healing effects. The cat suddenly paused, catching a signal. Si Jin quickly seized the opportunity to signal. The cat lured the Snake King to the gap in the ice wall, and he excitedly said, "It's here." Lang Bo swiftly entered the fray. She attacked its eye. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, the snake truly couldn't counter. Blood was shed, and it writhed in pain before Lang Bo's sword. The battle gradually became more intense. Si Jin said, "The left side of the snake's vision is gone, maintain the action in its blind spot." Lang Bo gripped the body of the Snake King tightly. She struggled to hold on, continuing to attack its eye. The Snake King writhed in pain, struggling to evade her attacks. It lunged at the rock wall, and Lang Bo quickly jumped down. Si Jin and Mu Jilan rode on the back of the cat. Rushing to assist, she sat on its back, bravely drawing her bow, divine wind arrow. The arrows shot forward, piercing the body of the Serpent King. It turned to look in the direction of the attack, its body covered in wounds, blood flowing incessantly. The Serpent King pinpointed Si Jin's location and lunged toward him. Si Jin, unafraid, snapped his fingers, 4th level spirit technique, maximum ice spear. The sound of the snap echoed as a large block of ice fell from above, embedding itself into the Serpent King's body, causing it to scream in pain. Si Jin shouted loudly, "Luan Yun." He signaled to Luan Yun, who was standing at a distance, "Make your move." He immediately caught the signal and quickly summoned his spiritual energy. The moment had come. Luan Yun conjured a massive ice hammer and directed it to attack the Serpent King, Giant's Hammer. Lang Bo, perched on a tree, observed the unfolding battle with some concern. "Not good." Lang Bo shouted to inform them, "It's still not deep enough, we haven't struck its vital spot." The Serpent King roared in agony. Si Jin encouraged, "It's okay, everything is going according to plan." Mu Jilan once again channeled her spiritual energy, Wind God Arrow. Her wind energy coiled together in a spiral. Mu Jilan poured all her strength into attacking the Serpent King, charging straight into its mouth with that source of spiritual energy. Si Jin firmly held the grenade in his hand, pulling the pin and channeling all his force into his grip. The grenade exploded right on the Serpent King's body. The sound was deafening. Its body, already bearing many wounds, now endured Si Jin's attack, causing it even more pain. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, the cat swiftly dashed out. Mu Jilan and Si Jin anxiously turned to look. Its body twisted, covered in scratches. The Serpent King writhed in pain in its own blood, its body riddled with gashes. The group watched the Serpent King's every move with tension. Then they rejoiced, "We won." Hua Yi let out a sigh of relief, her face easing a bit. "Classmate Si Jin is truly impressive. Without your help, we definitely couldn't have defeated a demon beast of this size." Everyone laughed and joked with each other. Luan Yun hesitantly said, "I won't go out with you again next time. I knew nothing good would come of this, it's even more exhausting than going to school." Si Jin nodded in agreement, "I don't want to either." Mu Jilan petted the kitten. She was happy that this trip had accomplished its mission. "But this time we can consider it a success, right? A blessing in disguise." She joyfully cuddled the kitten without letting go. "So, would you be willing to be my friend?" The kitten happily agreed. At the academy, the principal calmly sipped tea. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Principal." A young man rushed in, panicked, and announced, "Something bad has happened. A 5th level high-ranking Snake King that just arrived behind the mountain has been killed by someone else. Judging by the condition of its body, it seems to have been blown up by Si Jin's thunderbolt." Si Jin sat in a room, murmuring, "Wang Gui." He held his sword firmly with both hands. Shall we begin? Is it okay to simulate the scene into a forest? The more complex the terrain, the better for actual combat. I'll leave the rest to you. Cene subconsciously descended into that forest. After discussing with Wang Gui, he felt even more confident in its abilities. As long as I've encountered and fought against any opponent, their data on forces, tactics, and fighting styles were all drained by Wang Gui. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Then, in the dream realm created by Wang Gui, the ghosts with bright eyes hiding behind the tree canopies could train in combat without worrying about time. Soon, those black shadows pounced. The sword at Cine's waist began to glow. When the ferocious beasts charged, he shouted his move, Yem Noyet Lang Tom Lu. Then, a figure of Cene dashed through, the pure moonlight slicing through them. Suddenly, a grenade fell before him, followed by a terrifying explosion. It turned out that what was at Cine's waist was not a sword but a gun. Holding it, he felt exhilarated. After improvement, it has both speed and power, testing the firepower. Then he turned back, aiming the gun, and fired continuously at them. Suddenly, another group of fierce beasts with sharp eyes charged at him. Cene glanced over, a faint smirk appearing on his face. Let me bring the art of looking cool to this world. He continuously fired his guns, producing an unending chaotic sound. With a gun in each hand, he looked incredibly cool, showcasing his shooting skills. When it was all over, Cene appeared cool and composed, so cool and handsome that I'm almost moved to tears by myself. At that moment, a foot lightly touched the ground. Enough playing around, it's time to end the warm-up. It was Lu Xiao, who walked over and said, let's see if you can win against me without using your dirty tricks in a fair duel. He made a dumbfounded face, how come this Lu Xiao clone can talk? He laughed, it's me, Wang Gui. After I extracted the data from your brain, I used my consciousness to control it. It's even more powerful than before. Cine's expression turned sinister, is that really effective? I have a slightly bold thought. What if you transformed into a stunning beauty? Wang Gui, in Lu Xiao's body, angrily retorted, I consider you a brother, yet you want to sleep with me. Let's say I turn into a beauty. Inside, it's still me. Are you sure you can take action? He said while turning around, revealing even more amusement. I don't even know what your gender is. What if before the crossover, you were actually a girl? Lu Xiao, feeling irritated, grabbed Cene by the collar. You bastard, just mentioning it drives me crazy. It's been a long time since I've interacted with any girls. I've made up my mind, I will turn you into a woman. Cene turned pale, panicking and trying to avoid it. Wait, let's talk this through. Saying it was one thing, but quickly, long hair appeared, with fair skin and a voluptuous figure emerging from the smoke. Cene had now become a cute girl, but he blushed and refused to accept it. Are you even human anymore? Wang Gui, in Lu Xiao's body, nonchalantly replied, to be serious, I'm not human, I'm a sword master. Then he jumped up excitedly. Let's just do this, let's get to the main business first. Cene reacted in time, using his weapon to block the incoming attack. The gun from earlier snapped in half. Lu Xiao said, good thing we're in a dream, otherwise, you would have to pay me back for the gun. Cene was visibly angry and directly swung his sword. Lu Xiao desperately used his weapon to block the strike. The two charged at each other, their sword fight relentless. When their blades clashed, they exchanged wary glances. Suddenly, a gun was aimed straight at Lu Xiao's forehead, leaving him stunned. Cene quickly pulled the trigger, causing Lu Xiao to fall back, his body losing control and being thrown aside. The bullets were unleashed. Lu Xiao used his martial arts to block each bullet. At that moment, his foot twitched slightly. Right after that, a group of soldiers with grotesque skull faces appeared. They stumbled forward, crazed like zombies, charging at Cene. He quickly threw a grenade, and then the area erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Both figures were engulfed and obscured in the dust and smoke. Lu Xiao fell flat on the ground. Meanwhile, Cene was slowly advancing. Lu Xiao's foot reacted and took a defensive stance very quickly. With his eyes glowing red, he gritted his teeth. Is this a mirror made of ice reflecting the scene? At that moment, Cene subtly unleashed a strange power that made Lu Xiao hesitate briefly. Cene shouted loudly. Fireball technique. After that, Cene unleashed a fiery palm strike towards Wang Gui without holding back. The attack rushed towards Wang Gui and knocked him far away. Wang Gui's body crashed violently into the nearby giant trees, letting out a painful cry. A loud explosion tore through the air. Flames from Cene's attack erupted, brilliantly illuminating a corner of the forest. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring visibility. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Wang Gui's figure was revealed within Lu Xiao's body, looking battered, worn, and covered in wounds. Leaning against the large tree behind him, he had to admit, it seems that if you don't limit your tactics, Lu Xiao is no match for you. Cene approached, his face flushed, angrily saying, "Stop with the useless talk. Take me back first, it's too cold between my legs." But Wang Gui opened his eyes wide, revealing a mysterious gaze, and laughed, saying, "It's not over yet, I haven't finished, kill me." Hearing this, Cene was a bit surprised, showing a puzzled expression, and asked, "Why?" "No need, this is just an illusion in a dream. Moreover, you no longer have the ability to fight." Wang Gui scoffed, then seriously pointed out the reason. "You have never killed anyone, have you? This world is not peaceful. As long as you want to become stronger, you can continue to fight. Sooner or later, you will walk this path. By then, there won't be time for you to prepare mentally." Although he knew that, Cene still resolutely maintained his stance and replied, "Let's talk about it then. If it's not necessary, I still don't want to become a killer like weeds." Wang Gui angrily declared, "Naive." He then firmly warned, "Any unnecessary hesitation on your part only adds unpredictable danger. I hope that by then, you won't have to regret it." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Gui lowered his head and sighed, "Hesitation will lead to failure." Before he could finish his sentence, Cene interrupted, shouting in frustration, "Shut up. If you say any more, there will be copyright issues. You shouldn't know this line, otherwise, it will mess up my memory." After cursing for a while, he quickly wiped the sweat off his face and softly complained, "I'm so tired. Today has been like this." Originally intending to stop here, Wang Gui held him back. "Don't. It's hard enough to turn you into a girl, I still want to torment you." As soon as he finished speaking, the simulated images of the old principal, Gao Yuan, and Ling Lai appeared in the distance and walked towards them. Wang Gui smugly said, "Let's continue. Now, let's increase the difficulty." Upon seeing the three of them, Cene immediately flinched, sweat pouring down in panic, and his body instinctively lost all strength, leaving his limbs feeling weak. Outside the dream realm, Cene was focused but still had to scream in panic, "Help." As soon as he woke up, he grabbed Wang Gui and angrily berated him, "Is your little guy going crazy with the torment?" Wang Gui didn't bother to explain and casually replied, "How could you not appreciate such a good opportunity to spar with a 9th tier strong?" Suddenly remembering something, Cene paused and asked, "Aside from Senior Ling Lai, I've never seen the principal and Gao Yuan seriously fight. How can you simulate such a battle?" Seeing his naive expression, Wang Gui replied in a haughty tone, "You shouldn't underestimate me. I have been here since the early days of Spirit Supreme. My 9th uncle has seen much more than you could ever imagine. However, without the living knowledge in your head, it's impossible to recreate it. Follow your elder brother and study seriously, the benefits are immense." At this moment, Cene couldn't hide his long-standing curiosity and immediately asked, "I have a question. What criteria are used to classify the levels of strength? By the way, I want to share my recent impressions. My judgments about the strength levels in the upcoming battles are becoming increasingly vague." The evil sword Wang Gui, upon hearing this, nodded in approval and said, "That's a great question." He then proceeded to give an incredibly detailed lecture to Cene. In fact, before the early days of Spirit Supreme, martial arts and Spirit Supreme had already developed for a long time, and there were certainly distinctions in strength, but there was no formal classification. This classification is essentially a standard created by humans for the sake of teaching. Taking spiritual techniques as an example, spiritual techniques are the art of condensing spiritual energy, which, through manipulating external parts, leads to various effects, and the scale of condensed energy determines the strength of the spiritual technique. Wang Gui pointed out the key aspect of the cultivation of spiritual techniques. The mage enhances their own strength through continuous practice and communication with external spiritual energy. Through relentless cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy in the body will increase, and the connection with external spiritual energy will become stronger. The mental force required to perform actions will also become more powerful. After pausing for a few seconds, Wang Gui took a breath and continued explaining, finally, the manifestation effect is the same. The stronger the mage, the larger the scale of the relics they can manifest. This is the increase of the upper limit. Next, he seriously explained the remaining limits. If the relics of two mages are not of the same strength, they can be completed more quickly. This is the increase of the lower limit. Cene sat quietly, attentively listening to the dark sword Wang Gui's explanation, nodding, I already know this basic principle, so what is the necessity of the existence of hierarchical classification? Dark sword Wang Gui did not hesitate to elaborate extensively. In reality, the practice of mages is similar to any other form of training to become stronger. The fastest method is to push your limits to the utmost, so your body becomes aware that its current level does not meet the desired standard, thus leading to evolution and unconscious change. If one has reached the 4th level but continues to practice the 3rd level techniques, progress will be very slow. Wang Gui was not at all stingy and analyzed each point in detail. And if one forces themselves to use 6th level techniques right after entering the 4th level, there is a high likelihood of encountering severe backlash. In mild cases, one may become a cripple, in severe cases, one may lose their life. It's like asking a person of normal weight to lift a 250 kilograms object, the result would likely be torn muscles, and they could end up being crushed. Wang Gui then explained the reasoning behind the basic principles of spiritual techniques. Through the arrangement of power, he had completed the classification of the intensity of a mage's spiritual energy into levels and standard techniques. This helps ensure that cultivation achieves maximum effectiveness while still ensuring safety. Upon saying this, he confidently raised his voice, this is the greatest significance of the ranking of techniques. Therefore, you don't need to focus too much on this, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Cene vaguely grasped the key issue but still had some doubts and asked innocently, so in actual combat, it's not the rank that determines everything, right? Wang Gui cleared his throat and continued to explain, Spirit Supreme is still ultimately mortal. When not being careful, strong Qjia in the alley was stabbed in the back by a thug. It's not impossible, after all. Therefore, even if your rank is high, don't be negligent, be careful not to flip the cart. He carefully warned Cene, you should view this world as a normal world like before. This is not strong waving a hand and shaking the universe. Discussing the Yuaning worldview, the concepts of takeover and reincarnation are just nonsense talked about online. Even superheroes have to work, otherwise, how would they survive? Rely on Batman to support them? Hearing Wang Gui explain, images of Batman and superheroes appeared in Cene's mind, making him somewhat embarrassed to say, don't say anymore, that image has already popped into my head. Suddenly, he recalled a detail in Wang Gui's words and couldn't help but ask, huh? Wait, did you just say Spirit Supreme is also mortal? Isn't Spirit Supreme, what exactly is Spirit Supreme? At this question, the cursed sword Wang Gui was truly furious. It jumped up and replied sharply, if I knew what Spirit Supreme was, would I still be a sword? For hundreds of years, I've been touched and handled by you men, sweating all over. Seeing this, Cene felt a bit of sympathy. Calming down, the sword master Wang Gui spoke up. All I know is that Spirit Supreme exists beyond the mortal realm, and it is the greatest secret of this world. Spirit Supreme is just a vague term, because ordinary people cannot assess the abilities of a Spirit Supreme, the reference standards are too few. In reality, the gap in strength between Spirit Supremes is vast. Even among Spirit Supremes, a fight can show significant differences, much like a first rank battling a 9th rank. After a while, he concluded with a cautionary remark, but this is still too early for you. Just observe for now. Upon hearing this, Cene stood up, stretched his muscles, and lazily said, "Then let's leave it at that for now. I'm hungry, let's go find Mu Jilan to eat." With that, he quickly ran to where Mu Jilan was to eat together. Upon arrival, Cene was stunned by the scene before him. In front of him was Mu Jilan, who had become a true servant, meticulously taking care of her emperor. Xiao Bai was even more pampered, nestled in her arms and acting cute. Cene reluctantly spoke up. "You've bought too many items for these cats already." Mu Jilan affectionately said, "I'm afraid it will be boring for it in the room, so I just renovated the room a bit." This feeling made him think to himself, "I've turned into a servant." Noticing something was missing, Mu Jilan turned to ask, "By the way, have you seen Luan Yun? It seems like I haven't seen him for a few days." Cene replied in surprise, "I heard that something happened at his home, so he went back. He hasn't returned yet." At the same time, at the Luan family's residence, Luan Yun was confronting Luan Wu after learning that the Luan family wanted to help the Gao family. "What do you mean when you say that if the Luan family is willing to protect the Gao family at any cost?" Seeing Luan Wu standing there calmly, Luan Yun, feeling aggrieved, requested, "Please explain it to me again, Gij." Hearing this, Luan Wu turned around, his expression serious as he looked at his younger brother. The surrounding space suddenly fell into silence, enough to feel how tense the current situation was. The two stood there looking at each other for a long time. After a while, Luan Wu finally spoke up, "There's no need to raise your voice when talking, let's have a cup of tea first." Luan Yun anxiously looked at his brother, hesitating to speak. "Gij, I feel." But before he could say anything more, Luan Wu waved his fan vigorously, showing his annoyance and said, "I told you to drink tea first and then we can talk." Seeing that Luan Wu was angry, Luan Yun hesitantly sat down, swallowing the words he intended to say. He obediently picked up the cup of tea in his hand, feeling anxious. Noticing that his younger brother had agreed to sit down and talk, Luan Wu began to question him sternly, "So you ran home from the academy because of this?" He sat down on a chair, forcefully placing the fan on the table, implying, "From what you said, it seems you really want the Gao family to collapse." Luan Yun then expressed his frustration. The Gao family holds a high position, controlling the defensive power of the capital, with both internal and external strength that cannot be underestimated. However, the Gao family's intentions do not fulfill their responsibilities. Instead, they always seek to eliminate their opposition and suppress the new strength of the nation. For many years, this has affected the progress of the country. Hearing his younger brother's sharp accusations, Luan Wu slammed his hand on the table and said loudly, "You are not wrong. It seems that although you are still studying, you have a clear understanding of the nobility in the country and the power of the court. But that is still not enough." Gij's words made Luan Yun momentarily silent. He bowed his head, unwilling to accept. Seeing Luan Yun's attitude, Luan Wu sighed and said, "It seems you don't quite agree with what I said. Never mind, let me add a few more words." He then picked up a teacup and began to explain the reasons for supporting the Gao family. "In our Tianming kingdom, there are 5 major families, besides the royal family of the He Lien clan and our Luan family." As he spoke, Luan Wu dipped his hand in the tea and wrote a few words on the table for illustration. "There is also the Gao family, which holds the defensive power of the country, the Yen family, which controls the economy and national finances, and the Xiao family in the northern border, which commands the military. This structure has been established since the founding of the nation. Or rather, at the same time, in the palace of the Tianming kingdom, He Lien Ling was also discussing this issue. The emperor raised his hand high with a profound gaze and said, 'This is a nation formed by the unity of our 5 major families.' Lowering his hand, He Lien Ling turned to the great deity below and said, 'To end the chaotic situation in this land and establish this nation.' The great deity below nodded and added, 'It is all the territory earned by the seniors.' He stroked his beard and smiled calmly, saying, 'Juniors like us can only be careful to preserve this family fortune for them.' It turned out he was Yen Jiangba, the patriarch of the Yen family, one of the 5 great clans of the Tianming kingdom. Sitting on the dragon throne, His Majesty smiled contentedly and said half-jokingly, 'Only old Yen can view this entire nation as family property. Compared to him, Gao Yuan falls short.' Yen Jiangba was neither flattering nor arrogant as he replied, our Yen family has been in business for generations, with countless assets under our control. Whether fighting against the magic clan or maintaining peace in the realm, there are always opportunities to pursue. Interruptions are not something that those around can meddle in. Even if some juniors can handle it, bringing them into our house to collaborate is sufficient. It benefits both the clan and the nation. His Majesty tilted his head slightly, his gaze containing hidden meaning as he looked at Yen Jiangba. Harmony breeds wealth. Even for our He Lien clan, to the Yen family, we are merely long-time business partners. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. But the Gao family is not like that. He Lien Ling's expression suddenly became serious. Currently, the nation is peaceful and the importance of national defense has diminished compared to before. The Gao family has not produced any outstanding figures for a long time. Returning to the conversation among the Luen family, Luen Wu waved his hand and continued. The Gao family relies on martial prowess, and for many years, only Gao Yuan has been a 9th grade expert. Moreover, even Gao Yuan has only barely reached the 9th grade. His strength ranks low among the 9th grade experts, and he cannot uphold the reputation of the Gao family. Upon hearing this, Luen Yun immediately questioned, why don't they, unlike the Gao family, recruit outstanding talents like the Xiao family? Luen Wu calmly explained, the locals under the Yen family can make money, and it is also the Yen family's money. The generals under the Xiao family, no matter how good the soldiers are still the soldiers of the Xiao family. Only the martial skills of the Gao family cannot grow under another household. The image of the valiant and proud Ling Lai arose, prompting Luen Wu to lament. Furthermore, importantly, under the influence of the Gao family, the strongest martial skills in recent years born in the Ling family have always been suppressed by the Gao family. Mentioning this, he recalled the deep-seated enmity that the Gao family has always had in oppressing the Xiao family. Although they belong to the same branch of the family, Gao Yuan and Ling Lai are the same age, yet throughout their growth, Ling Lai has always surpassed him. This has created a profound sense of danger within him. The responsibilities of domestic defense are still too small. Luen Wu began to recount the process of how the major clans have formed their current powers. In the early days of nation building, the Gao family and the Xia family, 2 clans with martial prowess, one internal and one external, both played significant roles. Currently, the human government has stabilized, and there is no longer a threat of rebellion in the Tianming kingdom, which has significantly reduced the importance of the Gao family. Suddenly, Luen Wu smiled knowingly and said, initially, the Gao family chose this position, surely confident that they could be close to the He Lien clan, allowing them to place their power in a crucial position within the country. However, unexpectedly, after the nation stabilized, they had to face a difficult stance, which can only be described as a form of suicide. It can also be said that Gao Yuan is unfortunate, as the hidden disaster beneath the tomb of his ancestors has erupted in his lifetime. Luen Yun did not hesitate to ask the direct question, if that is the case, and the Gao family has reached a dead end, why does our Luen family still protect them?